Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Chapter 299, Leveling Up Easily. Shadow Fortress's Martial Warrior appears. 1. Looks like you're all fine. As the atmosphere became tense among Guizang Yan and the others, Wang Teng suddenly appeared on a distant large tree. He leaped down and walked towards them. Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, and the others were startled. Their pupils contracting, they had completely missed how Wang Teng appeared. Brother Han Zhu, you're fine. That's great. Yizang Xinnuo saw Wang Teng returning unharmed, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. She felt relieved. What could happen to me? That origin beast is quite foolish. I easily shook it off. Wang Teng casually replied, You talk big? Weren't you the one running for your life just now? Guizang Yan couldn't help but retort, Wasn't it you? Wang Teng looked at him strangely and asked in return. This guy had just spoken ill of him behind his back, thinking he hadn't heard. Wang Teng wasn't one to tolerate such people. If he needed to retort, he would. On the other hand, Yunzang Zhao and the others surprised him. He had not helped them in vain. Moreover, many members of the 5 major families expressed gratitude with their eyes. Wang Teng noticed it all, and a slight smile appeared on his face. His identity was still unknown, but once it was revealed, he couldn't help but wonder how these members of the 5 families would react. Guizang Yan remained silent. You might not know, but the activity range of that origin beast is limited. Once it goes beyond a 10,000-kilometer radius from that river, it will return, Wang Teng added. It will return to the river? Yizang Xinnuo and the others expressed surprise. Yes, these origin beasts have their territories. Even the universe stage origin beasts rarely leave their territory. Wang Teng nodded. But then how should we cross that river? If we detour, it will waste several days at least. Shozang Kaiyun frowned. Let's find another area. Since this universe stage origin beast won't leave the 10,000-kilometer radius, we can cross the river from beyond that distance. I don't believe there's another universe stage original beast over there, Wang Teng suggested, rubbing his chin. That's not a bad idea. Universe stage origin beasts are not so common. If it's only origin beasts below the universe stage, we can still handle it. Hengzang Mo nodded. We need to move fast and try not to alert that universe stage origin beast, Wang Teng advised. If that's the case, let's act now. Don't waste any more time, Yunzang Xiao said. All right, let's go. In an instant, they turned into streaks of light, soaring into the sky. For Cosmos stage warriors, covering a distance of 10,000 kilometers was a matter of moments. Before long, they reached the banks of the river, 10,000 kilometers away. The river was incredibly long, with no end in sight. Even 10,000 kilometers might not be 1,000th of its total length. According to the records of the 5 major families, this river seemed to traverse the entire mountain range of their ancestral land. Thus, they had no choice but to cross it, with no other routes available. Moreover, this river was extremely wide, appearing to be several hundred kilometers across, resembling a vast sea. Let's get to work. Hengzang Mo and the others looked at the members of the Guizang family. Guizang Yan felt quite unhappy inside. Once again, he was assigned to do the laborious work. However, there was no choice. Only the members of the Guizang family were fire element martial warriors. He snorted inwardly and, together with the warriors of the Guizang family, launched a joint attack. The terrifying fire forces formed a sea of fire, hovering over the great river. They set the river ahead ablaze, causing the water to boil vigorously. Bubbles emerged from beneath the water, making one's scalp tingle. This scene, even for the Cosmos stage warriors present, was intimidating enough to deter anyone from venturing into the water, fearing they might be boiled alive. The power of martial warriors capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea was vividly displayed in this moment. If it were an ordinary river or even the sea, the power of a single Cosmos stage martial warrior would be sufficient to make it boil entirely. However, the river before them was evidently no ordinary water body. It housed numerous origin beasts, and the water force was exceedingly concentrated. To burn and boil, it required the combined efforts of many martial warriors. Roar. Roar. Howl. Roars echoed as numerous origin beasts emerged from beneath the water. Contrary to the snake-like creatures encountered before, the inhabitants of this area were a different breed resembling massive crocodiles on Earth. However, there were distinct differences in appearance. They were covered in blue scales with sturdy and sharp spines distributed across their bodies. Their heads were more ferocious, with enormous fangs protruding from their bloodthirsty mouths. They are not those snake-like origin beasts. Hengzang Mo and the others exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy on their faces. Since these were not snake-like creatures, it indicated that this area was indeed not the territory of the previous snake-like universe stage origin beast. As long as there were no other universe stage origin beasts in this region, they had a good chance of crossing the river. The only thing that troubled them was that these crocodile-like origin beasts seemed even more ferocious than the snake-like ones they encountered earlier. "Don't just stand there, attack quickly," urged Wang Teng. These people were simply delaying him from collecting the attribute bubbles. They lacked any self-awareness. Hengzang Mo and the others snapped back to reality, focusing on launching attacks against the origin beasts emerging from the river. Boom! 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 A sudden eruption of battle echoed, and a thunderous sound reverberated over the river. Shock waves of forces surged in all directions. The crocodile-like origin beasts showed no fear of the martial warriors from the Guizang family, or perhaps they had little inherent fear. Their attacks were driven solely by instinct, instinctively assaulting any intruders invading their territory. Chapter 2300. Leveling up easily, Shadow Fortress's martial warrior appears. 2. Unfortunately for these martial warriors who had mastered the weaknesses of the origin beasts, the ferocity of these creatures did not pose a significant threat. After half an hour, all the crocodile-like origin beasts were dealt with. Even a heaven stage origin beast among them was killed by the combined efforts of Yizang Xinnuo and others. This time, Wang Teng didn't compete with them. He had to leave some opportunities for others. Moreover, these talents from the Guizang family contributed their efforts in hunting the origin beasts, resulting in the emergence of many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly, immediately extending his spiritual power to gather the attribute bubble released by the heaven stage origin beast. Constellation Force, Water, 5,600. Water Constellation Force, 7,000. Water Domain, 1,200. Boom! As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, an explosion, inaudible to the outside world, reverberated within Wang Teng's body, a breakthrough. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. He looked at his attributes board: Constellation, Water Force, 2,500, 70,000, Cosmos Stage 7th level. His Constellation Water Force had unexpectedly broken through from the 6th to the 7th level. In just 3 days, his force rose 1 level, and he hadn't even exerted much effort himself. It was all the exceptional performance of the 5 major families' prodigies in battle. Either that, or it was the attribute bubbles provided by the clone. Either way, he didn't put in much effort. This breakthrough was truly effortless and incredibly satisfying. Well done. Wang Teng felt a deep sense of joy, looking towards the talented individuals from the 5 families and complimenting them with a beaming smile. Although Hengzang Mo and Guizang Yan were praised, they couldn't find any joy in it and felt something was amiss. The tone didn't sound like the admiration exchanged among peers. Instead, it resembled the praise of an elder. No, it seemed more like the praise of a master to his slaves. That expression, that tone, inexplicably seemed familiar. They were not unfamiliar with this feeling, as they had once treated the slaves within their own families in a similar manner. Of course, it might just be their imagination. Hengzang Mo shook his head involuntarily. On the other hand, Yizang Xinnuo, Shozang Taiyun, and Yunzang Shao didn't think too much. They believed that Wang Teng was simply complimenting them. For someone with greater strength, such praise was quite gratifying. Let's cross the river quickly. Yunzang Shao maintained a calm expression, cleared his throat, and spoke.
Yes, cross the river.
Hengzang Mo and the others realized it was not the time to dwell on other matters. They needed to cross the river immediately to avoid unexpected complications. This area's origin beasts had been cleared out, and soon others would occupy the space. Let's go. The group transformed into streams of light, rushing towards the opposite bank of the river. The distance of a few hundred kilometers was not excessively distant, and with only 3 or 4 origin beasts left in the river to hinder them, it was effortlessly dealt with. They quickly crossed over. Upon landing on the other side of the river, Hengzang Mo and the others couldn't help but sigh with relief. We finally made it. Yizang Xinnuo looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. This river seemed like an insurmountable barrier blocking their path and nearly trapping them. Brother Han, thank you so much. Without you, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to linger by this river. Yizang Xinnuo expressed gratitude. It's your own efforts. I just offered a suggestion. Wang Teng shook his head. Even without me, you would probably have discovered this pattern soon. That's only if we can escape from the universe stage origin beast on the other end. Without your help, we would have had slim chances. And even if we managed to escape, there would have been significant casualties. Yunzang Zhao shook his head. Brother Han, no matter what, we owe you this time. Hengzang Mo couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Don't be so polite. Wang Teng looked at Hengzang Mo in surprise, then waved his hand with a hearty smile. Guizang Yan's expression darkened slightly. Now even Hengzang Mo was standing on this guy's side. It seemed like he was the only one still resisting. This faint sense of isolation was uncomfortable. In reality, no one was isolating him. It was just his resentment towards Wang Teng that had caused him to separate himself from the others. This was called suffering in the pursuit of saving face. Brother Guizang Yan, I feel that Brother Han is a good person. You don't have to be at odds with him, Guizang Zhu said through voice transmission when she witnessed the scene. Guizang Yan. A good person, my foot. He never believed that the guy in front of him was a good person. It must be an act. Everything was just a facade. But he didn't expect that even his little sister had fallen for it. This left him extremely annoyed, and he couldn't help but turn around to glare fiercely at Guizang Zhu. What is it? I'm just kindly reminding you, if you keep having issues with him, you probably won't fit into the group. Guizang Zhu pouted in grievance. I don't need to fit into any group. I'm more than enough on my own. Guizang Yan sneered, stubborn as a mule. Guizang Zhu shook her head, silently complaining in her heart. However, she didn't want to say more. Her big brother wouldn't listen, and if she praised Han Zhu again, he might explode on the spot. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shrink her neck and discreetly move away from Guizang Yan, running to stand behind Yizang Xinnuo and Shozang Taiyun. Guizang Yan, witnessing this scene, felt the muscles on his face twitch involuntarily. Suddenly he had a sense of desolation, a feeling of being abandoned by both friends and family. Chapter 2301, Leveling Up Easily. Shadow Fortress's Martial Warrior appears 3. Let's take a break. Shozang Taiyun glanced at the group, noticing that they had expended a considerable amount of force in the previous battles. Some had even sustained injuries. She spoke up, concerned about their well-being. Many injured warriors from the 5 families glanced at her gratefully and settled down in a cross-legged position. They retrieved medicinal pills, restoring their force and tending to their injuries, striving to bring themselves back to their optimal states as quickly as possible. It was only the third day, and the road ahead was undoubtedly more challenging. If they didn't recover swiftly, they would become a hindrance. 2 hours later, the group began to rise one by one, transforming into streams of light and continuing their swift journey forward. Shortly after Wang Teng's main body and the 5 major families left, a figure appeared in the territory of the snake-like origin beasts. It was Wang Teng's clone, universe stage origin beast. Wang Teng's clone stood by the great river, gazing at the vast expanse of water with a faint glint in its eyes. In the next moment, he plunged into the river without a splash, disappearing in an instant. Before long, another figure appeared by the riverbank, frowning as he observed the river below. He murmured, "The headquarters received a mission to kill Counselor Wang Teng, but they haven't found any trace of him. Unexpectedly, he showed up at the last moment when the 5 burial ancestral land opened. Others can't intervene right now, so it's up to me. Dealing with him within the ancestral land is no issue. No one will discover it's the work of the Shadow Fortress. I've observed him for 3 days. His strength is decent, but it doesn't give off that overwhelming feeling rumored about him. Is he hiding his true power, or could the intelligence be inaccurate? Besides, he seems to be aimlessly hunting origin beasts. I wonder what it's for. While the cores of these origin beasts are valuable, they pale in comparison to the opportunities within this place." This figure spoke as if to himself, with no one responding to his words. After a moment, his gaze flickered, and he leaped into the river. Concealing his presence, he avoided all the snake-like origin beasts around him, continuously diving deeper. Unfortunately, to his surprise, Wang Teng's figure vanished, and despite searching for a long time, he found no trace of his opponent. He had clearly followed the aura left behind by the other party, but he could not find him at all. This was strange. He disappeared. The person couldn't help but furrow his brow. The Shadow Fortress excelled in tracking and stealth, and he, in particular, was among the elite. Yet he lost his target. If this news got back to the Shadow Fortress, it would undoubtedly be a source of great embarrassment. He wasn't worried about being discovered. With his concealment skills, even in the river, he could seamlessly merge with the surrounding waters, ensuring he wouldn't be detected. The only thing bothering him was that he had lost the person. He was completely gone. Damn it. At this moment, he felt like a headless fly searching frantically, on par with those foolish origin beasts. This sensation made him very uncomfortable. It was the first time he had encountered such a scenario since he started his career. Just then, in the pitch-black water ahead, the river suddenly surged, violently. A roar echoed, causing his expression to change dramatically. What origin beast is this? Such a powerful disturbance. However, as soon as he thought of his concealment technique, he calmed down. Even if it was a heaven stage origin beast, he wasn't afraid. His concealment technique could deceive even heaven stage warriors, let alone these foolish origin beasts. It must be that Wang Teng provoked some powerful origin beast, but he definitely won't detect me. When Wang Teng and the origin beast are both weakened, that's when I'll make my move. He was extremely confident. He hid in the river, eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to witness a spectacular show. In his view, Wang Teng entered the water to hunt the aquatic origin beasts below. However, the other party was unaware that this territory belonged to someone else. It was easy to provoke some formidable entities that couldn't be dealt with. It seemed like fate was truly on his side. Thinking so, a colossal black shadow surged from the distant river, and the surrounding waters transformed into a terrifying torrent, slamming into his body. Unable to maintain his form, he was pushed back dozens of meters, universe stage origin beast. A horrified voice echoed within him. The person widened his eyes, his face brimming with disbelief. He had assumed it would be some powerful heaven stage origin beasts at most, but he never expected it to be a terrifying universe stage origin beast. Damn it, this is a big mess. Run. The warrior from the Shadow Fortress instantly became hesitant, Without thinking, he immediately retreated, rushing towards a distance, hoping to escape the impending danger. Boom. However, it seemed that the giant python from behind had already observed him. Opening its enormous mouth, it suddenly sucked in, causing the river water around to reverse instantly, unleashing a powerful suction force. The warrior from the Shadow Fortress found his body suddenly immobilized mid-flight. The surrounding space formed a blockade, pinning him in place. "Oh no! Let me go!" The warrior from the Shadow Fortress, his face brimming with horror, roared internally. A sword emerged in his hand, and he swung it frantically in all directions. Boom, 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 the river water around him exploded, and the invisible spatial blockade began to waver, but it was not enough. In the distance, the approaching giant python's enormous pupils glinted with a cold light. Another insignificant ant. It couldn't find the one earlier, so it decided to deal with this one first. Shadow 9. Why aren't you attacking? The martial warrior from the Shadow Fortress saw the giant python getting closer and closer. His eyes bulging with fear, he shouted desperately. A cold snort emanated from the darkness on the left. Sword lights suddenly bloomed, flashing around the Shadow Fortress's martial warrior. His body suddenly relaxed. Their combined attacks finally loosened the spatial blockade imposed by the giant python. Seizing the opportunity, the warrior from the Shadow Fortress immediately fled. Chapter 2302, Water Source Pearl, Scroll, Unlucky Child. 1. Roar, the universe stage giant python, was enraged. It hissed angrily. The audacity of this insignificant ant trying to escape from its grasp was simply too much. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from the giant python, sweeping through the surroundings. Under its furious hiss, the river water around started violently churning, and numerous smaller pythons, smaller than the universe stage origin beast, emerged from all directions, encircling the area. These origin beasts reassembled from the remnants of those slain by Wang Teng's main body and the warriors of the 5 major families. It was evident how quickly these origin beasts could reform Shadow 11. "You idiot! Why did you attract this universe stage origin beast?" A furious roar came from one of the black shadows. Even he was panicking at this point. Faced with so many cosmos stage and above origin beasts, they were temporarily unable to completely resolve the situation. The universe stage origin beast from the rear would catch up with them soon. How the hell should I know? Shadow 11 felt utterly wronged, almost on the verge of tears. He had done nothing wrong. The universe stage origin beast charged at him out of nowhere. Even his stealth techniques failed, and he was immediately detected, leading to spatial lockdown. A series of events unfolded, leaving him utterly perplexed and clueless about what had happened. Could he be blamed for this? He was genuinely innocent. Shadow 9, who had been nearby just moments ago, naturally knew that Shadow 11 hadn't done anything. Still, he just wanted to scold this fool after all. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have had to take action in advance. "Enough talk. You and I will join forces to break through, or both of us will meet our end here today," Shadow 9 shouted. Shadow 11. Wasn't he the one wasting words? Shadow 11 was filled with complaints, but knew it wasn't the time to vent frustration. He took a deep breath, suppressing the internal annoyance and frustration. His gaze turned fierce as he faced the primal beasts before him, swinging his sword vigorously. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11, the 2 outstanding warriors from the Shadow Fortress, instantly joined forces, attacking a single point. The origin beasts there couldn't withstand the combined assault of the 2. Okay. Shadow 11 was overjoyed and tried to break through the opening, but... Roar? Another roar echoed from behind, and the surrounding origin beasts charged forward recklessly, blocking the opening. This made the expressions of Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 extremely grim. "Damn it! This beast is determined to keep us here!" Shadow 9 cursed angrily. "What do we do now?" Shadow 11 was already in a panic. How could they deal with so many origin beasts? "What else can we do? Break through. Don't hold back. Give it all you've got," Shadow 9 said ruthlessly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful surge of domain power. A formidable sword light coalesced on the sword in his hand. Kill! Shadow 11 naturally knew that they couldn't hold back any longer. His gaze sharpened, and he also unleashed his strongest domain, condensing it into a sword light. Speaking of which, they were in a difficult situation. Both were outstanding martial warriors of the Shadow Fortress, specializing in assassination. Their skills leaned more towards stealth and surprise attacks, making direct confrontation their weakness. Their attacks were powerful, but a Heaven Stage Origin Beast abruptly appeared at the opening. Roar. The Heaven Stage Origin Beast roared, condensing a beam of light from its mouth, and met the attacks of the two. Boom! The echoes of the explosion reverberated, and the shock waves of force rolled outwards. Surprisingly, the attacks of the two were forcefully blocked. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11's expressions instantly turned grim. While Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 were besieged by the giant python origin beast, a figure concealed in the space at a distance watched with a sly smile. The martial warriors of Shadow Fortress. Huh? You have been following me for some time. Play with this Universe Stage Origin Beast first. He shook his head, silently disappearing from the scene and heading towards the direction where the Universe Stage Origin Beast came from earlier. Wang Teng accelerated to his maximum speed, realizing that the two martial warriors from the Shadow Fortress wouldn't last much longer. He couldn't afford to waste much time. If the Universe Stage Origin Beast returned, even he would find it a considerable challenge. Wang Teng's clone possessed water force, allowing him to move swiftly in the water without any delay, but not enough. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he quickly scanned his attributes board. He found a water element battle technique, the Force Shark Bomb. This was an extremely mighty water element offensive battle technique that he had acquired during the Great Qian Empire's League of Talents and had rarely used since then. Thinking back to the moment when the hellish sea tiger shark had employed this technique during that competition, Wang Teng suddenly had a bold idea. Without further hesitation, he directly activated the water force within him. In an instant, strands of blue force rapidly condensed on the surface of Wang Teng's body, forming an enormous shark shape, causing his speed in the water to skyrocket. Hey, who said that offensive combat techniques can only be used for attacks? Wang Teng chuckled, feeling quite pleased. Originally, this battle technique involved directly condensing force into a shark, delivering a lethal blow to the opponent. However, Wang Teng was now concentrating the force on the surface of his body, essentially shaping himself into a shark. This boosted his speed significantly in the water. Furthermore, he was also using Space Flash. With this dual approach, he moved like lightning, even faster than the underwater entities. Chapter 2303, Water Source, Pearl, Scroll, Unlucky Child, 2. Before long, he suddenly halted his movement, and the shark-shaped manifestation of force on his body gradually dissipated. It seems like this is the lair of that Universe Stage Origin Beast. Wang Teng activated his real eye, and a brilliant golden light flashed in his eyes. In this location, he didn't conceal the ability of real eye fully unleashing its power. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a massive opening underwater, pitch black, and entirely concealing its contents. However, using his real eye, he saw a radiant blue light in the form of an orb. As expected, Wang Teng was excited. Without hesitation, he swam directly into the cavern. With the absence of the Universe Stage Origin Beast, this pitch-black underwater cave held no danger. Wang Teng moved smoothly, reaching the deepest part of the cave. A blue light appeared before Wang Teng's eyes, within which was a blue-colored sphere. What's this? Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, and he reached out. The blue sphere flew towards Wang Teng and landed in the palm of his hand. A very concentrated constellation water force? And another, a life aura remarkably similar to an origin beast's core. Wang Teng's eyes reflected a hint of curiosity as he murmured to himself. It seems like a water source pearl, Roundball suddenly spoke. A water source pearl? What's that? Wang Teng inquired. The water source pearl is an extremely special water element origin treasure. Do you know what an origin treasure is? Roundball asked. I know. Origin treasures involve the power of origin, forming a treasure with the condensed power of the origin. Hence, they are full of wonders, but also exceedingly rare and scarce. Wang Teng nodded. Yes, the water source pearl is a type of origin treasure. It contains a rich life force and has condensed the power of origin. It is said to be a treasure born alongside various celestial spirits during their creation. The celestial spirits absorb it during their gestation, gaining the life force and power of origin, gradually growing. No wonder a universe-stage origin beast exists here. You're quite cunning, figuring all this out, Round Ball explained. What do you mean by cunning? I call it clever, okay? Wang Teng retorted. Tisk, Round Ball rolled its eyes. But what's the use of this thing? Can only be absorbed by celestial spirits. I only have the lightning spirit, and it seems unable to absorb this water element treasure, Wang Teng said. You can refine water element elixirs or use it for a soon-to-be-born water element celestial beast. Round Ball suggested? Not bad at all. I'll take it without hesitation. Wang Teng grinned, pocketing the water source pearl. Then his gaze swept across the surroundings, and he spotted another item. He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. In a corner of the cave on a stone table, there was an ancient-looking scroll. It was inconspicuous, and if Wang Teng hadn't taken a careful look, he might have missed it. Wang Teng's thoughts moved, and a strand of spiritual power swept out, grabbing the ancient scroll. I wonder what this is, he murmured to himself. Wang Teng, open it quickly and take a look, Round Ball urged with curiosity. Let's leave first. In case that universe-stage origin beast returns, we might be caught off guard. Wang Teng put away the scroll and swiftly headed towards the exit. This trip didn't take much time. When Wang Teng rushed out of the cave, the universe-stage origin beast had not returned yet. He smiled slightly, concealed himself in the folds of space, and then took out the scroll, browsing through it. It seems to record the ancient ancestor of the 5 major families. Round Ball approached and glanced at it, surprised. Yes. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a strange light as he said, the records on this scroll reveal that the ancient ancestor of the 5 major families was actually the same person. The same person? Round Ball was surprised. Yes, and very powerful, reaching the eternal stage ruler status. He was just a step away from God stage. Wang Teng nodded. Wow. Round Ball took in a cold breath, amazed. The ancient ancestor of the 5 major families is so strong. Is he still alive? What do you think? Wang Teng looked at it and said, if the eternal stage ruler ancestor of the 5 major families is alive, the 5 families wouldn't be in their current state. Even if the Haitian royal clan wanted to mess with them, they would have to think twice. Well, you're right. Round Ball was stunned for a moment. Then it said with embarrassment, any eternal stage ruler shouldn't be taken lightly, especially one close to the god level. His strength is truly unfathomable. Unfortunately, even such an existence has fallen. Speaking to this point, it couldn't help but shake its head with deep emotion. Even eternal stage rulers can fall. This universe is too dangerous. I just don't know how he fell. It's not mentioned on this scroll. Wang Teng also sighed, shaking his head. I didn't find any records of such an existence when I checked the information. This means that he must be someone from many eras ago, Round Ball said. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. What else does it say on this scroll? Round Ball asked curiously. It also mentions that the ancient ancestor of the 5 major families had a powerful talent corresponding to the human body's 5 organs. Each of his organs corresponds to a unique elemental talent, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chapter 2304, Water Source Pearl, Scroll, Unlucky Child. 3. Each organ can open up a small world. The ancient ancestor of the 5 major families relied on this talent to dominate his peers. After reaching the eternal stage, he directly ascended to the eternal ruler stage. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, but he didn't conceal it and directly revealed the information. This was the five-element divine physique that he formed by merging the talents of the five major families. It turned out that the system had restored the talent of this ancient ancestor. Amazing. In other words, if he could fully cultivate the five-element divine physique at the universe stage, wouldn't he be able to become an eternal stage ruler existence? That was the most top-tier group of powerhouses within the eternal stage. Even in the entire universe, they were like gods. If the true gods didn't appear, the eternal stage figures would be the true divine beings. In the eyes of many beings, they were immortal and indestructible. Round Ball was dumbfounded. It couldn't calm down for a long time. It took a while before it swallowed a mouthful of saliva and exclaimed, "The talent of the ancient ancestor of the five families is amazing. If cultivated to the extreme, one can directly become an eternal stage ruler." That was an eternal stage ruler. If it hadn't followed Wang Teng into the stellar academies, it probably would never see an eternal stage ruler in its life, not to mention the three god stage powerhouses, including the president. At that time, it was so scared that it couldn't speak. Not bad, isn't it ridiculously strong? Wang Teng couldn't help but find it amusing to see Round Ball's reaction. If Round Ball knew that he had already obtained this physique, he wondered if it would jump in fright. Many of his talents could directly reach the eternal stage ruler level. The deeper the early foundation, the more powerful the achievements in the later stages. Of course, the cultivation process would become more and more difficult. For talents like the five-element divine physique, wanting to open five small worlds would require consuming countless resources which ordinary people couldn't afford. Why is it that none of the descendants of the ancient ancestor can inherit such a powerful talent? Round Ball took a deep breath to calm itself and asked with a frown. It seems that due to bloodline reasons, his descendants are unable to inherit this kind of talent. Each person can only inherit a single visceral talent. Over time, it has evolved into the current five families. Wang Teng explained. That can also explain it. It can only be said that his talent is too heaven-defying. Round Ball nodded. Yes, the more heaven-defying the talent, the harder it is to be inherited by descendants. Wang Teng nodded and sighed. By the way, why did the ancient ancestor record this information in the scroll? Round Ball asked again, feeling that something seemed a bit odd. If his descendants couldn't inherit such a talent, there was no need to leave behind a scroll, especially hiding it in such a secretive place. Because he didn't want his talent to completely disappear. But he also didn't want too many people to know, so he could only seal it here, waiting for someone with fate to come. This was probably left for his descendants. However, unexpectedly, other people entered this ancestral land. I wonder if the ancient ancestor would be angry about it if he found out. Wang Teng gloated. Round Ball looked at Wang Teng's smiling face and couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy was too twisted in his sense of humor, but suddenly it felt a movement in its heart. Its eyes gradually widened as it asked, "Is there a method inside that can obtain that talent?" It can be considered a method, but in reality the hope is very slim. Wang Teng casually put away the scroll and said indifferently. Seeing his nonchalant appearance, Round Ball couldn't help but criticize secretly. This was a talent that could directly reach the level of an eternal stage ruler. Couldn't he take it more seriously? Couldn't he treat it as a big deal? Moreover, this guy only said half of it. Why couldn't he finish his sentence? Stopping at the crucial point was too much. What exactly is the method? Round Ball's curiosity exploded, and it asked with gritted teeth. It was annoyed at itself for not patiently reading through the scroll just now. It would have been much more reliable than asking this guy. The method is in the five elements mountain of their ancestral land, but that method can only be used by members of their family. The chances of success for others are almost non-existent. Wang Teng frowned slightly. And then? Round Ball urged. And then, when we get to the Five Elements Mountain, you'll know. Wang Teng grinned. Round Ball instantly went crazy. It wished it could fight Wang Teng right there. Let's go. Let's see if those two guys are dead or alive. Wang Teng ignored Round Ball and dashed towards the front. Boom, boom, boom. As they approached, the explosions ahead grew increasingly intense. Two figures were weaving through the snake-like origin beasts, dodging attacks in a miserable state. A terrifying giant python coiled not far away, observing them with predatory intent, playing with its prey. Tisk, these two guys are in a tough spot, Wang Teng clicked his tongue. Isn't it because of your schemes? Round Ball retorted. Who asked them to keep following me? These two are definitely up to no good, Wang Teng replied. Roar. While Wang Teng and Round Ball were conversing, the universe stage origin beast suddenly roared and swung its tail violently. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 turned around in shock, only to see a massive tail sweeping towards them. Before they could react, their bodies collided as if struck by a meteorite, and they were sent flying, spewing blood from their mouths. The impact from the universe stage origin beast was terrifying, instantly inflicting severe injuries on the two. Bang, bang. They crashed heavily into the underwater terrain, raising a cloud of dust that almost covered the entire area. However, for the origin beasts present, the dust seemed non-existent. They swiftly swam towards the submerged duo, unleashing various attacks from their mouths, accurately targeting the two. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 turned pale, clutching their chests, gazing at the overwhelming onslaught. Their pupils contracted to the extreme. Never thought we would die here. The two exchanged a glance, filled with unwillingness. They were unjustly killed, having done nothing to provoke such a huge trouble. The relentless attacks were approaching, nearly engulfing them. At that critical moment, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. You two unlucky kids, I'll save your lives. Remember to repay me. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 were stunned. Their eyes widened, but before they could comprehend, they felt someone grabbing their shoulders, and they disappeared from their original position. Chapter 2305, Shadow Fortress Ultimate Skill. 1. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 hadn't even had the chance to savor the joy of being saved when suddenly the back of their heads experienced intense pain. Immediately, a powerful surge of lightning energy spread throughout their bodies, causing them to convulse uncontrollably and pass out. You two better take a nap for a while? Before losing consciousness, they once again heard that mocking voice. This voice seemed somewhat familiar. Wang Teng, holding one of them in his hand, utilized the power of space and instantly disappeared from the original location. Boom. The endless barrage of attacks finally landed at the spot where Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 had stood just moments ago. The echoing roar resounded, and the terrifying residual force stirred the river, creating a chaotic scene. Roar. The universe stage origin beast let out a furious roar. Those two ants vanished, and another presence emerged in that moment of disappearance. It was the person that had escaped from its clutches before. The massive body of the universe stage origin beast swayed in the river and charged toward the murky waters ahead. Unfortunately, it was too late. The three of them had long disappeared from that area. Roar. The universe stage origin beast went berserk, unleashing a frenzy of attacks in its immediate vicinity. It violently struck down many origin beasts around it, causing them to explode. The others scattered in fear. Then it burst out of the great river, frantically searching for Wang Teng along the riverbank, but it still yielded no results. Boom, boom, boom. The trees in the surrounding area suffered immediate devastation, obliterated by the furious universe stage origin beast. This commotion alerted many martial warriors who had entered the ancestral land. They soared into the sky, gazing in the direction of the disturbance. Universe stage origin beast. It's a universe stage origin beast. What happened? Who angered that universe stage origin beast as everyone felt the terrifying fluctuations? Their expressions changed, and they looked in astonishment toward the distant area, unwilling to approach in the slightest. A cosmos stage martial warrior approaching a universe stage origin beast was suicidal. It was better to keep a safe distance. Wang Teng continued his escape, not bothering to look back at the commotion he caused. Without a doubt, he had once again enraged the universe stage origin beast. There was no point in waiting for it to catch up and exchange pleasantries. Only after running a distance of 10,000 kilometers did Wang Teng gradually come to a stop and let out a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. "You're quite something daring to save people in such a situation," Roundball remarked, somewhat speechless. "I wasn't saving them. I'm curious to see who sent the martial warriors from the Shadow Fortress after me." Wang Teng casually threw the 2 Shadow Fortress warriors to the ground with a thud, shaking his head. "That's too risky. You might easily get caught up in the situation," Roundball commented. "I'm aware of that. If I wasn't confident, I would have just run away." Wang Teng shook his head, no longer dwelling on the topic. He observed the 2 martial warriors in black cloaks in front of him, murmuring as he rubbed his chin. "I wonder who sent them to deal with me. It piques my curiosity." "Could it be the 5 major families?" Roundball asked. "Very likely," Wang Teng said. "Seems like making the 5 major families submit to the jurisdiction of the Academy Arbitration Association isn't going to be easy. A long and difficult journey lies ahead," Roundball chuckled. "But you're making progress. If you can complete this escort mission and obtain the other half of the 5 burial token, even if you can't make the 5 families submit, it will still make it hard for them to refuse to cooperate with you on the surface." "I understand." Wang Teng nodded. However, he didn't rush to wake up the 2 individuals. Just now, underwater, he gained several attribute bubbles, including those dropped by the 2 Shadow Fortress warriors. It was the perfect time to check them out. He was very intrigued about the scriptures and battle techniques of the Shadow Fortress warriors. Although their concealment abilities might not match his space concealment, they had their unique aspects that surpassed the abilities of ordinary martial warriors. Cosmos Realm Spirit, 2,300. Universe Realm Enlightenment, 1,200. Divine Level Metal Talent, 1,800. Metal Constellation Force, 7,800. Black Shadow Scripture, 3,500. Black Shadow Sword Skill, 4,000. Cosmos Realm Spirit, 2,500. Universe Realm Enlightenment, 1,400. Divine Level Fire Talent, 2,200. Fire Constellation Force, 8,600 a year. Black Shadow Scripture, 4,000. Black Shadow Sword Skill, 4,500. The attribute bubbles dropped by the 2 Shadow Fortress martial warriors were quite abundant. After merging into Wang Teng's body, they either transformed into spirit and enlightenment, became force, or turned into insight. Wang Teng's enlightenment attribute had already reached the perfected universe realm, temporarily unable to be further improved. His spirit attribute, on the other hand, was not yet perfect, allowing for some enhancement. Spirit, 24750 3000 Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng looked at his spirit attribute. It had improved quite a bit recently, and he was getting closer to the perfected Cosmos Realm. Next were the 2 divine-level talents, which surprisingly turned out to be possessed by the 2 Shadow Fortress martial warriors. Wang Teng hadn't expected both of them to have divine-level talents. With the integration of the attribute bubbles, both talents experienced significant improvement. Divine-level metal talent, 23606 50,000. Divine-level fire talent, 23,650,000. Wang Teng nodded to himself after checking his attributes board. His talents had once again improved. Following that were the 2 Constellation Force attributes. However, Wang Teng's metal and fire forces had recently reached the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, so they were unlikely to break through for the time being. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to them. The last 2 attribute bubbles were the ones Wang Teng gave the most attention to. As they merged into him, 2 light shadows appeared in his mind. One light shadow sat cross-legged, and within its body, various roots of force circulation emerged. Force gathered from all around, enveloping this light shadow. Chapter 2306, Shadow Fortress Ultimate Skill, 2. This scripture differed significantly from the techniques Wang Teng had previously acquired. The previous scriptures involved the direct absorption of the force into the body, followed by digestion and assimilation. However, this particular scripture entailed the envelopment of the force over one's external surface, as if crafting an intangible and formless veil of force fabric, seamlessly merging oneself with the external world. In doing so, practitioners of this scripture could achieve complete concealment, making it exceptionally challenging to be detected. Moreover, the gathered force was gradually absorbed, silently dissipating, as if naturally seeping away, rendering the process imperceptible to outsiders. While the absorption rate may be considered slow, it appeared paradoxically swift, as martial warriors could effortlessly absorb the force at any moment without the slightest stagnation. For many martial warriors, the most daunting challenge often lies not in the difficulty of the scripture, but in perseverance itself. Only through years of unwavering commitment could one advance further. Many prodigies possessed impressive innate talents, yet without sufficient diligence they risk being surpassed by others, ultimately succumbing to failure. This scripture seemingly transformed this condition into a passive state, relieving martial warriors from the need for constant vigilance. This scripture seems intriguing. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself. Furthermore, he discovered an intriguing aspect. This scripture can adapt to any form of force. However, it required synergy with other scriptures. For example, metal element martial warriors had to cultivate a metal element scripture and then cultivate it together with this scripture. In a way, it resembled an auxiliary scripture. Black Shadow Scripture, Eternal Stage, 2500, 10,000, well-versed. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board, surprised to find that this Black Shadow Scripture was of the eternal stage. The foundation of the Shadow Fortress seemed quite impressive. The attributes obtained from the two Shadow Fortress martial warriors had elevated his Black Shadow Scripture to a well-versed level, saving him a considerable amount of time in cultivation. As he activated the Black Shadow Scripture, various forces immediately converged around his body. These forces included the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elemental forces were among the most common forces freely circulating in the world, while others were relatively scarce. Thus, Wang Teng effortlessly gathered all 5 elemental forces, achieving a more seamless concealment than the Shadow Fortress martial warriors. At this moment, his body seemed to blend completely into the surrounding environment, with the veil formed by the 5 elemental forces covering his body, causing him to slowly disappear from his original position. Taking a couple of steps, the veil on his body changed with the flow of forces, seamlessly adapting to the surroundings and achieving perfect integration. This process was remarkably natural, devoid of any stiffness or discord. Even a Heaven's Stage martial warrior would likely find it challenging to detect. Fascinating. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel delighted. He found himself enamored with this technique, unexpectedly gifted by the two Shadow Fortress martial warriors. Wang Teng, this technique is truly amazing, Round Ball exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Teng chuckled, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Round Ball rolled its eyes and didn't press further. After observing for a while, it lost interest. After playing around for a bit, Wang Teng turned his attention to the other light figure. This light figure was demonstrating a mysterious sword technique, each strike elusive and enigmatic. Every slash seemed to vanish before one's eyes, only to reappear abruptly from various angles, catching opponents off guard. Black Shadow Sword Skill, Eternal Stage, 3500, 10,000, well-versed. This sword technique was also at the Eternal Stage, and the attribute values acquired from the two Shadow Fortress martial warriors allowed him to bypass the foundation stage, attaining a well-versed level of mastery. At this moment, a sense of enlightenment dawned upon him. This sword technique was not an ordinary one. It was a primarily assassination-based technique, incredibly elusive and unpredictable, representing the pinnacle skill of the Shadow Fortress. The reason why the Shadow Fortress was famous in the universe was largely attributed to the battle technique and scripture. However, both the scripture and the battle technique were challenging to cultivate. Only a select few prodigies could reach profound mastery. The Shadow Fortress meticulously selected individuals suitable for cultivation through layers of screening. After years of training, these chosen prodigies became the elite assassins executing various covert missions for the Shadow Fortress. Now, the battle technique and scripture had fallen into the hands of Wang Teng. It left one to wonder what expressions would the members of the Shadow Fortress wear upon learning of this. After reviewing the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng turned his gaze toward the two individuals in front of him. It's time to wake them up and ask some questions. Squatting down, he retrieved the lightning slap and ruthlessly smacked it across their faces. Moments later, Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 gradually regained consciousness. They felt an intense pain on their faces, as if they had been run over by a carriage. True to their status as Shadow Fortress prodigies, even though their faces were in agony, they instantly snapped back to attention, leaping up from the ground into a defensive stance. However, the two soon realized that both their force and spiritual power were sealed. Their previous reactions were merely a result of relying on their physical strength. This realization instantly darkened the expressions on both individuals' faces. Even when they were unconscious, they knew that they were not being rescued, but rather had gone from the frying pan into the fire. Now, their suspicions were confirmed. Casting a glance at each other, they immediately surveyed their surroundings and found themselves in a jungle, not the river from before. They couldn't help but sigh with relief. Escaping from the jaws of that universe stage origin beast was indeed a stroke of luck in their misfortune. What are you looking for? At that moment, a voice echoed from a large tree nearby. The voice was eerily familiar. It was the same voice that had saved them earlier. They looked up and were greeted by a sight that left their expressions both surprised and interesting. Perched on a branch directly above them was a figure they recognized all too well. Legs swinging leisurely outside the branch as if entirely at ease. The handsome face that made one want to throw a punch wore a faint, mischievous smile as he looked down at them. Wang Teng had ascended the tree. It's you. Though Shadows 9 and 11 had already suspected, seeing the true face of the person confirmed their suspicions, and it was hard for them to accept. They had been following Wang Teng like two exceedingly skilled hunters, closing in on their prey, confident that victory was assured and they could capture their quarry at any moment. However, the tables turned, and they found themselves ensnared by their prey. The sudden reversal left them almost wanting to find a hole to crawl into, their faces reflecting extreme embarrassment. Indeed, it's me. Wang Teng looked at them with a playful grin, saying, "Seems like you two are quite familiar with me. Well, you're the counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. How could we not recognize you?" Shadow 11 was draped in a black cloak with his head originally covered by a hood. Wang Teng had removed the hood so his slightly swollen youthful face was revealed. "Oh, I see, but I'm curious. What were you two constantly following me for?" Wang Teng asked, smiling. Shadows 9 and 11's pupils instantly contracted, their hearts shaken. Had they been discovered from the very beginning? "Did you lure that universe stage origin beast over on purpose?" Shadow 9 asked in a low voice. "Ah, you found out." Wang Teng looked at him in surprise, admiring his quick reaction. Shadow 11's complexion darkened and his heart trembled intensely. That universe stage origin beast had been intentionally led by this guy. He had fallen into a trap, and he only realized it now. "Since when did you discover us?" Shadow 9 felt a sense of frustration, took a deep breath, and asked, "Of course it was from the moment you entered the ancestral land. Did you really think your concealment techniques could deceive me?" Wang Teng laughed. "You?" Shadow 11 looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. Their proud concealment technique was utterly ineffective before this young man. They had been exposed from the very beginning. Was there anything more demoralizing? You truly live up to being a prodigy of the stellar academies. We were too self-assured, never expected such a vast disparity. Shadow 9, once again taking a deep breath, expressed with a touch of weariness. At this moment, a sense of defeat suddenly arose in his heart. Despite their self-proclaimed brilliance, they were nothing in front of this young man. Chapter 2307, Perfected 5 Elements. Ninth level Cosmos Stage 1. No need for that. Your talents are still commendable. At least you managed to survive until I returned. Wang Teng waved his hand, saying casually, "Most of the prodigies from the stellar academies are not much different from you. Unfortunately, your luck isn't great. You encountered me." Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 were speechless for a while. They couldn't figure out whether Wang Teng was praising them or himself. "Since you deliberately led that universe stage origin beast to kill us, why did you then save us in the end?" Shadow 9 asked. "I just wanted you to help distract that universe stage origin beast. I don't care if you die. There wouldn't have been much regret, but since you're still alive, it sparked a bit of interest in me, so I reluctantly saved you." Wang Teng chuckled. The two felt aggrieved. They never expected that their lives would be spared simply because they held on a little longer. But they couldn't find any joy in this revelation. Counselor Wang Teng completely disregarded their lives. As proud prodigies of the Shadow Fortress, being so disdainfully regarded was a considerable blow. Although they had long been prepared for the possibility of death in their line of work, it didn't mean they were willing to die in vain. Previously, they were completely deceived by this guy. "What do you want after saving us?" Shadow 11 suppressed the anger within and asked. "I have a question for you," Wang Teng said. "What question?" Shadow 9's gaze flickered, asking cautiously, "Who sent you to kill me?" Wang Teng smiled. The question immediately caused both of their hearts to skip a beat. "No one told us to assassinate you. We were merely following you out of curiosity," Shadow 9 said. "Is that so?" Wang Teng tilted his head, looking at him. "Do you think I'm naive? We have no grievances or enmity with you. Why would we want to kill you?" Shadow 9 replied. "Who doesn't know what Shadow Fortress does?" Wang Teng was speechless. Shadow 9, having such a notorious reputation wasn't good. "Never mind, I'll take matters into my own hands." A strange red light suddenly flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he looked into theirs. Bewitch, enchantment. These two spiritual techniques were activated simultaneously. The martial warrior's expressions changed. Not good. Shadow 9 was the first to react. His pupils suddenly contracted, attempting to mobilize his spiritual power to resist. However, he forgot that his spiritual power was already sealed and couldn't be utilized. In an instant, his gaze became confused. As for Shadow 11, he struggled a bit, but soon fell into a completely confused state. Both of them were quickly controlled by the bewitch and enchantment skills. "Snap!" Wang Teng snapped his fingers, awakening the two. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 had no idea what had happened. Upon waking up, they felt as if they couldn't resist the youth in front of them. Their eyes revealed a look of astonishment. How did this happen? What had this guy done to them exactly? Even these two martial warriors from the enigmatic Shadow Fortress, known for their cunning and unpredictability, felt bewildered by these mysterious methods. It was truly shocking. "Speak. Who ordered you to kill me?" Wang Teng, still sitting on the tree branch, looked down at them and asked calmly. Shadow 9 wanted to struggle a bit more, but he found it futile. His mouth opened obediently. "It was someone from your stellar academies named Feng Qingyan. Originally, other Shadow Fortress warriors were assigned to the task, but since you didn't appear for a long time, they couldn't locate the target. When you finally showed up during the opening of the ancestral land, our fortress transferred the mission to us. That's all I know." Shadow 11 gave him a strange look that seemed to say, "You've said more than enough." Shadow 9's face turned pale. He realized he wasn't under control, so he naturally spoke out. What had this guy done to them? Feng Qingyan. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling light flashing in their depths. Never would he have expected it to be him. He had initially thought it was someone from the 5 major families, but it turned out to be Feng Qingyan. That guy was truly persistent. Constantly causing trouble for him was one thing, but now he even tried to kill him within the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Did he really think I am someone to be trifled with? Wang Teng, that guy is too much. He got Shadow Fortress people to assassinate you, Roundball said angrily. Rest assured, He will pay for this sooner or later. Wang Teng thought to himself, I will make him regret everything he's done. Hengzang Yan thinks he can cover the sky with one hand. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 couldn't help but exchange a glance, feeling an inexplicable shock. The temperature around them seemed to have suddenly turned extremely cold. This situation was all too familiar to them. Killing intent. It was undoubtedly the intangible killing intent emanating from the young man before them. His killing intent was so strong. Wang Teng's killing intent was powerful enough to make the two Shadow Fortress assassins feel alarmed. The extent of its strength was evident. However, the killing intent came and went quickly. Wang Teng swiftly restrained it, once again wearing that smiling expression as he looked at them. All right, now that I know what I wanted to know, you can go. You are letting us go? Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 were both stunned, finding it hard to believe. Chapter 2008, Perfected 5 Elements, 9th Level Cosmos, Stage 2. Do you still expect me to invite you for dinner? Wang Teng said. No, no need, Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 quickly shook their heads. Then hurry up and leave. Wang Teng waved his hand, lifting the seals within them, urging them to go. We're leaving now. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 exchanged a glance, hesitating. Go. Go. Don't make me change my mind. Wang Teng impatiently waved his hand. Finally, Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 stopped hesitating and were about to leave. Wait? Wang Teng suddenly said, the two assassins. Sure enough, this guy was just playing with them. He never intended to let them go. Let's exchange contact information so I can find you easily in the future, Wang Teng suggested. Exchange contact information just like that? Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 felt a bit confused and asked, Hurry up. Are you two really the elite of the Shadow Fortress? Why do you seem a bit dim-witted? Wang Teng said impatiently. The two of them were speechless, dim-witted. If this guy played by the rules, there was no way they would be caught off guard like this. But in the end, they reluctantly exchanged contact information, then looked at Wang Teng. Well, very good. Wang Teng had Round Ball add their contact information, nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand. Go, keep in touch if anything comes up. Why would we keep in touch with you? Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 complained secretly. Then they turned around and fled quickly. Transforming into streaks of light, they soared into the sky, disappearing from Wang Teng's sight in an instant, afraid that he might change his mind. Why run so fast? I'm not going to eat you. Wang Teng shook his head. You might not eat people, but in their eyes you're probably scarier than someone who does. Round Ball laughed heartily. On the other side, Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 flew a considerable distance, making sure that Wang Teng didn't pursue them before slowly descending. The two of them exchanged glances, their expressions becoming extremely serious. They continuously inspected the condition within their bodies, but no matter what, they couldn't find any issues. This made their faces even more gloomy. Not being able to identify the problem was the biggest problem. They wouldn't forget the involuntary situation they experienced just now. Wang Teng allowed them to leave, and they didn't dare to ask more questions. Being able to leave was already considered fortunate. However, that didn't mean they forgot about the issue. What should we do? Shadow 11 asked. That guy definitely planted some kind of seed in us that can control our minds. Yeah? Shadow 9 nodded, frowning. But we still can't find the problem, which is the most challenging part. Can we go back and ask Shadow Jade King for help? Shadow 11 suggested. Do you want to die? Shadow 9 coldly remarked. With our current situation, if we can't identify the problem, it's a dead end. Shadow 11's face slightly paled and he sighed. So, are we just going to let ourselves be controlled like this? Until we find a solution, we can only do this for now. Shadow 9's gaze flickered, speaking in a deep voice. I hadn't figured it out just now, but suddenly it became clear to me. What did you understand? Shadow 11 asked. Why are you so foolish? Shadow 9 glared at him impatiently, saying, He let us go, not out of genuine kindness, but because he wants us to act as his insiders when he wants information about the Shadow Fortress or wants us to do something. He only needs to contact us, and we can't resist at all. What you say makes sense? Shadow 11 nodded. Shadow 9 looked helplessly at his teammate and sighed inwardly. Now the other party held the knife, and they were the fish. They couldn't resist at all. They could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, he didn't make us reveal the Shadow Fortress's techniques and skills, or even the secrets of the castle. Otherwise, we would only have one outcome: death. Shadow 11 suddenly expressed his gratitude. Yeah, Shadow 9's gaze flickered slightly as he nodded. He also felt fortunate. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Let's go. Since we can't do anything against him now, we can only look for opportunities in this ancestral land. If we return empty-handed, we'll undoubtedly face punishment." Shadow 11 seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his face slightly pale as he quickly nodded. The two didn't dare to delay any longer. They immediately turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the sky, heading in the opposite direction from Wang Teng. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another 5 days had gone by. Within the 5 burial ancestral land, some martial warriors finally found their opportunities. Some discovered scriptures, and others found battle techniques, including techniques and skills at the heaven stage and even the universe stage. For many martial warriors not born into major forces, these techniques and skills were enough to enhance their foundations significantly. Some found special treasures that greatly benefited their cultivation or had considerable value, even if they couldn't practice them themselves. They could sell them for a good amount of universe coins. Of course, with opportunities, there were also fierce battles. People found various opportunities and treasures inevitably leading to conflicts and disputes within the ancestral land. The increasing number of outsiders brought bloodshed to the once relatively peaceful territory. Traditionally, those who entered were warriors from the 5 major families. Even if there were conflicts, they were usually not too intense. However, with the arrival of many external martial warriors, these individuals had fewer reservations and inhibitions. Wang Teng's main body and the martial warriors of the 5 major families were gradually approaching the location of the 5 Elements Mountain after several days of travel. At this moment, on top of a relatively high peak, figures descended. Unsurprisingly, they were Wang Teng and the others. Not far ahead, a group of people was engaged in fierce combat, accompanied by the constant explosion of forces. These mad dogs are willing to sacrifice their lives just to snatch the opportunities of our families. Disgusting, Guizang Yan murmured with disdain. Let them kill. If not for the Haishan royal clan, they wouldn't have had the chance to enter our 5 burial ancestral land. They want to leave with the opportunities? It won't be that easy. Yunzang Shao sneered. Should we eliminate them? Hengzang Mo suggested indifferently. Forget it. Our goal is the 5 Elements Mountain. It's not wise to stir up trouble along the way. Yizang Xinnuo shook his head. Well, I'll let them off this time, Guizang Yan said. Wang Teng stood next to them, watching the ongoing battle in the distance with a calm gaze. He didn't feel the need to comment much. If they wanted to gain opportunities, facing such challenges was something they had to endure. Only he had to endure nothing, improving while not doing anything. Speaking of which, these days had brought him significant gains. Whether it was the beasts killed by the martial warriors of the 5 major families, or the ones dealt with by his clone, they all contributed to a substantial increase in his forces. Now, all of his 5 basic elemental forces were at the 9th level of the cosmos stage. That's right, all 5 elements had reached the 9th level of the cosmos stage. Such an advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Just a few days ago, the maximum level of his 5 forces was the 7th level, with the lowest being the 6th level. Now, they had all reached the 9th level. Such improvements were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If Guizang Yan and the others found out that the beasts they had diligently hunted and killed along the way had contributed to Wang Teng's progress, they might be too upset to even cry. As Wang Teng observed the changes on the attributes board, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It felt so good. This trip to the 5 burial ancestral land, regardless of any other opportunities, was already worth it. Brother Han, why are you so happy? Yizang Xinnuo adjusted the long hair in front of her forehead and tilted her head slightly, glancing at Wang Teng. Oh, nothing much. I just find it pathetic that these people have lost their sanity for some so-called opportunities. Wang Teng calmly replied, "This is the pitiful aspect of lower-tier martial warriors. Unlike us, who were born with many advantages," Yizang Xinnuo probed. "That's true." Wang Teng nodded slightly, changing the subject and asking, "How much longer until we reach the 5 Elements Mountain?" "We've already arrived." Yizang Xinnuo and the others exchanged glances, smiling mysteriously. Chapter 2309, Appearance of the 5 Elements Mountains. Parting Ways 1 already arrived. Yizang Xinnuo's words made Wang Teng inadvertently pause. He quietly activated his real eye and looked towards the void in front. Indeed, he found a clue. Tens of thousands of miles away, the spatial region seemed a bit unusual. He activated his space physique again and carefully sensed it. He clearly felt that there was something wrong with the area in front. It seemed like there was a kind of spatial folding, and within that folded space, there was another space. This was an extremely sophisticated spatial manipulation technique. Perhaps only beings beyond the eternal stage could achieve such a feat. A hint of curiosity flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. He smiled and asked, could there be something mysterious here? "The mysteries of our 5 burial ancestral land are naturally beyond the grasp of an outsider like you," Guizang Yan said, glancing at him. Wang Teng ignored him. This guy had a foul mouth, and he would deal with him sooner or later. "It should be appearing soon. By then, Brother Han, you'll know," Yizang Xinnuo said with a smile. "I'll look forward to it." Wang Teng nodded as if he were genuinely anticipating. After that, the group didn't go out to hunt beasts. Instead, they rested on the open space atop the mountain. "Ha ha ha!" A burst of laughter echoed in the distance. The conflicts in the vicinity quickly concluded. Some were killed while others obtained opportunities, and they were currently reveling in their success. Swoosh, however, before they could fully enjoy the moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. Who? A martial warrior's face changed drastically, shouting and attempting to dodge to the side. However, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his mind. Despite his attempts to evade, his body was pierced by a long spear, and blood instantly sprayed into the sky. Noisy. At the other end of the long spear was none other than the young member of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. His face was cold, looking at the fallen warrior with a trace of disgust and disdain in his eyes. You, the martial warrior not yet dead, spat out blood, looking at the young man in shock. Die. With a swing of his long spear, the martial warrior's body exploded, turning into a shower of blood that dissipated in the air. A strange silence enveloped the surroundings, and many people stared at the young man with a mix of fear and dread in their eyes. At this moment, everyone categorized him as someone not to be provoked. Just because the martial warrior laughed a bit loudly, he killed someone on the spot. It was too ruthless, completely unlike a 15- or 16-year-old boy. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Many recognized this young man as the prodigy of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, making them even more apprehensive about the notorious reputation of the pirate group. No wonder the Black Skull Universe Pirates were so infamous. Such a bold and ruthless style of action naturally instilled fear and dread in people. Seated cross-legged on a large rock at a distance on the mountaintop, Wang Teng gazed at the young man in the front, narrowing his eyes slightly. This guy was very arrogant. This person is not easy to deal with, Hengzang Mo said with a serious tone. The scene just now was witnessed by members of the 5 major families. They knew that this young man was a member of the Haitian royal clan. Seeing the strength and cruelty of this young man, they naturally felt a bit intimidated. The previous black-horned youth from the Haitian royal clan was also formidable, and they couldn't handle him even when working together. Now, it seemed that this young man was even stronger. What chance did they have against him? Brother Han. Yizang Xinnuo couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. It's fine. If we encounter him, I'll try to hold him back, Wang Teng said calmly. Thank you, Brother Han. However, you must also be careful. If it's truly overwhelming, we may have to give up, Yizang Xinnuo expressed her concern. We seem to refer to the members of the 5 major families. Wang Teng looked at her with surprise, not expecting her to say such words. The 5 burials' ancestral land opened once every 1,000 years. The opportunities inside were definitely very important to the martial warriors of the 5 major families, but she was willing to give up just like that. Even when he looked at Hengzang Mo and others, there was no sign of disagreement. Clearly, they all agreed with Yizang Xinnuo's statement. I know my limits, Wang Teng nodded. At that moment, the young man seemed to notice Wang Teng's gaze, turned his head, and looked over. His eyes carried a hint of mockery. Wang Teng's lips curved into a faint smile, meeting his gaze without showing any weakness. How lively. A voice suddenly echoed. A figure carrying a battle knife was swiftly approaching from a distance. This person was Zuo Gu, a member of the White Knight Universe pirates. The young man paid no attention to him. After killing the martial warrior, he reached out and grabbed a reddish light orb in his hand, which was the opportunity the warrior had obtained earlier. Then he landed on a large tree, sitting cross-legged. Zuo Gu glanced at him, a hint of gloominess flashing in his eyes. This youngster from the Black Skull Universe pirates actually looked down on him. However, he only snorted coldly and didn't take any action. Instead, he looked around, saw the members of the 5 major families, and his gaze landed on a mountain peak where he quietly waited. These people were not fools. They naturally knew that the members of the 5 families were here for the opportunity in the central area of the 5 burial ancestral grounds, which was the real focus. Opportunities in other areas were nothing more than small fish and shrimp, not worthy of their attention. Not long after, Chi Yi from the Red Dragon Universe pirates, Shelley from the Long Lapa Empire, and even the little fatty from Golden Peak City and the young lady from Azure Sky Island all arrived. The chubby young man from the Golden Peak City was particularly amusing. He was leisurely flying over in a small-sized, luxurious Golden Peak City airship, attracting attention upon his arrival. Chapter 2310. Appearance of the 5 Elements Mountains, Parting Ways. 2. However, he seemed somewhat afraid of people. He looked around, then approached the young girl from the Azure Sky Island. The 2 of them seemed to know each other, but the young girl from the Azure Sky Island was extremely disdainful, pursing her lips and ignoring the chubby one. Wang Teng's clone also arrived, flying through the air and drawing the attention of many. His status as a member of the Academy Arbitration Association made these people take him seriously. Soon, he found a peak to land on, waiting with the others. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 arrived shortly after. They glanced at Wang Teng's clone, feeling a bit uneasy. However, they were wrapped in black robes, concealing their expressions from others. The appearance of these 2 Shadow Fortress martial warriors also attracted many curious gazes. Their curiosity about the Shadow Fortress martial warriors was no less than that towards Wang Teng. Everyone is here, Wang Teng said. These people are all here for the 5 Elements Mountain. It seems they are not unfamiliar with it, Hengzang Mo said solemnly. Do many people know about the information in this ancestral ground? Wang Teng asked. These secrets are not that confidential for the major forces in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. If they want to know, they will find a way. Our 5 families lose martial warriors every year. Yunzang Shao sighed and said Wang Teng suddenly understood. If someone wanted to know the secrets of the 5 burial ancestral grounds, they could directly abduct warriors from the 5 families. Some talented martial warriors might have the chance to learn about these secrets. Of course, these secrets were limited to the surface, and the deeper mysteries were not easily revealed. Therefore, most of the prodigies from various forces present were at most aware of the existence of the 5 Elements Mountains. However, if they wanted to obtain specific opportunities, They had to enter the Five Elements Mountain and explore it themselves. Time slowly passed. There was a star in the sky of this space. As the star rotated, day and night alternated. It was about to enter the night. Suddenly, in the distant sky, large masses of white clouds gathered, and under the glow of the evening sun, those clouds appeared to be radiant red. "It's about to open," Yizang Xinnuo suddenly exclaimed. "Oh!" Wang Teng followed her gaze and immediately sensed subtle fluctuations in the space above the white clouds. Not only Wang Teng, but also others felt the change. While these individuals might not feel the subtle spatial fluctuations like Wang Teng, the unusual scene in front of them was evident. The gathering white clouds formed a landmass suspended in the air, appearing extremely bizarre. At this moment, the spatial fluctuations on the white clouds became more intense, and everyone immediately sensed something unusual. Space fluctuations? Could it be that the Five Elements Mountain is not in this space? This is a spatial fold. The Five Elements Mountain is hidden in another space. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, their faces expressing astonishment at the revelation of the location of the Five Elements Mountain. As time passed, the spatial fluctuations above the white clouds intensified, and before everyone's eyes, 5 towering mountains, reaching heights unseen, slowly emerged from the white clouds. Within the shroud of clouds and mist, only the lower halves of these 5 mountains were visible, yet even this partial view left everyone in awe. They were immense. Each mountain seemed to span millions of kilometers, and as for their height, it was beyond estimation, seemingly extending beyond the confines of this space. Although the mountains appeared in this space, they were actually located in another dimension. Everyone was utterly amazed, their gazes fixed on the distant colossal peaks, unable to shift away. Whether it was Zuo Gu from the White Knight Universe Pirates, Shelley from the Longlapa Empire, or any other prodigy present, none could maintain composure when confronted with these towering mountains. Even Wang Teng felt a tinge of awe. It was no wonder they said that once you saw mountains, you would know that they were the Five Elements Mountains. The Five Elements Mountains have appeared. It's time for us to enter the mountains. Hengzang Mo, gazing at the towering mountains, felt exhilarated and spoke up. Similarly, Guizang Yan, Yizang Xinnuo, and the others were not exceptions. Seeing these colossal peaks, their emotions surged as if the blood within their veins resonated in response. "We will split up here. Each family enters one mountain." Yizang Xinnuo looked at Wang Teng and said, "How can I protect you if you split up?" Wang Teng furrowed his brow. "According to the instructions from the family heads, once we reach the Five Elements Mountains, you won't need to follow us. Just follow the young man from the Haishan royal clan to whichever mountain he chooses," Guizang Yan said casually. Wang Teng smiled. The 5 family heads made a shrewd decision. By having him follow the young man from the Haishan royal clan, they could ensure the safety of their several prodigies while keeping him unaware of the location of the family's most significant opportunity. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Wang Teng had no intention of refusing. Honestly, the 5 families probably knew less than him at this point. It was quite amusing that they were concerned about him discovering their secrets. Yizang Xinnuo hesitated. She felt that doing this was somewhat inappropriate, but considering the interests of the family, she refrained from saying more. "All right, let's go with that plan." Wang Teng nodded, accepting willingly. Guizang Yan sneered inwardly. He had anticipated that in the end, this fellow would compromise for the sake of the 5 burial token. Let's go. A light command was issued, led by Hengzang Mo and others. The members of the 5 families transformed into streaks of light, charging toward the Five Elements Mountains. Wang Teng stayed put, waiting for the young man from the Haishan royal clan. Seeing the members of the 5 major families move, the others didn't hesitate any longer and also rushed towards the Five Elements Mountains. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 glanced at Wang Teng's clone and immediately split up, heading towards different mountains. Their choices were influenced by their different force elements. At this moment, Wang Teng's clone rose gracefully and flew towards one of the great mountains representing the fire element. As for how he knew which mountain represented which elemental force, it wasn't challenging at all. The mountains were enveloped in rich force, and with a slight sense, one could easily discern their attributes. The young man from the Haishan royal clan, after ensuring everyone had entered, turned and glanced at Wang Teng, a cold smile playing on his lips. He then soared towards the mountain representing the fire element. Wang Teng was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to choose the fire mountain. His clone went into this mountain too. Shaking his head, he rose slowly and followed suit. Despite the 5 great mountains appearing close, in reality, there was still a considerable distance to cover from where he had been moments ago. Transforming into a streak of light, Wang Teng neared the mountains as he approached. He felt a subtle spatial fluctuation, as if passing through an invisible barrier. The next moment, he landed at the foot of the fire mountain. Dense constellation fire force permeated the mountain. Just by being in proximity, Wang Teng sensed the constellation fire force within him bubbling up, involuntarily surging towards his heart. Suddenly, his heart seemed to resonate with the mountain. It seems like the information on that scroll might be accurate, Wang Teng muttered to himself, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed numerous caves dotting the mountain. The constellation fire force emanated from these openings, creating a peculiar and mysterious atmosphere. The young man from the Haitian royal clan had already disappeared, and Wang Teng wondered which cave he had entered. This could be a bit tricky. Wang Teng furrowed his brows. The members of the 5 major families hadn't mentioned the multitude of caves here. How was he supposed to find the Haishan royal clan youth? Wang Teng felt frustrated. He mentally complained about the lack of information. Then he extended his spiritual power, sweeping through all the caves in the area. Wang Teng hoped to find the Haishan royal clan youth by entering the same area where the young man had landed earlier, presumably entering one of the caves. However, as Wang Teng's spiritual power just entered one of the caves, he sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 23:11. You're having fun with your clone skill. 1. Scorching heat. As Wang Teng's spiritual power penetrated the cave, it seemed to be engulfed in flames. A searing sensation suddenly coursed through his mind. However, Wang Teng merely furrowed his brow and continued to let his spiritual power delve deeper into the cavern, showing no intention of retracting it. To him, this slight burning sensation was nothing noteworthy. Moreover, he promptly used his nether frost to envelop his spirit body, rendering the scorching feeling incapable of reaching him. He didn't even need to use the hornless ice dragon pearl. Unexpectedly, this cave is so intensely hot. Wang Teng expressed surprise. It seemed that the 5 Elements mountain was truly extraordinary. After a brief moment, he withdrew his spiritual power and frowned. No. Under his spiritual perception, the Black Skull Universe pirate's youth had inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace. This development caught Wang Teng completely off guard. The Haitian royal clan has some tricks up their sleeves. Wang Teng pondered. He stopped hesitating and directly entered the cave. Since he couldn't find the youth from the Black Skull Universe pirates outside, waiting would be futile. Entering the cave was a better choice. He believed that they would inevitably cross paths eventually. The Haitian royal clan had gone to great lengths, undoubtedly not just for the ordinary opportunities within the 5 burial ancestral grounds. Initially unaware of their motives, Wang Teng seemed to have grasped a hint after obtaining that scroll. Speculation was growing in his mind. This speculation was somewhat astonishing. Wang Teng dared not confirm it now and chose to wait until the final revelation. Upon entering the cave, Wang Teng's body also experienced intense heat, a sensation seemingly emanating from all directions, enveloping his entire being as if he were immersed in a furnace. As he delved deeper, the intensity of this scorching sensation increased, not only searing his physical body, but also burning his spirit. An ordinary Cosmos stage warrior would likely feel uncomfortable immediately. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if his body were about to ignite from within. Wang Teng, relying on the icy power of the nether frost, remained unaffected. He swiftly maneuvered through the cave, continuously moving deeper. Roar! Suddenly a roar echoed. A corner appeared ahead, and a gigantic origin beast engulfed in flames lunged out from another passage. It opened its massive jaws, biting towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng abruptly halted, his expression calm. He threw a punch toward the colossal flame origin beast. With no one around, he no longer needed to conceal anything. An icy power erupted instantly. Ice blast. This technique could be executed with any weapon, but Wang Teng decided to use his fist. It didn't affect the effects of the technique. Boom. An explosion echoed. This attack, infused with the power of nether frost, unleashed an extremely frigid force sweeping through. The flames on the origin beast's body froze instantly, and its massive figure solidified in mid-air, unable to advance any further. The force of the punch followed, and with a bang the frozen origin beast exploded into countless ice fragments. Wang Teng reached out with one hand, catching a glowing red orb. Upon examination, it was just a Cosmos stage origin beast core. He tossed it directly into the devouring space. After following the martial warriors from the 5 major families all the way here, he had already obtained many origin beast cores and was no longer surprised by such finds. It seems there are quite a few origin beasts within the 5 Elements Mountain. Wang Teng's gaze flickered slightly, ceasing further contemplation. He observed the surroundings, attempting to discern the direction of his progress. Within this cavern, the passages crisscrossed in all directions. Just the cave ahead had dozens of forks. If this continued, who knew how many more caves would branch off? Ordinary individuals entering would quickly lose themselves and struggle to find a way out. According to the relevant records in that scroll, to locate the central position of the cave, one must rely on the cores of those origin beasts. Once an origin beast core appears, it will autonomously drift towards the cave closest to the central position. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he took out the origin beast core from earlier. After a moment of contemplation, he released it. The origin beast core immediately floated up on its own and flew forward. Wang Teng stared intently at the origin beast core. He couldn't let something he had acquired slip away. This method might seem straightforward, but not everyone would think of it. With the entrance so vast and the cave so deep, who knew if the origin beast core would drift toward the deepest part of the cave? The origin beast core hovered for a moment in front of several dozen cave openings before finally floating into one. Wang Teng quickly followed suit. The origin beast core continued drifting forward. Wang Teng gradually noticed a problem. The core was depleting. He looked around at the reddish walls and frowned. Could this cave absorb origin beast cores? Outside, even if origin beast cores were exposed for a long time, they wouldn't necessarily dissipate. If it continues like this, finding the core of this fire elements mountain might require consuming quite a few origin beast cores, Wang Teng muttered to himself. However, he didn't pay much attention. He would hunt more when needed. This place had an abundance of origin beast cores. Wang Teng followed the origin beast core as it twisted and turned within the cave. When it was only the size of a candle flame, a faint low growl suddenly emanated from the front. Roar, roar. Howl, echoes of deep roars from origin beasts reverberated within the cavern. It wasn't just one or two, but rather a multitude of origin beasts gathering together. Chapter 2312. You're having fun with your clone skill. 2. The cavern stretched for dozens of kilometers in height and could span 3 to 4 dozen kilometers in width, a staggering expanse. In such an environment, the appearance of a group of origin beasts didn't surprise Wang Teng at all. However, he felt that the origin beast core was leading him into a trap. It had already brought him into a gathering of origin beasts after such a short while, and if it continued guiding him, it seemed like he would be led into an even larger trap. He even suspected that the ancestor who left the scroll might have intended to harm him. Nevertheless, the situation did not allow Wang Teng to retreat. He cautiously proceeded forward, and the red glow ahead grew increasingly bright. The space suddenly expanded before him. Wang Teng saw the group of origin beasts, and his eyes widened in shock. There were so many of them. This was a cavern that resembled a massive underground grotto, with crimson pillars rising like a stone forest. Standing on the edge of the cavern, Wang Teng could see the gathering place of the origin beasts below. The origin beasts here were not of a single type. They exhibited various forms. There were terrestrial predators like tigers and lions, as well as different species of avian creatures appearing as if randomly coalesced. Their sizes varied greatly, ranging from tens of meters to hundreds or even over 1,000 meters. Some were small, only a few meters or a dozen meters. The differences were substantial. However, the strength of the origin beasts was not determined by size. Some that were only a dozen meters away emitted an aura far more terrifying than the towering ones that spanned hundreds of meters. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng fell into contemplation. Continuing like this seemed somewhat dangerous. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt that charging ahead recklessly seemed a bit foolish. Of course, with so many origin beasts, he couldn't simply give up. If he slayed them all, he could obtain numerous origin beast cores. It would be a shame to waste them. Moreover, to reach the center of the mountain, he would likely need to expend a significant number of origin beast cores. Wang Teng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and an idea struck him. Got it! Clone technique! Threads of Constellation Fire Force emanated from his body, enveloping an origin beast core, gradually transforming it into a flaming origin beast. Haha, it does work. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh heartily. This was his first attempt at using the clone technique to manifest an origin beast, and to his surprise, it succeeded effortlessly. Whether it was manifesting a human clone or an origin beast clone, there wasn't much difference fundamentally. It was just a matter of external form. However, when creating the origin beast clone this time, he infused an origin beast core into its essence. This way, his origin beast clone was almost indistinguishable from a regular origin beast. Even if he threw this origin beast clone into the midst of the origin beast congregation, it probably wouldn't be noticed. This feels quite extraordinary. Wang Teng controlled the origin beast clone to lift its foot and shake its head playfully, finding the experience quite novel. For the first time, he transformed his clone into a beast form. Even with his Devour Nihility beast clone, it mostly had a humanoid appearance, rarely manifesting as a beast. Go. After a moment of amusement, Wang Teng chuckled and shook his head. Howl. The origin beast clone let out a quirky howl and leaped down, charging into the congregation of origin beasts below. Wang Teng quickly stuck his head out to watch. Boom. A resounding roar echoed as the origin beast clone descended, smashing a hapless origin beast into pieces, its essence dissolving into primal energy. The exposed origin beast core was swiftly devoured by the origin beast clone, though the surrounding origin beasts paused momentarily. Witnessing an intraspecies skirmish, they soon paid no further attention. A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the origin beast clone as it lunged towards the nearest origin beast. With a swift claw, it clawed out the core of that origin beast. A few nearby origin beasts, unable to tolerate the spectacle, interpreted the little creature's actions as a provocation and pounced. However, facing the origin beast clone, these cosmos stage origin beasts were utterly inadequate and were promptly crushed. Roar. Howl. More and more origin beasts were incited, charging towards the origin beast clone. Yet, upon closer observation, one would notice that only a small fraction of the origin beasts were truly enraged, while the others remained indifferent. Hence, hunting down these origin beasts with the origin beast clone seemed surprisingly effortless. If Wang Teng's main body had directly descended to hunt the origin beasts, he would have long been ensnared in an all-encompassing onslaught from every origin beast. The method you've chosen is quite Round Ball materialized nearby and peered down, expressing a series of impressed sighs. "Isn't it great?" Wang Teng chuckled. "But it seems that a single Origin Beast clone is a bit too slow. I'll conjure a few more to assist. Regardless, slaying Origin Beasts would yield force attributes, so Wang Teng wasn't concerned about depleting his own force. He immediately manifested 4 additional Origin Beast clones, representing the elements of metal, wood, water, and earth. Coupled with the fire element Origin Beast below, they formed a complete set of 5 elements Origin Beast. These Origin Beasts weren't confined to the ground. Some could soar through the skies. Among them was one that transformed into the likeness of Little White, a golden crow. However, it was a metal element Origin Beast, while Little White was a fire element star beast. Go. Wang Teng waved his hand, releasing all 4 clones. "You're having fun with your clone technique," Round Ball said, with a strange expression. "Cough, don't mind these details. Reaching this level with the clone technique is also a kind of achievement." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly, he self-praising. Round Ball rolled its eyes and dismissed the comment. Wang Teng rolled his eyes back, ignoring it, and continued observing the ongoing battle below. The 4 Origin Beast clones appeared simultaneously, stunning the surrounding fire element Origin Beasts. These 4 clearly stood out. Howl, roar. The fire element Origin Beasts began to roar furiously, rising to their feet with hostile glares fixed on Wang Teng's 4 Origin Beast clones. In their simplistic minds, there was only one thought. If they weren't the same kind, kill them. In an instant, all the Origin Beasts pounced on Wang Teng's 4 clones.
Damn!
They're so aggressive. Wang Teng was startled by the scene, unable to refrain from letting out a curse. No kidding, your 4 Origin Beast clones are not of the same kind. How could they tolerate that? Round Ball remarked. My mistake, my mistake. Wang Teng shook his head. He had initially believed that as long as they were Origin Beasts, they wouldn't trigger aggression from the fire element Origin Beasts. Now it seemed he was too naive. If they weren't the same species, how could they become friends? In that case, it was time to fight. Wang Teng's eyes turned ruthless. He controlled the 5 Origin Beast clones to engage in a frenzied massacre. For someone capable of multitasking, controlling 5 Origin Beast clones was a piece of cake. Boom, boom, boom. Below, a fierce battle erupted, creating chaos and causing the entire cavern to tremble continuously. Wang Teng glanced at the cavern ceiling, half expecting it to suddenly collapse. However, he was overthinking. The 5 Elements mountain was composed of extremely sturdy material, and even if a Heaven Stage martial warrior's attack landed on it, it would only leave a shallow mark. After more than an hour, the Origin Beasts below were completely eradicated by Wang Teng. He leaped down, collecting both attribute bubbles and Origin Beast cores by. Wang Teng bid farewell and, with his 5 Origin Beast clones leading the way, left the area. As time passed, Wang Teng had grasped the patterns, so the pace of his advancement increased significantly. In just over 5 hours, he felt that he had covered a considerable distance. At this rate, he might reach the core of the Fire Element's mountain in less than 3 days. Huh! At a certain moment, Wang Teng suddenly halted, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His clone unexpectedly encountered Guizang Yan and the others. Not the beast clone, but his human clone. Since it wasn't far from his current location, Wang Teng pondered for a moment and decided to go over and take a look. On the other side, Wang Teng's clone encountered Guizang Yan and the group in the cavern. Both sides stared at each other, creating an awkward atmosphere. Counselor Wang Teng, what a coincidence to meet here. Guizang Yan looked at Wang Teng's clone, a sly smile gradually forming on his lips. Chapter 2313, Guizang Yan's Mental Breakdown. 1. Guizang Yan was quite pleased at the moment. He had long wanted to take action against Wang Teng. However, there were others around before, always forcing him to consider the bigger picture and restraining him at every turn, but now no one could constrain him any longer. There was only one person, the counselor, before him, As long as he defeated the other party, he would see if this counselor still had the face to take charge of the young martial warriors of the 5 burial stars. In his eyes, these so-called counselors were nothing but a joke. Every counselor sent by the Academy Arbitration Association had been sent back by the young talents of the 5 burial stars. Now it was his turn to defeat the opponent. This opportunity to gain fame was too good, and he wouldn't allow others to seize it. Throughout this journey, he had been suppressed at every turn. Moreover, he had been overshadowed by Han Zhu everywhere he went. Even Yizang Xinnuo and the others didn't take him seriously. He had long been filled with frustration and was ready to vent it now. "So you're the genius of the Guizang family." Wang Teng's clone looked at Guizang Yan with a playful smile. "It's quite fateful that we meet so soon. Judging by your appearance, it seems like you want to fight me?" "Indeed, there's no better time than the present. Since we've met, let's have a battle," Guizang Yan said. "If you can't beat me, then obediently leave the 5 Elements Mountain. The opportunities of my Guizang family are not something you can take away." Wang Teng's clone was at a loss for words. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Did he think he could defeat him? Oh, right. Guizang Yan didn't know that. He was Han Zhu. "Why? Are you afraid to fight?" Guizang Yan sneered. "Is this the courage of a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association?" "If you want to fight, then I'll play along." A glint flashed in Wang Teng's clone's eyes. He smiled lightly. "If you lose later, don't cry, okay?" Joke cry. Why would I cry? Guizang Yan's expression darkened, his gaze cold as he stared at Wang Teng's clone. Did this guy think he was a 3-year-old child? To claim that he would cry was simply an insult. Enough nonsense. Let me see the strength of a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association. Guizang Yan shouted. Boom! As the words fell, Guizang Yan had already charged towards Wang Teng. The surrounding fire element forces were stirred by him, creating a wild wind that swept backward. The sound of exploding energy echoed loudly within the cave like the booming of a force cannon. Wang Teng stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly squinted, watching the approaching opponent without changing his expression. To be honest, in his eyes, the genius of the Guizang family, despite having considerable strength, still couldn't compare to him, and the gap between them was quite significant. Guizang Yan, seeing Wang Teng's calm demeanor, became even more furious. For some reason, he felt a trace of Han Zhu's shadow in this counselor, making him dislike the man even more. Both of them were equally detestable. Die! Guizang Yan shouted angrily, the battle blade in his hand condensing a fiercely powerful crimson blade energy. The power of his domain merged directly into it, slashing mercilessly toward Wang Teng inside the fire element mountain. It seemed like his talent had received some blessing, enhancing the power of his techniques. This discovery excited him, making him even more confident. Seeing this, Guizang Yan was convinced that Wang Teng was no match for him. As long as he defeated this guy, he could lift his head proudly among the talents of the 5 major families. He wouldn't have to be looked down upon by Yizang Xinnuo and the others. Wang Teng's clone looked at the crimson blade energy descending from above, his eyes remarkably calm. The next second, boom! A burst of green flames suddenly erupted from Wang Teng's body, then swiftly retracted and condensed into strange dragon scales on his surface. The scorching heat swept through, enveloping everything around him. This was a contingency plan left by Wang Teng for his clone, ensuring it could cope with overly powerful geniuses. A divine flame. As a fire element martial warrior, Guizang Yan was no stranger to this. His expression changed drastically. The intense heat made even a fire element warrior like him feel like his entire body was about to ignite, experiencing waves of burning pain on his skin. Although he had long known that Wang Teng possessed a divine flame, as such critical information could not be concealed from the Guizang family, facing this flame firsthand still brought about a sense of terror against this type of flame. Even his talents seemed to be suppressed. So what if it's a divine flame? After I defeat you, this divine flame will be mine. Guizang Yan snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a trace of fervor. He pressed down forcefully with his battle blade. Boom! The crimson blade energy tore through the void, countless blade lights sweeping in all directions, causing the Guizang family martial warriors behind him to involuntarily retreat. Brother Guizang Yan is so powerful. Yizang Xinnuo observed the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Even though her elder brother wasn't particularly handsome, his strength was indeed outstanding. That counselor was definitely not his match. But was that the divine flame? It looked interesting. Guizang Xinnuo examined the green flames on Wang Teng's clone curiously. At this moment, Wang Teng's clone finally made a move. Without using any weapons, he threw a punch directly toward the incoming crimson blade energy. Boom. A green fist imprint condensed, followed by a resounding collision with the blade lights. Though the cave was not small, for a battle between Cosmos stage warriors, it still appeared somewhat confined. The shockwaves from their clash continuously shook the surroundings. He dares to block my blade with a fist. He's seeking death. There was a mocking expression on Guizang Yan's face. However, before he could think further, the terrifying force from the opponent swept over him, causing his expression to change abruptly. Chapter 2314, Guizang Yan's Mental Breakdown. 2. Break. A calm voice came from Wang Teng's clone. In the next moment, Guizang Yan's blade imprint unexpectedly burst open with a resounding boom. How is this possible? Guizang Yan's face was filled with disbelief. The force of the fist swept over him, causing his body to suffer a severe blow, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Brother Guizang Yan. Guizang Xinnuo and the others exclaimed in shock, bang. Guizang Yan's body violently collided with the rock wall behind him. His complexion paled considerably. With such little strength, what made you confident enough to challenge me? Wang Teng calmly walked forward and asked, although he was currently just a clone and couldn't utilize the power of the ancient god's body, he could infuse his domain and power of origin into his body. Just his 8th level fire domain was not something Guizang Yan could resist. Combined with the use of the 5th level true dragon battle physique, pseudo powered by the emerald glazed flame, Guizang Yan was even less of a match. You. Guizang Yan's face showed a mix of embarrassment and anger, as if he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Just a moment ago, he was brimming with confidence, only to be knocked down by a single punch. This outcome was completely unexpected for him. Counselor Wang Teng was ridiculously strong. The martial warriors from the Guizang family were utterly stunned. Guizang Zhu's mouth gaped open slightly, finding it hard to believe her own eyes. Did her elder brother just lose like this? What a thorough loss. She had just thought Guizang Yan was formidable. But now, Guizang Xinnuo shook her head, feeling a sense of sorrow for Guizang Yan. The defeat was too thorough. If all the geniuses from your 5 major families join forces, you might be able to fight with me. But with just you, it's not even worth watching. Wang Teng's clone shook his head. You piff! Guizang Yan couldn't help but spew out another mouthful of blood. With a fierce expression, he said, don't be too pleased with yourself. In this fire element mountain, the innate talents of my Guizang family can be fully unleashed. Don't think you've won against me. Boom. In the next moment, a roaring sound erupted from within him. His heart pounded intensely, and peculiar forces surged into his body from all directions. Guizang Yan's heart emitted a radiant crimson glow, and even his eyes started turning crimson. It wasn't just the whites of his eyes. Both pupils transformed into a fiery red resembling 2 flames. This is the power from the ancestral land? Guizang Xinnuo and the others were momentarily stunned, their eyes showing astonishment. Even Wang Teng's clone was surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Guizang Yan would be empowered by some kind of force within the Fire Element Mountain. It seemed the Fire Element Mountain corresponded to the Guizang family's innate talent, fire in their hearts. He recalled the inscriptions on the scroll, and the current circumstances seemed to align with those descriptions. Wang Teng's clone didn't make a move hastily. Instead, he observed the changes in Guizang Yan. More and more peculiar energy gathered, and flames began to burn around Guizang Yan, enveloping his entire being. His long hair floated in the air, taking on a fiery red appearance. At this moment, Guizang Yan's aura was steadily rising, surpassing his previous strength by 2 or 3 times. Wang Teng, Guizang Yan shouted, and his battle blade cleaved through the air. Boom! A series of blade beams traversed the void, descending upon Wang Teng. Guizang Yan showed no mercy, aiming to end him on the spot. After all, within the ancestral land, any death would remain unknown, and even the stellar academies wouldn't be able to track him down. "Why shout so loud?" Wang Teng's clone was speechless, though a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. He summoned a battle blade, grinning as he said, "Guizang blade skill. I'm familiar with that too." Boom! A green blade radiance coalesced on the battle blade, integrating the 8th level fire domain, causing the blade to emanate a dazzling brilliance. It resembled a cyan dragon, surprisingly overshadowing Guizang Yan's crimson blade glow. Wang Teng had mastered the Guizang blade skill to a well-versed level comparable to Guizang Yan, the genius of the Guizang family. This was an eternal stage blade skill. For Guizang Yan, reaching this level of proficiency at the Cosmos stage was already remarkable. Guizang blade skill. Guizang Yan was stupefied, staring at the familiar family blade technique. His mind couldn't fathom the reality, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. Yizang Xinnuo and the other martial warriors from the Guizang family were equally bewildered, frozen in place. Boom! Wang Teng didn't give Guizang Yan a chance to react. He swung his blade. A green blade glow instantly collided with Guizang Yan's blade radiance, erupting into a resounding clash. The green and red blade glows clashed in the cavern, creating a vivid and intense spectacle. Their blade skill was the same, but one was green and the other was red, forming a sharp contrast. Guizang Xinnuo and the others couldn't help but clench their fists, nervously watching the unfolding battle. Who would win? If brother Guizang Yan was defeated by an outsider using Guizang Blade's skill, it would be an enormous disgrace. Such shame was unbearable for the members of the Guizang family. Damn it, Guizang Yan, feeling the sweeping blade intent from his opponent, reluctantly admitted that this was indeed their Guizang Blade's skill, rivaling his own mastery. However, he couldn't fathom why Wang Teng, a counselor, would possess their family's Guizang Blade skill. This was a closely guarded secret that even the stellar academies wouldn't have access to. "Are you surprised? Did I stun you?" Wang Teng asked with a mischievous smile. "Get lost." Guizang Yan's eyes widened, roaring in anger. "I won't lose your Guizang blade. Skill must be fake. Show your true colors." His force erupted, crazily pouring into the blade radiance. Even traces of the power of laws of origin of flame emerged, forming law runes entwined around the blade radiance. Space trembled, and dimensional rifts appeared, devouring everything around. Then he forcefully pressed down with the battle blade, slashing fiercely toward Wang Teng. Boom! The crimson blade radiance surged, momentarily overwhelming Wang Teng's green blade glow. What a futile struggle. A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. The 9th level constellation fire force within him erupted completely. Simultaneously, the 2nd rank origin of flame permeated, coiling around the blade radiance in the form of cyan patterns. He no longer held back. With the 2nd rank origin of flame, even if it was only a clone, it was enough to crush the other party. Boom! The green blade radiance directly shattered the crimson blade radiance, striking Guizang Yan in the chest to his incredulous gaze. Splat. The battle armor on Guizang Yan's body instantly shattered, revealing a blade mark etched into it. Blood splattered. Bang. He was sent flying, harshly impacting the same spot, his body almost pressed against the rock wall, and if it weren't for the exceptional hardness of the rock, he would have likely embedded into it. Brother, Guizang Yan lost. Guizang Xinnuo and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, their faces filled with awe as they looked at Wang Teng. At this moment they had no room for any delusions. Even with the eruption of his talent, Guizang Yan still lost. What else could be said? Now do you submit? Wang Teng looked at Guizang Yan, sheathing the battle blade with a calm question. Cough, cough. Guizang Yan coughed up blood, his eyes bloodshot. He was shocked as he looked at Wang Teng. You comprehended the second rank of the power of origin? His mentality completely crumbled. The strength of this counselor suffocated him. Second rank power of origin. Guizang Zhu and the others were dumbfounded, looking at Wang Teng with disbelief. The counselor had comprehended the second rank power of origin. Was this a joke? He was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. However, Guizang Yan's defeat was so thorough that they couldn't help but believe it, because they knew Guizang Yan had also comprehended the power of origin. Although only at the first rank, it was already beyond the reach of ordinary cosmos stage martial warriors. How could this counselor defeat him unless his comprehension of the power of origin was even stronger? With these thoughts, Guizang Zhu and the others couldn't help but inhale a cold breath, their faces filled with shock. Were all the geniuses from the stellar academies this extraordinary? Chapter 2315, Acting Fight in Advance. Wang Teng's strength left the martial warriors of the Guizang family feeling powerless, making them instantly sense the gap between themselves and the geniuses of the stellar academies. Wang Teng's clone couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy really couldn't understand plain human language. He asked if he surrendered, and the response was about the power of origin. Well, Wang Teng's power of origin was indeed a bit stronger than that of an ordinary cosmos stage martial warrior. Guizang Yan, you've lost today. The Guizang family will submit to my supervision in the future. Do you understand? Wang Teng's clone asked again. Guizang Yan's gaze flickered. He felt a little uneasy. He snorted coldly. I'm just an individual. I don't represent the entire Guizang family. He lost his face completely today. He had intended to suppress this counselor to make a name for himself in the Guizang family. Unexpectedly, he was counter-suppressed. If words got out, he would probably be too ashamed to face anyone. Guizang Yan felt that he was extremely unlucky to have endured pain that he shouldn't have. He could not afford to lose the face of all the 5 families, yet he didn't consider that he brought it upon himself. If he had acted together with Hengzang Mo and the others, even if they lost, it wouldn't be solely his responsibility. Now he was the one embarrassed, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. So you want to play the fool with me? Wang Teng's clone chuckled, finding it amusing that a family's genius would act so shamelessly. Guizang Zhu and the others looked at Guizang Yan, feeling a bit speechless. However, they could understand the situation. The face of the Guizang family was not something an individual could bear. If all the geniuses of the 5 major families were defeated by Wang Teng, there would be nothing to say. But unfortunately, it was only Guizang Yan making his situation quite awkward. Guizang Yan felt even more guilty under everyone's gaze. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. He avoided eye contact with Wang Teng, refusing to look at him, appearing unflinching even under the dire circumstances. Kid, you haven't heard about my achievements, right? Wang Teng's clone grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. What do you want? Guizang Yan raised his eyebrows, feeling anxious. A bad premonition flooded his heart. What do I want to do? You'll know soon enough. Wang Teng's clone smiled coldly, stepping forward towards Guizang Yan. Guizang Yan wanted to retreat, but the rock wall was behind him, leaving him with no room to escape. Are you still trying to run? Wang Teng's clone instantly appeared in front of Guizang Yan, and the lightning slap came down. You. Guizang Yan's pupils contracted. He tried to raise his hand to block, but how could he withstand the power of Wang Teng's lightning slap? Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Ah, Guizang Yan screamed in pain. His arm let out a crisp cracking sound as the bones in his arm broke. The door was wide open. Wang Teng's clone didn't show any mercy, repeatedly smashing the lightning slap down. This guy had been causing trouble from the beginning, creating trouble for Han Zhu at every turn. Wang Teng couldn't take it anymore. He felt like he needed a good beating, Bang, 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 swoop, boom. The lightning slap continued to rain down brutally on Guizang Yan's head, causing his vision to darken. The intense pain in his head and the lightning force spreading throughout him made his entire body convulse. Yizang Xinnuo and the others watched in shock, each of them silent, unable to utter a word. Brutal! Was this something a human would do? Let me ask you again, do you submit or not? Wang Teng's clone stopped and asked calmly. You're despicable. Guizang Yan swayed, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes full of stars. Despite the beating, he hadn't completely lost consciousness. He struggled to keep his eyes wide open, glaring angrily at Wang Teng. Looks like you're still not convinced. Wang Teng's clone raised the lightning slap once again, preparing to continue educating this fellow. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. Are you convinced? Bang, bang, bang. Swoop, boom. Are you going to listen? Wang Teng's clone continued to ruthlessly wield the lightning slap, the contrast between his brutal actions and his calm inquiries creating a striking effect. Dull thuds accompanied by the echoes of thunder reverberated through the cave, sending shivers down the spines of Guizang Xinnuo and the others. Guizang Yan never expected Wang Teng to be so ruthless at this moment. He regretted why he had been so stubborn earlier. However, under the onslaught of Wang Teng's brick, he couldn't speak and could only emit sobbing sounds. He was on the verge of tears. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Wang Teng's previous advice not to cry. Back then, he thought it was an insult, but now it was on the verge of becoming a reality. It was truly ironic. Guizang Xinnuo and the others trembled at the side and could not bear to look. Why don't you find out who can escape from me? Even the geniuses of the stellar academies can't get away, let alone you, Wang Teng's clone stated. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice sounded abruptly from another entrance of the cave. Silence. Wang Teng's clone halted his actions, the lightning slap suspended above Guizang Yan's head. Guizang Xinnuo and the others stared dumbfoundedly toward the entrance on the left. When they saw who it was, they were overjoyed. Brother Han. Guizang Xinnuo exclaimed with joy, calling out, Brother Han, please save Brother Guizang Yan. The unexpected arrival was none other than Wang Teng's main body. He wasn't far from this location and rushed over immediately upon receiving the message from his clone. Are you Counselor Wang Teng? Wang Teng's main body nodded at Guizang Xinnuo and, looking at the clone, theatrically asked, That's right. The clone nodded. And who might you be? Chapter 23:16, Acting, Fight in Advance. 2. I am Han Zhu, a universe explorer. By a stroke of fate, I met the 5 major families and promised to protect them for a part of their journey. I wonder if Counselor Wang Teng could give me some face. Wang Teng's main body introduced himself and spoke with a smile. When Guizang Xinnuo and the others saw that he could still speak so righteously in front of the counselor, they immediately looked at him with a different light. Even Guizang Yan's gaze toward Wang Teng changed a bit. This guy actually stood up against the pressure of the counselor to save him. A universe explorer, Wang Teng's clone seemed a bit surprised and said, I didn't expect to encounter a universe explorer in this place. If Counselor Wang Teng doesn't mind, we can be friends, Wang Teng said with a smile. If you can take a punch from me, I can be your friend, the clone responded. Wang Teng frowned, seemingly hesitant. He glanced at Guizang Yan and the martial warriors from the Guizang family and eventually nodded. He clasped his fists and said, Very well, I'll have a good exchange with Counselor Wang Teng. Please go easy on me. The clone didn't say anything more. His eyes fixed on Wang Teng, and suddenly he rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. A roar echoed, and the scorching fire force swept over, seemingly holding nothing back. Wang Teng appeared serious, showing no signs of retreating. When the clone arrived in front of him, he also threw a punch, condensing the constellation Earth force into a massive yellow fist imprint. Bang! The collision of the two fist imprints reverberated in an instant, causing both to shatter simultaneously, unleashing a violent residual force that surged through the cave. The two figures staggered backward for dozens of meters before finally halting, standing at a distance. Their confrontation intensified, creating a tense atmosphere. Round Ball was at a loss for words, witnessing the play between the original and the clone. Only it knew that this was Wang Teng's clone and original self, and the situation seemed comical and ridiculous. However, it had to hold back. It was a professional and would not laugh. Wang Teng was suddenly greeted with the echoing laughter of Round Ball in his mind. Wang Teng, Guizang Yan, and the others all turned their attention to Wang Teng and his clone. The tense atmosphere made them uneasy after all. The outcome was related to whether Guizang Yan would continue to endure beatings. At this moment, unexpectedly, Guizang Yan began to harbor a sense of anticipation towards Wang Teng, hoping that he could be the one to save him. He no longer wanted to be enemies with Han Zhu. A woman wasn't important. Han Zhu was the friend he had chosen. As long as the other could save him, that was enough. Swoosh. Just then, a breaking sound suddenly echoed. Who? Wang Teng's gaze focused, looking towards another opening in the cave. A figure dashed out from a deep cave, reaching out towards Guizang Yan. Both Wang Teng and his clone immediately rushed towards Guizang Yan. It was inappropriate for the main body to use space techniques, so only the clone could go for the rescue. In an instant, the clone vanished in place, activating the space flash. In the next moment, he reappeared, stepping out from within the spatial realm. At this moment, the figure had just reached Guizang Yan when the clone positioned itself in front, throwing a punch directly at the approaching silhouette. Clearly caught off guard by the clone's unexpected appearance, the opponent's pupils contracted. Unable to retreat in time, he could only retaliate with a palm forcefully meeting the clone's punch. Boom. A terrifying force swept out, causing the figure to change complexion as he was sent flying. It's you. Wang Teng looked at the newcomer in astonishment. This person was the youth from the Haishan royal clan. Guizang Yan felt a mix of surprise and anger. If he had truly fallen into the hands of the Haishan royal clan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The youth from the Haishan royal clan stared at Wang Teng's clone, a cold gleam passing through his eyes. You dare to block me. So what? I'm not done with educating him. It's not your turn yet. Wang Teng's clone looked at the opponent, speaking calmly. Guizang Yan. At that moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or cry. Counselor Wang Teng saved him, only because he hadn't finished teaching a lesson. Damn it, he was too inhumane. Don't think that just because you're a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, I won't dare to do anything to you. The youth from the Haishan royal clan said coldly. You're welcome to try. Wang Teng's clone chuckled. I don't need to use my identity as a member of the Academy Arbitration Association to suppress others. I can easily overpower you with just one hand. Overpower me with one hand. The youth from the Haishan royal clan's expression darkened, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ignorant. Boom. In the next moment, he transformed into a residual shadow, charging recklessly towards Wang Teng. He reached into the void, and a long spear instantly appeared. A dazzling golden force condensed on the spear, forming a threatening spear glow aimed at Wang Teng's clone. The clone's pupils contracted, sensing a deadly threat. This youth from the Haishan royal clan was indeed extremely powerful, far surpassing the pinnacle of the cosmos stage. He coldly snorted, and a war sword appeared in his hand with an even more dazzling golden force gathering, forming a sword radiance. The 12 swords of Tyrant. Boom. The sword radiance instantly slashed out, confronting the incoming spear glow, majestic, overpowering. An immensely powerful domain erupted, colliding with the domain contained within the spear glow. The youth from the Haishan royal clan's expression slightly changed. He hadn't expected Wang Teng's strength to be so formidable, able to withstand his spear. Boom. In an instant, 2 domains completely exploded, leaving both parties unharmed. However, the sword glow and the spear glow that shot out left deep marks on the surrounding rock walls, startling to behold. Guizang Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this. Too powerful. Whether it was this Counselor Wang Teng or the youth from the Haitian royal clan, both were extraordinarily strong. Considering their previous attacks had only left shallow marks on the rock walls, the depth of the imprints now showcased a significant difference in power, especially Counselor Wang Teng. During their earlier confrontation, he hadn't displayed such strength. Evidently, he hadn't used his full power. Guizang Yan felt a bitter taste in his mouth, realizing the vast gap between him and the others. Yizang Xinnuo and the others were also shocked and increasingly fearful. They quickly helped Guizang Yan up, retreating to the side. Just moments ago, Guizang Yan had nearly been captured, leaving them all with lingering fear. "Is this all you've got?" Wang Teng's clone spoke calmly at this moment, seemingly not placing much importance on the youth from the Haishan royal clan. Interesting. The youth from the Haishan royal clan gazed at Wang Teng with flickering eyes. The stellar academies are truly places that nurture geniuses with a well-deserved reputation. "Thanks for the praise," Wang Teng's clone replied. Do you think I'm praising you?" The youth from the Haishan royal clan suddenly lowered his head and burst into laughter. The laughter sounded somewhat mad. Wang Teng's clone furrowed his brow and said, "Stop laughing. You look quite foolish, you know. Did your brain get caught in a door when you were a child?" The youth from the Haishan royal clan visibly stiffened, his entire body feeling a bit uncomfortable. What did he mean by his brain getting caught in the door? This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. He suddenly lifted his head, his icy gaze seeming to regard a dead man. "You've succeeded in provoking me. Initially, I only intended to take away that warrior from the Guizang family and didn't plan on a massacre. But now it seems I'll send you on your way, and all of you will die along with him. Where did this brat come from? He keeps talking about killing people. I think you need a good beating." Wang Teng's clone remarked to everyone. The corners of Guizang Yan's mouth twitched. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Counselor Wang Teng. He referred to the prodigy from the Haishan royal clan as a brat. That was something. Die. The youth from the Haishan royal clan erupted in fury, shouting coldly. A formidable force surged from within him, crashing towards Wang Teng. Boom! He once again attacked with the long spear, a powerful metal domain bursting forth, reaching the 8th rank. It was no less impressive than Wang Teng's domain power, leaving everyone in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures seemed to transform into dazzling orbs of light, engaging in a fierce battle within the cave. The people around were horrified, retreating in succession, not daring to approach even a bit. Chapter 2317, Don't Be Cowardly, Come and Kill Me. 1. His metal domain has reached the 8th level. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Even his fire domain had only recently reached the 8th rank. His other domains were at most 7th rank. The youth from the Haitian royal clan, who seemed young, had also mastered an 8th rank domain, which was truly astonishing. In just a brief moment, the two had exchanged dozens of rounds, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Boom. At this moment, their weapons collided, and the forces erupted at the point of impact, causing both of them to stagger backward. Wang Teng's clone wore a somewhat grave expression. The opponent's strength was formidable, much stronger than Yuan Mu, whom he had faced at the Stellar Academies as a mere clone. He couldn't employ many techniques, and for the moment, he couldn't find a way to beat his opponent. Seeing this, Wang Teng's main body stomped on the ground, creating a resounding noise. He transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards the youth from the Haishan royal clan and joining the battle. You, the youth from the Haishan royal clan, saw Wang Teng's original self approaching, and his expression changed slightly. Counselor Wang Teng had already proven to be somewhat troublesome, and now with the addition of Han Zhu, the pressure on him increased significantly. "I am entrusted by the Guizang family. I cannot allow you to harm any of them," Wang Teng's original self stated. "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me?" The Heishan royal clan youth said coldly, "I don't care who you are. You're my enemy as long as you dare to interfere with my business." Wang Teng's main form spoke, wielding a battle spear with flames coiling around it, forming a giant python that charged toward the opponent. No need for idle talk, just take him down directly. The clone brandished his battle sword, crazily slashing towards the youth from the Heishan royal clan. Boom! The youth from the Heishan royal clan dodged the attack from Wang Teng's main body, but was struck by the clone's sword radiance, sending him flying backward. Well done. The clone laughed heartily. You're looking for death. The youth from the Heishan royal clan was furious. He was caught between the two opponents, completely suppressed with no means of escape. Kill. A thunderous roar echoed from his mouth as sharp golden spear glows erupted from the long spear, almost piercing through the top of the cave. 8-level metal domain. First rank origin of metal. These two forces merged into his battle technique, causing mysterious and intricate runes to appear on the surface of the spear glow, creating a bizarre and extraordinary spectacle. Golden Peak Rain Spear. The youth from the Heishan royal clan thrust the spear forward, unleashing an endless torrent of golden light that flooded the cave, turning everything around into a sea of gold. The terrifying power left everyone in awe. Both the original self and the clone wore an extremely grave expression, exchanging a glance before attacking simultaneously. The main body utilized fire force, which also erupted with an 8th rank fire domain. The battle spear raised high, summoning a terrifying python. Roar. The python roared, emanating a formidable aura, its surface adorned with intricate red patterns, revealing the power of laws of origin. Meanwhile, the clone raised the sword towards the sky, channeling both constellation earth and metal forces into the sword. A tremendously powerful sword radiance took form, the 12 swords of Tyrant, 4th sword. This was the first time he had unleashed the 4th sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant since obtaining it, incorporating a 7th rank earth domain and a 7th rank metal domain. They fused into an unparalleled sword radiance. Simultaneously, peculiar intertwining patterns of gold and yellow emerged on the surface of the sword radiance, forming chains that entwined around the sword glow. These were manifestations of the origins of earth and metal. Wang Teng unleashed these two origins to the peak of 1st rank. It was enough to deal with this young man. Boom. In the next moment, the spear glow arrived, densely packed as if it aimed to pierce through both figures, pinning them to the rock wall. Get lost. The clone roared, slashing the battle blade fiercely. The majestic sword radiance swept in all directions, almost overwhelming the cave as if it were about to be pierced through. On the other side, the main body also took action. Roar. The battle spear thrust forward, and the python roared, transforming into a crimson-red whip, rushing towards the spear glow from the youngster of the Heishan royal clan. Boom. The 3 attacks collided instantly, and the terrifying residual force swept out. The cave shook, and giant rocks tumbled as if they were about to collapse. So powerful, the warriors of the Guizang family couldn't help but gulp nervously, murmuring with dry voices. Guizang Yan's expression was filled with shock. As the battle progressed, he felt an increasing gap between himself and the 3 opponents. They were on completely different levels. I wonder who will win. Yizang Xinnuo couldn't help but mutter, "I hope it's Brother Han." Upon hearing this, Guizang Yan stared intently at the clash of attacks between the 3, his emotions reaching a pinnacle of tension. Naturally, he also hoped that Wang Teng and Han Zhu could suppress the youth, preferably defeating him outright to eliminate any future troubles. Boom. At this moment, the attacks of the 3 finally broke some kind of equilibrium, emitting a deafening roar. Guizang Yan and the others' expressions changed abruptly. Then they saw the golden lance glow on the opposite side bursting open, unable to withstand the combined assault from Wang Teng and Han Zhu. The method wielded by Wang Teng's main body, the crimson snake spear, and the 4th sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant executed by the clone, transformed into 2 streaks of light charging towards the youngster from the Haitian royal clans. Impossible. The youngster from the Haishan royal clan's pupils contracted, his face changing drastically. He quickly tried to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, he was engulfed by the two attacks. Boom. He suffered severe injuries instantly, flying backward with numerous wounds and blood flowing profusely. The most severe injuries were two distinct marks, one from the lance and the other from the sword, both on his chest. They tore through his armor, leaving him critically wounded. Chapter 23:18, Don't be cowardly, come and kill me. 2, we won. Guizang Yan and the others couldn't help but rejoice. However, before they could continue celebrating, the youth from the Haishan royal clan suddenly widened his bloodshot eyes and cast a hateful glance at Wang Teng's main body and clone. While still in the midst of retreating, his gaze abruptly shifted to the side. Then, in mid-air, his body unexpectedly twisted around, using the recoil force to dash towards one side. Oh no, Guizang Yan's expression changed, pulling Yizang Xinnuo and others to retreat. Get over here. The youth from the Haishan royal clan, disheveled and resembling a vengeful ghost, erupted with a powerful momentum, pressuring Guizang Yan and the others. The members of the Guizang family were momentarily frozen, their faces turning pale, but Guizang Yan, as the pride of the Guizang family, quickly reacted. He hardened his expression, brandishing his battle blade and slashing towards the youth. Scram? The youth from the Haishan royal clan shouted coldly, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent Guizang Yan, along with his blade, flying. Afterward, he directly grabbed Guizang Xinnuo and, amidst her screams, rushed towards a nearby cave. Damn it! Wang Teng and the clone only reacted at this moment, cursing themselves for being careless. The youth from the Haishan royal clan who had been threatening to kill everyone present turned out to be bluffing. Now, finding himself at a disadvantage, he chose to flee outright. How shameless! Wang Teng's clone immediately utilized Space Flash and pursued ahead, shouting, "Hey, why are you running? Weren't you planning to kill me? Don't be a coward, come and finish me off." The youth from the Haishan royal clan's face darkened, filled with hatred, but he didn't slow down. Instead, he accelerated abruptly, swiftly entering one of the caves, and disappeared from view. "Coward, don't run. Come and kill me." Wang Teng's clone continued to taunt from behind, chasing through cave after cave, and challenging the youth with words. "When I get those 5 eternal stage viscera, it will be your death sentence." The youth from the Haishan royal clan gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. He swiftly distanced himself, constantly changing direction within the cave system. The deeper they went, the more numerous the tunnels became. Wang Teng couldn't discern which cave the youth had entered. If he took a wrong turn at any fork, he would completely lose track of his opponent. Bang! Wang Teng's clone punched a nearby rock wall in frustration, wearing an extremely unpleasant expression. At this moment, Wang Teng's main body arrived with Guizang Yan and the others. Wang Teng. Upon seeing him, Guizang Yan anxiously inquired, "What happened? Did you catch up? Lost him?" The clone glanced at him expressionlessly and replied calmly, "How could this happen?" Guizang Yan's face, already bruised and swollen, now looked even more distorted. My sister has been kidnapped?" "Don't panic." Wang Teng's main body furrowed his brow and spoke, trying to calm the situation. "My sister has been kidnapped. How can I not panic? That guy from the Haishan royal clan won't spare her." Guizang Yan, with a battered face, shook off the person trying to support him and spoke urgently. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Despite everything, this guy seemed genuinely concerned about his sister. "Han Zhu, you promised to protect us. Save my sister, please." Guizang Yan pleaded with Wang Teng, desperation evident in his eyes. For him, revealing such an expression of submission to Wang Teng was already a complete surrender. "Don't worry, since I promised you, I won't leave anything unattended." Wang Teng also harbored a suppressed anger, speaking coldly. "Count me in." The clone at the side also chimed in. "Let's join forces," Wang Teng suggested. "Agreed." The clone nodded. "As long as you can save my sister, I, Guizang Yan, will be forever grateful. Guizang Yan immediately expressed his gratitude. Round ball. This naive kid was deceived entirely. Without further hesitation, Wang Teng and his clone dispersed and started searching through the various caves. Guizang Yan and the others also didn't stay idle, all joining the search team, hoping to find Yizang Xinnuo as quickly as possible. Wang Teng raced through a particular cave, still using the method on the scroll to let the origin beast core guide him, heading straight for the deepest part of the fire element mountain. As he sprinted, he reviewed the gains from earlier. When he went to pursue the youth from the Haishan royal clan, his clone in the rear had collected all the attribute bubbles. The strength of that young man from the Haishan royal clan was quite formidable, stronger than the previous young man with the black curved horns. Wang Teng was curious about the attribute bubbles dropped by him. Cosmos Realm Spirit 360 Metal, Constellation Force 9800, Haishan Emperor Physique 5th level 1500, Metal Domain 8th rank 1000, Golden Peak Rain Spear 460 Divine, Level Spear Talent 5000 1 by 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, causing his eyes to light up. This young man from the Haishan royal clan had some good stuff. 3,600 points of Cosmos Realm Spirit instantly boosting Wang Teng's spirit attribute significantly. Spirit 25110 30,000 Cosmos Realm. Surprisingly, there were no enlightenment attributes this time. It seemed that these prodigies could no longer provide Wang Teng with enlightenment, at least not in the short term. Next was the Constellation Metal Force. 9,800 points was a considerable amount. However, Wang Teng's 5 elemental forces had already reached the perfected stage. Hence, this Constellation Metal Force couldn't help him break through, but only make his force more dense. After the third attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body, his whole body shook and a strange power instantly swept through, causing some kind of transformation in his physique. Haishan Emperor Physique, 5th rank. It's a 5th rank Haishan Emperor Physique. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. The previous young man with the black curved horns only had 1st rank Haishan Emperor Physique, and this young man from the Haitian royal clan turned out to be at the 5th rank. The difference between the two was quite significant. As the transformation of his body was completed, a hint of enlightenment flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He paused for a moment, and then couldn't help but be shocked. The Haishan Emperor Physique could seize other people's talents and make them their own. When he obtained the 1st rank Haishan Emperor Physique earlier, he didn't receive any related talent descriptions. He only knew that the Haishan Emperor Physique could enhance the power of the physique, far beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. But now, after reaching the 5th rank Haishan Emperor Physique, he realized that this body could seize the talents of others after reaching the 3rd rank. This talent was truly incredible. At this moment, he finally understood why the descriptions of the Haishan royal clan were always different. After seizing the talents of others, their appearance would undergo some changes, closely resembling the race whose talent they had taken. No wonder the appearance of the black-horned youth and this young man from the Haishan royal clan were different. Wang Teng almost thought that the black-horned youth was a mutant. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. The black-horned youth had seized the talents of another race, which caused him to grow a pair of horns. As for how the other party seized talents before awakening the Haishan Emperor Physique, it wasn't difficult to explain. There was another method of seizing talents within the Haishan royal clan, which involved the strong members of the Haishan royal clan conducting the seizure and then transferring it into the body of a young member. However, the talents obtained through this method are certainly not as suitable for the individual as those seized personally. They come with significant flaws, making future improvements difficult and having a certain upper limit. This upper limit was lower than the talents seized personally. Therefore, within the Haishan royal clan, only those with less favorable talents and lower status were subjected to this method of talent infusion. It was like forcefully imparting talents, akin to trying to speed up the growth of young shoots with a sense of futility. The black-horned youth was one such unfortunate soul subjected to this method, explaining why he only awakened to the first-rank Haishan Emperor physique after a long time, making him incomparable to the young man from the Haishan royal clan. Oh, I see, so that's his purpose. A flash of insight crossed Wang Teng's mind, and he was somewhat astonished. He came for the five-element divine physique. This guy sure has a big appetite. Chapter 231, The Terrifying Behemoth at the Center. At this moment, having learned about the talents of the Haishan royal clan, Wang Teng finally understood the true purpose of the young Haishan royal clan member. Knowing this, he couldn't let the other party seize the advantage. After all, considering the extraordinary nature of the five-element divine physique, there probably wasn't anyone in the current world who understood it better than him. If he allowed the young Haishan royal clan member to obtain the five-element divine physique, coupled with the cultivation of the Haishan royal clan, this person would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Now that they were at odds with each other, there was no room for reconciliation. He couldn't let the other person gain this advantage for nothing. He would be the only one with the five-element divine physique. However, on second thought, the ability of the Haishan Emperor physique to seize talents wasn't of much use to him. He could directly pick up talents, and they were flawless, far superior to the potentially flawed talents obtained through the Haishan Emperor physique. Shaking his head, Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and then shifted his attention. Haitian Emperor Physique, 1,550,000, 5th rank. Currently, it seemed that the main benefit of the Haitian Emperor Physique was to strengthen his physique slightly, with other effects being optional. If the young Haitian royal clan member found out that his proudest talent had been taken by Wang Teng, and he even despised it, he would probably be so enraged that he'd spit blood on the spot. Wang Teng's gaze fell on the next attribute bubble, 8-level metal domain. It must be said that this was a pleasant surprise. Only his fire domain was at the 8th level. Now he finally raised his second domain to the 8th level. Metal domain, 1,000, 8,000, 8th rank. Wang Teng was quite surprised that the young Haitian royal clan member could comprehend the domain to the 8th level. Even the geniuses of the stellar academies hadn't reached the 8th level in their domains. This young Haitian royal clan member had truly accomplished something remarkable, truly deserving to be one of the top 10 races in the universe. If he hadn't encountered Wang Teng, that young Haishan royal clan member would have been more than enough to crush the geniuses of the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Next was a battle technique, the Golden Peak Rain Spear. Wang Teng's mind was filled with insights, manifesting as a stream of light that demonstrated the technique. This was an eternal stage metal spear technique. Various insights appeared in Wang Teng's mind. They were instantly absorbed, and he comprehended this eternal stage metal spear technique. Golden Peak Rain Spear 4,600 E5000. Unfortunately, this technique had only reached the foundation level, and if Wang Teng wanted to unleash the power akin to the young Haishan royal clan member, he would need to raise it to the specialized level at the very least. Finally, the last attribute bubble contained a talent attribute, and it was a weapon-type talent he hadn't seen in a long time. Divine-level spear talent. Wang Teng originally possessed this talent, but now it could be further enhanced, and he was quite pleased with that. Divine-level spear talent. 21,000, 4,000. The 5,000 points of attribute value immediately strengthened this talent, making it the most potent among several weapon-type talents. It even surpassed his most commonly used sword and blade talents. This result surprised Wang Teng. He usually used spear weapons as an attack method, and among his numerous combat techniques there were quite a few spear techniques. Now his spear techniques had become one of his crucial means of offense. After tallying up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng felt even more motivated to catch that young Haitian royal clan member. This fat sheep definitely couldn't be let off easily. He had to capture him and make the most out of it. It wasn't about revenge for the person being captured in front of him. It was purely about seizing an opportunity. Wang Teng's speed increased as he navigated through the cavern. "Wang Teng, why do you think he kidnapped Guizang Zhu?" Roundball suddenly asked curiously. He initially intended to capture Guizang Yan. However, when that failed, he settled for Guizang Zhu. Clearly, it's related to the bloodline of the Guizang family. Wang Teng explained with a glint in his eyes. "The bloodline?" Roundball questioned in surprise. "Yes, I assume that when Guizang Yan triggered the power of his bloodline just now, it activated some force within this fire element mountain, attracting the attention of that young Heishan royal clan member." Wang Teng continued. "So you mean he wants to use this bloodline to find the core of the fire element mountain?" Roundball immediately grasped the situation. Yes. Wang Teng nodded without elaborating further, focusing on accelerating his speed to the maximum. It was better to find Guizang Zhu as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened to her, he might fail to complete his mission. He couldn't let that Haishan royal clan guy ruin his business. At this moment, Wang Teng thought for a moment, then with a big sweep of his hand, he put away the Cosmos Stage Origin Beast Core in front of him, exchanged it for a Heaven Stage Origin Beast Core, and his speed instantly increased significantly. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. After all, there were not many Heaven Stage Origin Beast Cores on his hands. Using one meant having one less. If he had known earlier, he would have snatched over a few Heaven Stage Origin Beast Cores from Guizang Yan. Wang Teng shook his head and accelerated his pace. A roar echoed, and a group of Origin Beasts appeared in front. Wang Teng, unfazed, immediately plunged into the group of Origin Beasts, wreaking havoc. His Origin Beast clone was also released, significantly boosting his hunting speed. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng had lost track of how far he had gone. He stood at the entrance of a cave, stopping to rest for a while. "Roundball, according to your calculations?"
Where are we now?
Wang Teng asked. "We've covered about 4/5 of the distance. We're not far from the center of this fire element mountain," Roundball replied. "So we've already covered 4/5 of the distance." A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He rested briefly and then resumed his journey. "We should hurry up. It would be best to reach the center before that guy from the Haishan royal clan does." Chapter 2320, The Terrifying Behemoth at the Center. 2. During this journey, Wang Teng obtained several more Heaven Stage Origin Beast Cores, allowing him to continue having guidance. As time passed once again, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, in the meantime, Wang Teng encountered several Origin Beast groups, but he didn't charge into them. Surprisingly, these Origin Beast groups contained Universe Stage Origin Beasts, even though Wang Teng was powerful. Facing Universe Stage Origin Beasts was extremely tricky. He had to employ all of his hidden techniques to possibly defeat a Universe Stage Origin Beast. However, success was not guaranteed. Therefore, in such situations, Wang Teng wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke those Universe Stage Origin Beasts. Luckily, he could use his Origin Beast clone to disguise himself as an Origin Beast, stealthily moving through. At this moment, he condensed a bear-like Origin Beast, 3 to 4 meters tall, hiding himself within. Then he entered a group of Origin Beasts. The Origin Beasts didn't notice anything unusual about him, allowing him to pass through quietly. Even the gigantic Universe Stage Origin Beast, resembling a large eagle perched in the central position, glanced at him, but didn't pay further attention. Wang Teng let out a silent sigh of relief and cautiously continued forward. Roar, a bear-like Origin Beast, seemingly displeased with Wang Teng, charged directly at him. Wang Teng was slightly surprised, feeling a bit speechless. He had been behaving, yet this Origin Beast still came over to provoke him. Apparently someone thought he was an easy target. In this situation, Wang Teng had no way to avoid it. He had to take action. This bear-like Origin Beast charging toward him was also a Heaven Stage Beast. Wang Teng didn't hold back. He condensed the power of the 8th rank domain on his bear paw and fiercely pushed forward. Boom. The bear-like Origin Beast, just within 100 meters, was slammed onto the ground by a massive golden palm print. turning into a lump of force meatloaf. Roar. Wang Teng controlled the Origin Beast clone to let out a roar. The meaning was clear. Don't mess with me. Seeing this scene, many Cosmos Stage Origin Beasts retreated, creating a path for Wang Teng to pass through. Wang Teng raised a bear's head, swaggering forward. This time went smoothly, and no original beasts rushed at him again. After all, even in such a group of Origin Beasts with a Universe Stage creature, there weren't many Heaven Stage Origin Beasts. The other Heaven Stage Origin Beasts were relatively far away, and they stayed in their lanes, minding their own business. Now that the bear-like Origin Beast was defeated by Wang Teng, they recognized him as the new leader and wouldn't come close. Wang Teng arrived at a cave entrance, walked in, and then sprinted away, leaving the Origin Beast group behind. "It's getting hotter and hotter," Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Even though he used the nether frost, he could feel the temperature around him rising steadily. Compared to before, the temperature increase here was more pronounced, soaring by a significant margin every few kilometers. The surrounding space seemed to distort slightly. This phenomenon usually occurs when the temperature reaches a certain level. "It seems like we are indeed getting close to the core," Wang Teng said with a glint in his eyes, finding more excitement than concern. For him, the rising temperature posed no significant threat. No matter how high the temperature went, it couldn't surpass the divine flames. Even if the nether frost couldn't withstand it, he still had the hornless ice dragon pearl, making him completely unafraid of the high temperatures. However, after 7 or 8 hours, Wang Teng stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took out the hornless ice dragon pearl to shield himself from the surrounding high temperatures. Seriously? How can it be this hot? Wang Teng was a bit speechless. "I told you to use the hornless ice dragon pearl earlier, but you insisted on using the nether frost," Round Ball teased. "All right. I admit it was a mistake on my part," Wang Teng said, shaking his head. In truth, he could use the divine flames to isolate the external temperature as well. However, compared to that, the hornless ice dragon pearl was more comfortable. Wang Teng continued forward. "Wang Teng, have you noticed that it seems to have become quiet around here?" "There's not even a single Origin Beast in sight," Round Ball remarked. "Yeah, I haven't seen any Origin Beasts for 3 hours now." Wang Teng paused, nodded, and looked around with vigilance. The surroundings were unusually quiet. Streams of hot air spewed out from each cave like a giant beast exhaling, yet the flow of these air currents produced no sound. It was as if the caves absorbed any noise. Wang Teng's footsteps on the ground were silent, and he had completely restrained his breath. Even Origin Beasts would find it challenging to detect his presence. Simultaneously, he activated his real eye, scrutinizing each cave. The Heaven Stage Origin Beast core ahead chose a cave and flew into it. Wang Teng was about to follow. However, at the next moment, he abruptly halted his steps. In a mere instant, that Heaven Stage Origin Beast core vanished as if it had been swallowed. Within the Fire Element Mountain, Wang Teng's real eye had limited range. The Origin Beast core was originally within his line of sight, yet it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was the first time Wang Teng had encountered such a situation since entering the Fire Element Mountain. His expression slightly turned serious, and he carefully observed the surroundings. Then he gradually vanished on the spot. Space concealment. At this moment, he utilized his most secretive method of hiding. Ever since he acquired the Black Shadow scripture from the Shadow Fortress, he had been constantly using this technique to conceal his aura completely. However, Wang Teng felt it wasn't enough. After pondering for a moment, he activated the Shadow Power, a force he hadn't used until now. His Shadow Power was only at the first rank and quite limited, but as it covered him, Wang Teng seamlessly melded with the shadows, providing an additional layer of protection satisfied with the 3 layers of safeguards in place. Wang Teng nodded and cautiously stepped into the cave where the Origin Beast core had vanished. He was currently moving within the crevices of space. However, Universe Stage Origin Beasts could lock down space, so his methods weren't entirely secure. Carefully proceeding forward, Wang Teng entered the cave. The cave was bathed in a fiery red glow with an unexpectedly high temperature that even diminished the effectiveness of the hornless ice dragon pearl. After covering a few kilometers without encountering any danger, Wang Teng remained vigilant. At this moment, the cave seemed to reach its end, and the exit was visible ahead. Wang Teng cautiously moved forward. As he did, he saw an extremely dazzling red glow with his real eye. Fuck. He couldn't help but curse involuntarily at the brilliance of the light, which nearly blinded him. The radiance was so intense that it almost seared his eyes. Bloodshot lines appeared in his eyes, spreading across the entire eyeballs, making them look eerily menacing. Wang Teng hastily closed his eyes and deactivated the real eye. He dared not look any longer. His eyes might genuinely be damaged if he did. Wang Teng closed his eyes and let his spiritual power circulate through the eye sockets, soothing the stinging sensation. Slowly, he opened his eyes again. What on earth is this? His expression turned extremely serious as he looked towards the exit. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Should he cross that exit? He couldn't be certain about what was on the other side. What if there were dangers, yet having come this far, it would be a waste of effort to turn back now. Wang Teng shook his head, giving a wry smile. Without further hesitation, he headed towards the exit, quickly arriving at the entrance. Peering inside, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A vast space unfolded before him. Though impressive, it wouldn't have astonished him on its own. However, within this expansive space, a bizarre and gigantic monstrous beast floated mid-air. Numerous red tentacles extended from the creature, connecting to the surrounding rock walls as if intricately linked to the entire fire element mountain. Beneath the horrifying beast, there was an abyss of immeasurable depth. Chapter 2321, Shocking Speculation. Decision 1. The scene before him was truly shocking. Even Wang Teng, with his vast knowledge and experience, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned at the sight. What is this? Roundball appeared beside him, eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. Have you never seen such a colossal beast? Wang Teng inquired. Never. Roundball shook its head. Wang Teng searched the memories of the Devour Nihility beast but found no relevant records, leaving him deeply surprised. Rarely did something exist that both he and Roundball were unfamiliar with, but here it was, right in front of them. From a distance, the gigantic creature looked like a massive crimson ball of flesh, covered in sunken pits from which scalding hot air currents erupted. Additionally, it had tentacles extending from its body connecting to the surrounding rock walls. To Wang Teng, those tentacles resembled bridges in size. The certainty that it was a behemoth stemmed from the presence of eyes and a mouth, its features remarkably distinct. Could this also be an origin beast? Roundball hesitated. Maybe. Wang Teng nodded. He too noticed the striking resemblance between this colossal beast and the origin beasts, entities formed entirely from forces. However, the fluctuations of force emanating from this creature far surpassed any encountered before. Even those of universe stage origin beasts paled in comparison. Eternal stage. This was an eternal stage origin beast. They exchanged a glance, both discerning a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. Wang Teng quickly examined his 3 layers of concealed safeguards and glanced at the colossal beast ahead. It seemed not to have detected him, which eased his tension somewhat. Roundball, you should go back quickly. Don't let it notice you. Seeing Roundball still in a daze by the side, he quickly spoke. Oh, okay. Roundball nodded hastily and vanished on the spot. Though an intelligent life form, once it manifested, it would emit distinctive fluctuations detectable by powerful beings. Fortunately, in the spatial crevice they currently occupied, Roundball remained concealed. Otherwise, it might have truly attracted the attention of that colossal beast. This should be the core of the fire element mountain, or else an eternal stage origin beast wouldn't appear. Soon, Roundball's voice resonated in Wang Teng's mind. Likely, this place is peculiar. We've reached the end of the cave, and there's no other way out. Wang Teng surveyed his surroundings and responded in his mind. Now, you can tell me the method to obtain the talents of the 5 burial ancestor, right? There's nothing else here except for that colossal beast, Round Ball asked curiously. Wang Teng glanced around and furrowed his brows. How could there be nothing? Could it be below? He involuntarily looked down and was momentarily stunned. The crimson glow below was even more intense, and just beneath the colossal beast, numerous attribute bubbles were floating. These attribute bubbles also exhibited a crimson hue, blending seamlessly with the surrounding crimson glow. If he hadn't observed carefully at this moment, he might have overlooked them. There are so many attribute bubbles here? Wang Teng's eyes brightened but immediately faced a dilemma. All those attribute bubbles were beneath the colossal beast. If he were to use his spiritual power, he feared he might be detected. In case he alarmed that colossal beast, it would be a real predicament. Seeing Wang Teng once again ignoring its question, Round Ball became infuriated, wishing it could grab Wang Teng's ear and yell in his ear, "Do you not care about me?" However, observing Wang Teng's extremely serious expression, it dared not speak out or ask. In a brief moment, Wang Teng saw several attribute bubbles dissipating in the air, causing him intense regret. Damn it, he hesitated for just a moment, and now attribute bubbles had disappeared. Forget it. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. He had never given up on seizing any available attribute bubbles, not even those from the existence of a god-stage martial warrior. True god. How could he hesitate to grab the attribute bubbles of a mere eternal stage origin beast? Moreover, with so many attribute bubbles present, abandoning them would be an unthinkable waste that Wang Teng couldn't bear. It would be heart-wrenching to let them slip away. With a cold snort in his heart, Wang Teng quietly extended his spiritual power from his brow and skillfully employed spatial manipulation to silently send it beneath the colossal beast. There, the space subtly fluctuated, almost imperceptible. Wang Teng's spiritual power was like a cautious mouse poking its head out of a hole, quietly emerging. Even within this spiritual power, there was a trace of shadow power, completely concealing itself within the shadow beneath the colossal beast. It was perfect. Everything seemed perfect. Then, Wang Teng immediately controlled his spiritual power to begin collecting the attribute bubbles. Constellation Fire Force 1000, Fire Domain 100, Origin of Flame 150, Eternal Matter 10, Constellation Fire Force 2000. Origin of Flame 200. One by one, the attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body, causing his eyes to light up. This is good stuff. These attribute bubbles not only contained domains, but also had origin attributes and eternal matter attributes, all of which were incredibly valuable for Wang Teng. The latter two, in particular, were exceedingly rare. Until he advanced to the universe stage, Wang Teng had very limited access to origin attributes and eternal matter attributes. Chapter 2322, Shocking Speculation Decision 2. Now this eternal stage origin beast unexpectedly provided these three attributes, which was a huge surprise for Wang Teng. Quickly, Wang Teng collected all the attribute bubbles beneath the colossal beast, a process filled with excitement but devoid of danger. The eternal stage origin beast seemed to be deeply asleep, not easily awakened. Phew! Wang Teng let out a silent breath, a delighted expression barely concealed on his face. He then turned his gaze to the attributes board. After the collection, he gained a total of 31,200 points of fire constellation force. However, his fire constellation force had already reached the perfected 9th level in the cosmos stage. These attribute points would only make his fire constellation force more profound. Next were the domain attributes, totaling 3,200 points, a significant gain for Wang Teng. His current fire domain was at the 8th level, and with the accumulation of domain attributes from slaying previous origin beasts, it had silently approached the peak of the 8th level. Fire domain, 7,200, 8,000, 8th rank. Such an increase in the fire domain would undeniably provide a massive boost to Wang Teng's strength. His extended domains or hybrid domains had all received considerable enhancements. Now, if he were to clash his fire domain with the 8th level metal domain of that young man from the Haitian royal clan, Wang Teng wouldn't need external assistance to defeat his opponent. Following that were the origin attributes. Wang Teng counted and found he had obtained a total of 3,500 points, surprisingly more than the domain attributes. Origin of Flame, 6,800, 20,000, second rank. Wang Teng looked at his Origin of Flame attribute and smiled. His Origin of Flame had long reached the second rank. It had been gradually improving during this period, but it had never experienced a substantial increase as it did now. Wang Teng was extremely pleased. He felt that his comprehension of the origin of flame had become even deeper and clearer. Various insights surfaced in his mind, and his eyes seemed to have mysterious patterns formed by the laws of fire flickering within them, appearing particularly peculiar. Among Cosmos Stage warriors, Wang Teng's understanding of the origin was undoubtedly far ahead of most prodigies. Few could surpass him, and some couldn't even come close. After a moment, Wang Teng completely absorbed and digested the insights from the origin of flame. He then turned his attention to the last attribute. Eternal matter, this attribute only dropped from eternal stage entities. Wang Teng had picked it up twice before, so he wasn't particularly surprised. He could face it with equanimity. Wasn't it just eternal matter? It wasn't like he hadn't obtained it before. WTF. After checking the eternal matter attribute, Wang Teng suddenly let out a curse. This time, he obtained a considerable amount of eternal matter. 650 points. In a single instance, he gained 650 points, surpassing all the eternal matter he had obtained previously. Eternal matter, Vive Billy 10,000, first rank. As the eternal matter entered Wang Teng's body, it immediately transformed into a stream of light, flowing into the center of his inner cosmos, where the black hole was. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a coolness deep within his soul, making him feel refreshed. It was as if his soul was trembling. Just like the previous 2 times, this eternal matter entered his soul, transforming into a peculiar force that nourished his soul. Unfortunately, I can't feel any difference. I don't know if this eternal matter truly adds a touch of immortal characteristics to my soul, Wang Teng mused to himself. He was curious about this. Currently, he was only at the cosmos stage. If he could gain a hint of immortal characteristics, it would mean that his soul could potentially outlast and become more powerful than other cosmos stage martial warriors. Would this prove that his lifespan was longer than that of his peers at the same level? If so, it would indeed be a significant advantage. No one complains about having a long life, especially considering that Wang Teng also wields the power of time. If the day comes when he must use the power of time, it would require the consumption of the origin of soul and origin of life. He just hopes that, by then, the eternal matter can truly play a role. The harvest this time is indeed impressive, especially the eternal matter attribute. Finally breaking the critical mark of 1,000 points, he had crossed a small threshold on this long journey. First rank eternal matter required 10,000 points of attribute value, and now he had reached the equivalent of 1/10, making a significant stride in the arduous journey. Wang Teng looked towards the eternal stage origin beast in front of him, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement, hoping it could drop more attribute bubbles. After all, he hasn't picked up enough yet. However, this thought was too naive. He waited for a long time and didn't see a single attribute bubble emerge. The bubbles from earlier were probably accumulated over a long period. Even if some might disappear, they certainly wouldn't generate within a short time. Shaking his head, Wang Teng's gaze once again fell on the eternal stage origin beast. Since there were no more attribute bubbles to collect, there was only one thing worth paying attention to. Now the opportunity's here. Wang Teng, Roundball, couldn't endure any longer and spoke again. What are you looking for anyway? Do you want to know? Wang Teng chuckled inwardly, teasingly asking. What do you think? Roundball replied irritably. All right, since you're so curious, I'll tell you. Wang Teng didn't plan to hide it anymore. After some consideration, he explained, according to the scroll's records, within each of the 5 elements mountains, there is one of the 5 burial ancestors' eternal stage viscera. They correspond to his heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and lungs. What? Round Ball widened its eyes, and due to the shock, its voice suddenly became sharp. This was too crazy. It even wondered if it had misheard. An eternal stage powerhouse leaving their organs behind, sealed within these 5 great mountains. It was simply unimaginable. Wait, the organs left by an eternal stage powerhouse, aren't those eternal stage viscera? Round Ball exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Wang Teng nodded and continued. Moreover, they are the eternal stage viscera that can revive the talent of the 5 burial ancestor. Oh my, Round Ball took a sharp breath and asked anxiously, are you saying that these 5 eternal stage viscera can awaken the talent of the 5 burial ancestor in the martial warriors of the 5 major families? In theory, yes, Wang Teng replied. In theory, Round Ball paused for a moment, then realized, the probability is very low? Extremely low. I can responsibly say that it's almost impossible to recreate those talents in the 5 families. It requires individuals with exceptionally high bloodline purity, and the fusion process is extremely difficult, explained Wang Teng. This Round Ball took a deep breath, finding it difficult to remain calm. There is still a glimmer of hope. That's right. It's better than having no hope. Wang Teng nodded. Is that young man from the Haishan royal clan here for these eternal stage viscera? Round Ball suddenly asked. At this moment, a series of events seemed to connect in its mind, and it appeared to have grasped the situation. You're not foolish, Wang Teng remarked. Round Ball grumbled, not pleased. You're the fool here. Your whole family is. Wang Teng just chuckled and ignored its complaints. He looked at the eternal stage origin beast ahead. Where do you think the heart representing the fire element might be? There's only this one eternal stage origin beast here, and I didn't see any heart. Round Ball looked around, hesitating. Is it possible that it's below? Is this eternal stage origin beast guarding it? I thought the same, but just now I suddenly thought of another possibility. Wang Teng said. What possibility? Wait, you're not saying? Round Ball suddenly looked at the eternal stage origin beast, its eyes widening again. Yes, the eternal stage heart representing the fire element might be inside this eternal stage origin beast. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he spoke. This Round Ball didn't know what to say. It had to admit that this speculation was extremely bold and even a bit absurd, but there was indeed such a possibility. Without refuting, it asked, what do you plan to do? Dealing with an eternal stage origin beast is beyond your current capabilities. Wang Teng stood still, not answering. His eyes flickered continuously, seemingly pondering the question. Round Ball waited silently, not interrupting him. After a moment, Wang Teng took a deep breath, his expression serious. I've decided to enter the body of this eternal stage origin beast, chapter 2323, Eternal Power. Eyes open, 1. You're crazy. Round Ball couldn't believe that after much contemplation, Wang Teng would make such a crazy decision, entering the body of an eternal stage origin beast. It was incredibly dangerous. A small mistake and he might be swallowed whole with no chance of coming out. Perhaps this origin beast might be somewhat easier to deal with than a star beast, but the gap between Wang Teng and an eternal stage entity was immense, with no comparability. Such a gap couldn't be bridged merely by some special methods. I know it's very dangerous, but I have to give it a try, or else I'll have come here in vain, Wang Teng said. But a divine kingdom will form inside the body of an eternal stage entity. This one is an origin beast, and we don't know what's going on inside it. It's very likely to have formed its own space. Your spatial abilities may not be enough to shake that incredibly stable space, and you might get trapped inside, Round Ball said with a serious expression. I have some means I should be able to get out of it, Wang Teng said. He was well aware of the consequences of entering the body of an eternal stage entity. If there were other options, he would never enter the body of that eternal stage origin beast so easily. Are you sure? Roundball was somewhat surprised to hear him say that. What kind of means could allow him to escape from being trapped inside an eternal stage entity? It seemed somewhat unbelievable. Of course. Wang Teng smiled faintly. By the way, aren't you supposed to save Guizang Xu? Why not wait for that young man from the Haishan royal clan to arrive? Roundball asked, frowning. Saving her is important, but the eternal stage viscera are even more crucial. If he obtains them, it will be troublesome, Wang Teng explained. You were so confident before that you would save her. Roundball couldn't help but comment weakly. Saving her is a priority, but the method also matters. That young man from the Haishan royal clan won't kill Guizang Xu until he arrives here. I have a way to deal with him when he gets here, Wang Teng said calmly. Oh, right, your clone is still outside, Roundball suddenly remembered. Wang Teng smiled and didn't say much. He had already instructed his clone to come over, which should be enough to deal with the young man from the Haishan royal clan. Now he turned his gaze towards the eternal stage origin beast in front of him. Without further hesitation, he flashed across the space, silently flying over. In the next moment, he landed on the body of the eternal stage origin beast, observing the surroundings, his gaze swept over the closed giant mouth. Realizing there was no way in, he looked towards the nearest pit. He walked towards it, but his eyes remained fixed on the eyes of the eternal stage origin beast. Fortunately, the eternal stage origin beast had not awakened yet. Wang Teng smoothly approached the pit and peeked inside. This pit was similar to the caves he had traversed before, seemingly bottomless. Even with his real eye, he couldn't see the bottom. Helpless, he could only take a deep breath and prepare to enter. Puff. At that moment, a hot stream suddenly spewed out from the pit. Instinctively, Wang Teng dodged the eruption. The scorching heat came dangerously close, almost igniting his entire being. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. The divine flame within him circulated throughout his body, immediately blocking the scorching temperature. He dared not use the hornless ice dragon pearl at this moment, as the temperature difference was too significant and would easily be noticed by the eternal stage origin beast. Fortunately, my physical body is strong enough. Otherwise, that last burst would have been troublesome. Wang Teng sighed in relief. However, he still had to face the impact of the scorching stream as he proceeded into the pit, which meant he had to endure it. Wang Teng's expression became serious. His figure flashed, and he jumped into the pit, rapidly descending towards the depths. The location he was on just now was the top of the eternal stage beast's head. So this pit was essentially a vertical descent. Puff! Another surge of hot stream spewed out, and Wang Teng held his hands in front of him. The emerald glazed flame inside his body surged out, forming a protective layer of flame like a veil. The divine flames could indeed counteract most of the scorching substances in the universe. Even the scalding stream inside the body of the eternal stage origin beast could not resist the divine flames. The hot stream passed by Wang Teng, lasting for about 2 or 3 seconds, preventing him from descending. Heart of magnetic essence, activate. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp as he shouted in his heart. He infused the heart of magnetic essence onto himself, instantly increasing his own gravity, such that it surpassed the resistance formed by the hot stream. Boom, his body descended once again, and the speed was much faster than before. As time passed, Wang Teng didn't know how long he had been descending. The hot stream appeared irregularly, without any discernible pattern, but it posed no threat to Wang Teng. The only thing that made him feel something was amiss was that the tunnel inside seemed way too long. It was much longer than he had imagined. No, wait. He suddenly realized that this length was obviously incorrect. The size of the eternal stage beast was undoubtedly large, but the length of this tunnel seemed to exceed the length of the eternal stage beast's body. Wang Teng, you have entered the space within the eternal stage origin beast, Roundball said. Wang Teng activated his space physique, sensing the changes in the surrounding space. The stability of the dimension within the eternal stage origin beast was no less than the outside world's space. hence he didn't immediately notice anything wrong. However, after activating his space physique and sensing the surroundings, he finally felt a subtle difference. Chapter 2324, Eternal Power Eyes Open 2. The space here was indeed isolated from the outside world. It was no longer in the same space. The outer space and the internal space of the eternal stage origin beast formed a nest through this long passageway. The manipulation of space within this passage was exceptionally sophisticated. I didn't expect that even the origin beast, after reaching the eternal stage, could wield space so ingeniously. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel, seeing a part reveals the whole. Just the spatial manipulation within this passage made him realize the complexity of the space inside the body of the eternal stage origin beast. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. "We're here." Before long, he felt the space in front of him expanding and accelerated towards it. In an instant, he burst out of the passage and entered an extremely strange space. "What's this?" Wang Teng surveyed his surroundings, and his expression changed involuntarily. Boom! A powerful surge of heat swept over, instantly engulfing the unprepared Wang Teng. Emerald glazed flame. Wang Teng shouted in his mind, unleashing the emerald glazed flame without reservation, completely enveloping his entire body. Boom! The next moment, the surge of heat completely submerged Wang Teng, and the terrifying temperature permeated the surroundings. Fortunately, Wang Teng released the emerald glazed flame in time, completely wrapping himself up, escaping any harm from the scorching flow. Close call. Wang Teng was thrown back tens of thousands of meters under the impact of the scorching flow before managing to halt his figure and escape from within the heat flow. "This place is filled with this chaotic heat flow." Round Ball emerged, looking around in shock and confusion. "It's so strange." If it were an ordinary eternal stage expert, the divine kingdom inside the body wouldn't be like this. But this origin beast is abnormal. It's indeed very abnormal. Wang Teng surveyed his surroundings, immediately understanding the situation. There was nothing here except the endless chaotic heat flow sweeping through the space. He was also puzzled. Could it be that the eternal stage heart is not here? "Maybe your speculation is wrong," Round Ball suggested. Wang Teng didn't say much and immediately sped through the space. Since he was already here, he had to make sure before leaving. After flying for a distance, he suddenly paused. Attribute bubbles. Even within this space, there were attribute bubbles present. Wang Teng immediately extended his spiritual power, gathering the attribute bubbles that appeared in the turbulent flow in the distance. Origin of Flame 200, Fire Domain 800, Eternal Matter 120, Fire Domain 150, Constellation Force Fire 2500. These attribute bubbles were similar to the ones Wang Teng had collected outside. It was the same 4 attributes. However, for Wang Teng, this was still a pleasant surprise: domain, origin, and eternal matter. These were the attributes that Wang Teng needed. As he raced through the internal space of the eternal stage origin beast, he collected every attribute bubble he found along the way. Surprisingly, there were quite a few attribute bubbles in this internal space, rapidly enhancing Wang Teng's comprehension of his domain and origin. Even the amount of eternal matter he acquired was substantial, seemingly more than what he obtained outside. However, at this moment, he didn't have the mind to take stock. After searching for a while within this space, he found no trace of the eternal stage heart, only the endless chaotic heat flow. "No, it's not here." Wang Teng abruptly stopped, his expression somewhat unpleasant. His speculation was wrong. There was nothing here. "Wang Teng, let's leave quickly. I feel that there's something wrong with this place." Round Ball suggested. "All right." Wang Teng nodded and gave up helplessly. He couldn't shake off the unease inside the body of this eternal stage origin beast. Besides, with only the chaotic heat flow present and no sign of the eternal stage heart, it seemed like he was indeed in the wrong place. He turned around to leave. Boom! At that moment, a distant rumble reached Wang Teng's ears. He swiftly turned his head, His pupils contracting in surprise, a crimson stream of air spontaneously manifested in the distance, swirling and forming a terrifying vortex. "Oh no, run," Roundball shouted. Without needing the reminder, Wang Teng immediately fled towards the distance. However, the crimson vortex appeared too suddenly and swiftly, sweeping over the area where Wang Teng was situated. In an instant, he felt a terrifying force invading his body, eroding his soul and life. Eternal matter. Wang Teng was horrified. He was too familiar with this. The stream contained eternal matter, and as it condensed within the vortex, it formed a peculiar attack.
Damn it.
Wang Teng sensed his origin of life and soul being corroded. The eternal matter directly affected his body and soul. However, at that moment, a strange power emerged within his soul, resisting the erosion of the eternal power. Wang Teng was shaken, but he didn't have time to contemplate. He urgently activated that power, resisting the eternal power within the vortex. Simultaneously, he utilized his space flash and light bolt techniques, rushing away from the vortex to escape its range. But the airflow vortex was not stationary. It rapidly surged towards Wang Teng. A terrifying suction force burst from the vortex, significantly slowing down his speed. Crap. Wang Teng couldn't help but curse. Does the vortex have something against me? Why are they everywhere? Roundball couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Under these circumstances, laughter wasn't appropriate. But for some reason, seeing Wang Teng in such a miserable state made Roundball chuckle move. Wang Teng had no idea what Roundball was thinking. With a forceful shout, the force within him erupted, resisting the pulling force of the vortex. Then the power of space exploded and he activated the space flash. However, this wasn't enough. A large amount of constellation light force condensed behind Wang Teng's back. It turned into a pair of white wings that spread out. It was as if sacred white feathers were drifting around. Wings of holy light, light bolt. The combination of both caused Wang Teng's speed to skyrocket. Coupled with space flash, Wang Teng disappeared from the original location. In an instant, he broke free from the vortex's coverage, and the feeling of the eternal power consuming him finally vanished. Phew. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. With a lingering fear, he looked back and saw the vortex still approaching. Not daring to be complacent, he immediately fled into the distance. Before long, the passage he came through appeared before him. Wang Teng rushed into it while simultaneously checking the attribute board. His expression changed slightly. Origin of life, 13,200, 15,000. Origin of soul, and 38,000, 15,000. His origin of soul and life decreased significantly. Originally, it should have been around 150,000, but now it dropped to just over 130,000. The reduction in his origin of life was more substantial, while the origin of soul decreased by only 6,000 points. Wang Teng suddenly thought of the peculiar force within his soul that had appeared earlier. That should be the effect of the eternal characteristics. It seems my soul has indeed gained a trace of the eternal characteristic, Wang Teng said, both surprised and delighted. This time, his losses were considerable. The two most important origins had decreased significantly, and he didn't know how much time and resources it would take to recover. Even relying on picking up attributes, these two origins were challenging to obtain and extremely rare. However, he considered himself lucky. At least he managed to escape. If an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial warrior had been in his place, he would probably have met his end already. The eternal power was not something an ordinary warrior could withstand, and even a Heaven Stage martial warrior would have to pay a considerable price. "I didn't expect such danger to exist here," Roundball asked with concern. "Wang Teng, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I won't die." Wang Teng shook his head. "The interior of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast is too dangerous. Let's quickly leave," Roundball suggested. Wang Teng nodded and immediately increased his speed. With the experience from entering, exiting was much easier. In no time, Wang Teng rushed out of the passage, returning to the outside and landing on the surface of the eternal stage origin beast, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his body suddenly stiffened uncontrollably. His neck turned mechanically, looking to one side. The eyes of the eternal stage origin beast were opened. Chapter 2325, Scamming People, Saving People. 1. The eyes were like copper bells. No, not copper bells. These two eyeballs were more like two small suns. The ferocious and brutal gaze was enough to make anyone who was stared at feel horrified and fearful. This was the gaze of an eternal stage being. The origin beast in front of him didn't differ from other origin beasts in appearance. Even though it had reached the eternal stage, it didn't display much intelligence, seemingly driven only by instinct. But the imposing aura emanating from those eyes was beyond what a universe stage origin beast could compare to. Wang Teng felt his body stiffen, not out of fear or timidity. Really, he wasn't timid. It was purely due to the overwhelming pressure of the eternal stage aura. At the next moment, he didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his own aura. Boom! An ancient and vast will descended instantly as if traversing through time and space. Boom. Simultaneously, as if thunder was born in the void, thunderous explosions resonated around Wang Teng. A majestic, heavenly might surged. It carried a hint of indomitable warlike intent, like a warrior who had survived 100 battles and feared not death. Wang Teng regained control of his body in an instant. Without any hesitation, he firmly stepped forward. Since the eternal stage origin beast had awakened, there was no need to hold back. As for whether the eternal stage origin beast felt pain or not, it wasn't Wang Teng's concern. Considering its eternal stage status, it was undoubtedly tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Boom! With a deafening roar, Wang Teng's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, erupting at an incredible speed, turning into a residual image rushing towards the distant cave. Roar, an ear-shattering roar suddenly echoed, reverberating within the enormous cave, creating a continuous resonance. Wang Teng's ears felt almost deafened by the sound. His expression changed slightly, immediately using his spiritual power to shield his ears. His speed was unaffected as he rushed towards the distance. Boom! The gigantic tentacles extending from the beast's body began to move, starting with a slight tremor and escalating into a frantic dance. In just a few breaths, the entire fire element mountain seemed to tremble, with countless rocks rolling down from the top. Wang Teng's expression turned serious. A sonic boom echoed from behind as wings of holy light on his back suddenly shook, shifting sideways to the left, narrowly avoiding a tentacle that was rapidly approaching. That tentacle pierced through beside him, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. That was dangerous. Wang Teng had no time to celebrate as two more massive tentacles swept in from both sides, and even the one that had lunged forward a moment ago coiled back. For a moment, Wang Teng found himself in a perilous situation. Every direction around him was blocked, and with the eternal stage origin beast behind him, going back was impossible. Wang Teng squinted. He activated Space Flash and disappeared on the spot. Boom. The three tentacles violently collided, turning into a mass of force. The body of the eternal stage origin beast was also condensed from force. While Wang Teng might not be able to make it explode, its own attacks did inflict some damage to its body. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he seemed to have found a way to deal with this eternal stage origin beast, especially after seeing the three tentacles colliding and dropping attribute bubbles. He wasted no time, using his spiritual power to pick them up. Constellation Force, Fire 2500, Origin of Flame 230, Eternal Matter 123. Not bad. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He felt excited. Could he get more attributes from this eternal stage origin beast? But survival was the top priority. Benefits could only be a side quest. Roar, the damage to the three tentacles, further angered the eternal stage origin beast behind him. It roared in fury, and more tentacles emerged from the surrounding rock walls, sweeping towards Wang Teng. The tremors intensified throughout the entire fire element mountain, with countless boulders rolling down. Many caves were even buried. What's going on? Guizang Yan and the others were rushing through a long cave tunnel. Witnessing this scene, their expressions changed drastically, filled with shock. How could sturdy fire element mountain experience such a tremendous tremor? The entire mountain must be affected to cause such terrifying vibrations. On the other side, in a cave tunnel very close to the core, the young man from the Haishan royal clan, carrying Yizang Xinnuo, suddenly stopped. Feeling the massive tremors, he looked ahead with a grave expression. There's a disturbance at the core of Fire Element Mountain. Could someone have reached there first? Impossible. Those people are all behind me. They can't be faster than me, and they have no idea how to find the core location. A series of thoughts flashed rapidly through the mind of the young man. He was extremely confident, believing that no one could surpass him. However, the sudden changes that occurred made him uncertain. He was unable to determine what exactly was happening ahead. He dared not delay and swiftly rushed forward. Regardless of the reason, nothing could prevent him from obtaining the eternal stage viscera. It was his destined opportunity. The counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association, the Universe Explorer. Before him, all must submit. He was the pride of the Haishan royal clan, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Inside the core cavern, Wang Teng quickly dodged the tentacles chasing him. With the coordination of 3 types of footwork techniques, his body was exceptionally agile, although the Eternal Stage Origin Beast's tentacles were also fast in this not-so-spacious space. They couldn't fully unleash their speed. Chapter 2326, Scamming People, Saving People. 2. In Wang Teng's view, this Eternal Stage Origin Beast was not much different from the ones he encountered before, lacking intelligence. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, under Wang Teng's intentional guidance, the tentacles of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast once again collided uncontrollably, like stepping on each other's feet. Then they burst. Wang Teng immediately picked up the attribute bubbles and then fled frantically. Roar. The Eternal Stage Origin Beast behind him trembled all over, roaring furiously. Hiss! 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 Countless streams of air spewed out of the holes in its body, resembling a steam engine full of pipes. Wang Teng looked back, and his brow furrowed. He recalled the heat flow vortex containing eternal power that he encountered inside the Eternal Stage Origin Beast's body space earlier. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Immediately abandoning the idea of harvesting benefits, Wang Teng turned around and ran. He absolutely couldn't let that heat flow get out. There were many caves in front of him. Wang Teng activated the real eye, intending to choose a cave to hide in when he suddenly paused. In his field of vision, 2 familiar clusters of light appeared. How timely you've come. A glint of excitement flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Various thoughts crossed his mind and a smirk appeared on his lips. You wanted to find the Eternal Stage Viscera, right? I'll help you with that. He looked back at the approaching heat flow, but didn't rush into a cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The tentacles surged towards Wang Teng once again. Despite being fooled several times by him, they showed no sign of retreat, showcasing the Origin Beast's lack of intelligence. This was why Origin Beasts weren't very smart. Even a familiar trick could still catch them off guard. Wang Teng smiled slightly. This time, he didn't let those tentacles attack each other. Instead, he played around with them, leading them in circles. Meanwhile, the heat flow from behind was getting closer. Wang Teng glanced at the entrance of the cave, and the smirk on his lips grew wider. Wang Teng, you're playing with fire! Round Ball exclaimed nervously. You're right, I'm an expert at playing with fire, Wang Teng chuckled, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Almost done, boom! As he spoke, he dashed straight towards the cave entrance. The pursuing tentacles showed no sign of giving up, and the engulfing heat flow was also approaching. They completely surrounded the entrance, leaving no other way to escape. In the next moment, just as Wang Teng was about to enter the cave, his figure suddenly disappeared. At the entrance of the cave, another figure rushed out. It was the young man from the Haishan royal clan. When he saw the tentacles charging towards him and the approaching terrifying heat flow, his face changed drastically. Almost without thinking, he immediately threw Guizang Xu out, intending to use her body as a shield against the tentacles. However, at this moment, an invisible force appeared, grabbing Guizang Xu's body and disappearing before his eyes. The expression of the youth from the Haishan royal clan suddenly changed. By now, he knew he had been tricked, but he had no time to dwell on it. He could only retreat frantically, a long spear appearing in his hand. With a furious roar, he thrust it fiercely forward. Boom! An endless burst of golden light erupted. The spear's radiance filled up the entire space as the power of domain and origin clashed with the approaching tentacles, sending ripples of force in all directions. The golden radiance was instantly obliterated, and the residual force surged back. The young member of the Haishan royal clan hastily retreated, but he was still struck by the terrifying energy. The sound of bones breaking echoed from his chest, and he coughed up blood. Tentacles rolled in, filling him with horror. What was this thing? How could it be so powerful? And there was the heat flow, steadily approaching. He could feel intense heat as if his entire being was about to be incinerated. Even the force within him seemed to be igniting. Earlier, when he was inside the cave, he sensed the temperature steadily rising, but relying on his physique and the treasures bestowed by his family, he managed to endure it. Now, the temperature of this heat flow was several times higher, and it was impossible to resist, splurt. The youth from the Haishan royal clan coughed up blood once again. He gritted his teeth, took out a black spherical object, and threw it forward. Boom. The next moment, the black sphere collided with the oncoming tentacles, erupting into a brilliant burst of force that covered the entire area. Deafening roars echoed as the boundless waves of force swept in all directions, even repelling the encroaching heat flow. Wang Teng appeared in a distant cave, cradling Guizang Xu in his arms. He looked out of the cave with a serious expression. The youth from the Haishan royal clan has some trump cards. He activated the real eye, directing his gaze towards the center of the explosion, wanting to see if the young member of the Haishan royal clan had survived. Regrettably, the opponent managed to escape. A streak of light shot out from the radiance generated by the explosion, entering a cave, then using force the entrance to the cave was sealed off, cutting off the external waves of force. A soft hum came from Wang Teng's arms. Guizang Xu's face was pale as she looked at the side of Wang Teng's face, expressing gratitude. "Brother Han, thank you for saving me. You're injured." Wang Teng furrowed his brows. He took out a healing pill and placed it near her mouth. "Take it." Guizang Xu nodded obediently, swallowing the pill. The paleness on her pretty face immediately subsided a little. She wasn't seriously injured. It was just that the youth from the Haishan royal clan had taken a lot of her blood, making her appear weakened. Now, after taking the healing pill, she had recovered quite a bit. "Brother Han, you can put me down now," Guizang Xu said with a hint of embarrassment. Wang Teng nodded, feeling a bit regretful. This girl looked petite but had a good figure. She was soft and comfortable to hug. Cough, getting off topic. He put Guizang Xu down in all seriousness. The other party could already stand on her own, so there was no need for him to help her. "Did that young man from that Haishan royal clan do anything to you?" Wang Teng asked. "He just took some of my blood. He used my blood as a guide and came all the way here." Guizang Xu furrowed her brows as she said. Recalling the events on the way, her face turned even paler. It was not a pleasant memory. Throughout this journey, she was practically bled like livestock. It was not only a disgrace, but also instilled in her a sense of despair and fear. She thought she was going to die. The young man from the Haishan royal clan was extremely cold and blunt, stating that once they reached their destination, he would kill her. Even just now, when that young man from the Haishan royal clan tossed her out, the tentacle was dangerously close, and she could vividly sense the breath of death. Thinking back, it was truly a harrowing experience. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been well protected, As the direct descendant of the Guizang family, she had never experienced any significant setbacks. This time, however, death was so close. The experience was enough to make it unforgettable for a lifetime. Fortunately, she was saved by Brother Han. Otherwise, she might have met her demise today. Reflecting on this, she looked at Wang Teng with a somewhat peculiar expression. No wonder Sister Xinnuo and Sister Kaiyun valued Big Brother Han so much. He was truly formidable. Compared to him, Brother Guizang Yan was still quite a distance away. It's all right. Wang Teng didn't notice Guizang Zhu's peculiar look and assumed she was still frightened. He consoled her. Don't worry, I'm here. Yes, with Brother Han here. I'm not afraid of anything. Yizang Xinnuo nodded repeatedly. Wang Teng felt a bit helpless. Was it really okay for her to trust him so much? He wasn't exactly a good person. Wang Teng, it seems you've gained a little fan after saving this girl, Roundball teased with a cackling laugh. What's that matter jealous? Wang Teng retorted. I'm not jealous. I'm an emotionless, intelligent life form. Roundball rolled its eyes and said, In that future, I'll find you a female intelligent life form. By the way, do intelligent life forms have genders? Wang Teng curiously asked. Roundball felt insulted. Was it really necessary to inquire about gender? This was discrimination. It was blatant discrimination, it angrily declared. Of course we have genders. When an intelligent life form is born, we can autonomously choose our gender. I chose to evolve into a male. Wang Teng, sensing Roundball's irritation, couldn't help but find it amusing. Nevertheless, it did answer a lingering question, so it could be considered a gain. Boom. Just at that moment, that cavern once again forcefully shook, the intensity surpassing the previous tremors. Enormous cracks appeared on the rock walls. Chapter 2327, Energy Soldier Death of an Eternal Stage Origin Beast. 1. Wang Teng, is Fire Element Mountain going to collapse? Roundball was horrified as it looked at the massive crack at the top of the cave. The Eternal Stage Origin Beast has gone mad. Wang Teng replied solemnly without looking back. Eternal Stage Origin Beast. Guizang Zhu's face turned pale in shock. Brother Han, was that an Eternal Stage Origin Beast we encountered just now? Yes. You stay here. I'll go check, Wang Teng instructed, swiftly moving to the entrance of the cave. As he looked outside, he saw the tentacles relentlessly pounding the entrance where the young man of the Hengzang royal clan was hiding. The Eternal Stage Origin Beast seemed completely enraged, its countless tentacles striking furiously, causing rocks to tumble from the walls. Cracks appeared, spreading towards the roof. I wonder if that kid has any more tricks up his sleeve? Wang Teng thought to himself with a gleam in his eyes. Through his real eye, he could see that the young man of the Hengzang royal clan was still inside the cave, withstanding the relentless attacks of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast. Despite the frenzied assault, he hadn't left the hiding spot. Wang Teng was surprised that the young man's defense was able to temporarily resist the attacks of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast. Then there was that black sphere from earlier. When it exploded, numerous runes surfaced on its surface. The subsequent force it unleashed was astonishing. It managed to sever the tentacles of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast and even blocked the ensuing heat wave. This was not an ordinary feat. It revealed the profound heritage of the Hengzang royal clan. Moreover, all of this indicated that the young man had many hidden cards. If he had used these cards in their previous confrontation, Wang Teng might not have been able to deal with him easily. It seems he hasn't given up, Roundball remarked. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he stared at the distant cave, patiently waiting for the opponent to make a move. Not long after, a sudden anomaly occurred. A brilliant sword light burst forth from the cave as it shot out of the entrance. The sword light appeared normal in size, but upon slashing, it instantly expanded to a size comparable to that of the Eternal Stage Origin Beast. Endless radiance erupted. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed, and the entire cave was covered by the golden glow of this sword light. Even the surrounding red radiance dimmed under its brilliance. What is that? Wang Teng's gaze focused as if witnessing something unimaginable. The power of this attack far surpassed the force displayed by the young man of the Haishan royal clan moments ago. Moreover, this was not an attack that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior could unleash. The eternal stage origin beast seemed to sense a hint of threat. It opened its enormous mouth and emitted a roar. A crimson radiance then condensed into a massive red sphere. Boom. Just as the golden sword light approached, the crimson sphere quickly formed and was spewed out by the eternal stage origin beast. A terrifying explosion resounded in the cave, and the attacks from both sides were so horrifying that the surrounding rock walls completely cracked open. This? Wang Teng looked up in astonishment, actually witnessing a ray of light shining in from above. The fire element mountain was splitting apart. Boom. However, before he could dwell on it, an explosion erupted ahead, and the attacks from both sides burst open, with waves of invisible force sweeping over. Wang Teng's expression grew serious. He swiftly retreated into the cave, grabbing Guizang Xu. "Quick, let's go!" The attacks from both sides were too terrifying. This mountain might not withstand the onslaught. In the next moment, he rushed out of the cave with Yizang Xinnuo, heading towards the fissure that had opened at the top of the mountain. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion continued to pound the surrounding rock walls, causing more and more cracks to appear, and the ground trembled as countless boulders rolled down. The entire fire element mountain was collapsing. Ignoring everything, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of light, darting through the chaos, dodging falling rocks as he raced towards the mountaintop. Roar? Roars echoed below as the enraged eternal stage origin beast unleashed its tentacles, sweeping towards Wang Teng. If he continued to hide, the eternal stage origin beast might not have noticed him, but by charging out now, he was sure to be discovered. Wang Teng hadn't expected that even under such terrifying attacks, the beast still had the strength to target him. Truly worthy of an eternal stage origin beast, impressive. Han Zhu, a furious roar vibrated through the air. When the young man saw Wang Teng, he knew that he had been tricked by him. He was furious. If not for this bastard, he wouldn't be forced to hastily use the means bestowed by the elites in his family, leaving him in such a vulnerable position now. It was a complete waste. Not only did it fail to achieve a good result, but it also ended up entangling him with an eternal stage origin beast unable to break free. All of this was thanks to Han Zhu. Oh damn, looks like someone is really mad. Wang Teng glanced back and couldn't help but mutter. Guizang Xu pursed her lips, inexplicably feeling a bit satisfied. That young man of the Haishan royal clan bullied her for so long, and now Brother Han had orchestrated such a miserable situation for him. It felt like justice had been served. Disregarding his opponent's furious roars, Wang Teng accelerated his escape. The eternal stage origin beast was too terrifying, and he cared little about whether the other party would be killed or not. It was none of his concern. Skillfully dodging each tentacle, he approached the mountaintop. The fire element mountain was undoubtedly high, and despite the crack appearing so close, it seemed unreachable, no matter how long he flew. Chapter 2328, Original Technique Battle Weapon, Death of an Eternal Stage Origin Beast, 2, boom. A tentacle slammed into the rock wall, causing Wang Teng to furrow his brow. He looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The eternal stage origin beast had caught up. The young man of the Haishan royal clan was also present, but there was a considerable distance between him and Wang Teng. He was now being chased by the eternal stage origin beast, looking extremely disheveled, far from the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier. Seeing Wang Teng glance back, he glared at him with a dark expression, wishing he could tear him to pieces. "Don't look at me like that. You provoked it yourself. It's none of my business," Wang Teng couldn't help but retort. "Are you plotting against me?" The young man of the Haishan royal clan gritted his teeth. "What? What are you saying? I don't understand. When did I plot against you?" Wang Teng responded innocently. "You." The young man from the Haishan royal clan was fuming in anger. This bastard was pretending he didn't know, treating him like a fool. Guizang Xu felt like laughing. Brother Han was too ruthless, leaving the opponents speechless. Boom, boom, boom. The eternal stage origin beast pursued closely. Its tentacles gripped the rock walls, boosting its speed, covering tens of thousands of meters in a leap and closing in on the 2 tens of thousands of meters. To the massive eternal stage origin beast, felt like a mere step. The young man of the Haishan royal clan was tense. He had already pushed his speed to the limit. He wore a golden battle armor, and behind the armor, a pair of metallic wings unfolded, greatly enhancing his speed. This was an eternal level battle armor. The wings behind him were no ordinary things either. When unfurled, they were surrounded by the power of the constellation wind force, multiplying the young man's speed by more than 10 times. So fast. Wang Teng marveled inwardly. Employing 3 different footwork battle techniques, including space techniques, he was still unable to widen the gap between them. That should be an eternal level battle armor. The Haishan royal clan is extravagant, giving a cosmos stage warrior an eternal level battle armor, Round Ball exclaimed. Rich people. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed. Even he didn't have an eternal level battle armor. It was unfair that this young man of the Haishan royal clan possessed one. You don't happen to want to snatch it, do you? Round Ball's expression was peculiar. Even Guizang Zhu couldn't help but notice the drooling expression on Wang Teng's face. She felt a bit speechless. Brother Han seemed to be a little greedy. Was he really thinking about snatching that eternal level battle armor? However, she could understand. That was an eternal level battle armor. Something even the 5 major families would treat as a precious treasure. They would only use it in times of crisis. And Brother Han was a universe explorer, undoubtedly having faced many hardships out there. Seeing something good and revealing such a look was quite normal. Cough, cough. Wang Teng cleared his throat and said, How could I have such thoughts? Don't slander me. I don't believe you at all. Round Ball rolled its eyes. The 2 humans and the origin beast continued their chase and escape, gradually nearing the mountaintop. We're here. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and the wings of holy light unfolded on his back as he shot out. The young man of the Haishan royal clan also rushed out, not falling far behind. Boom. The mountaintop of Fire Element Mountain suddenly split open. Boulders rolled, dust filled the air, and a terrifying beast wielding countless tentacles surged out from the peak. Hey, that big guy is after you. I'll leave first. Wang Teng called out and instantly disappeared into the space. Space manipulation. The young man of the Haishan royal clan's expression changed. He felt somewhat incredulous. If he remembered correctly, Counselor Wang Teng also had space manipulation abilities. But why did Han Zhu have them too? Boom! The eternal stage origin beast didn't give him a chance to think. It immediately launched an attack. Its massive body hovered in the sky above the mountaintop, countless tentacles swaying, covering the young man from the Haishan royal clan from all directions. Go away. His expression slightly changed. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly swung it down. Boom! A golden sword light swept out, similar to the one before. So, it's the power of that sword. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly realized. Earlier he had sensed that the sword light didn't seem like something a cosmos stage martial warrior could produce. Now it became clear that it wasn't the handiwork of the young man of the Haishan royal clan. It was the battle sword. That should be an original energy battle weapon. Round Ball suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Original energy battle weapon. As a Grand Master blacksmith, this was the first time Wang Teng heard this term. He was surprised. The original energy battle weapon is formed when a powerful warrior stores his battle technique within a weapon, sealing it with runes. When used, they can be activated, Round Ball explained. There's something like this? Wang Teng exclaimed in amazement. Yes, but it's quite rare. Only some major forces possess such treasures. Because creating an original energy battle weapon requires an eternal stage expert to store their energy in the weapon. Something even universe stage warriors can't do, Round Ball explained. Even for eternal stage experts, the success rate of storing energy into an original energy battle weapon is extremely low. In addition, the materials for forging an original energy battle weapon are extremely precious, making these weapons very rare. Only eternal stage experts can store energy. Wang Teng was even more surprised. The stringent requirements for creating an original energy battle weapon explained why he had never heard of it before. These weapons have very limited uses. The young man of the Haishan royal clan won't be able to hold out for long. Roundball frowned and said, "I just wonder how much power that original energy battle weapon can unleash. If it can kill the eternal stage origin beast, that would be impressive. To kill an eternal stage origin beast, it would need at least eternal stage power. Don't forget, eternal stage beings have mastered the eternal power, and if you can't erase that power, you can't defeat them." Wang Teng shook his head. At this moment, many people were alarmed and came out. Much of Fire Element Mountain below was destroyed, and Guizang Yan and others rushed out, immediately witnessing the battle unfolding in the sky. All of them were shocked. "Don't get close." Wang Teng saw them and used his space flash to appear beside them. Brother Yizang Xinnuo immediately called out when she saw Guizang Yan. "Are you okay?" Guizang Yan heaved a sigh of relief, but noticed her somewhat pale complexion. He expressed his concern. "I'm fine, Brother Han saved me." Guizang Xinnuo looked at Wang Teng and said, "Brother Han, thank you. I will remember this favor in the future. If you need any help, I won't refuse." Guizang Yan said, clasping his fists towards Wang Teng and speaking with deep sincerity. "No need." Wang Teng waved his hand indifferently. "I wonder what's going on. That behemoth is." Guizang Yan looked at the battle in the sky and asked, "That's an eternal stage origin beast at the core of Fire Element Mountain." Wang Teng glanced at him and said with a meaningful tone, "The eternal stage origin beast at the core of the Fire Element Mountain." Guizang Yan's expression changed slightly, shaken in his heart. He thought of the records within the family, and his gaze fixed on the giant beast. "Do you recognize this origin beast?" Wang Teng asked. "Aye." "How could I recognize it? This is my first time seeing it." Guizang Yan smiled awkwardly. "Is that so?" Wang Teng smiled and didn't ask further, saying, "If you've all obtained what you wanted, I suggest you stay away. Don't get close to that eternal stage origin beast. It's more terrifying than you can imagine." Guizang Yan looked at the eternal stage origin beast with an inexplicable gaze. He said, "Brother Han, we can't contend with this eternal stage origin beast. I'll bring the martial warriors of my family to a faraway place to hide." Wang Teng glanced at him and nodded. Guizang Yan immediately flew into the distance with the members of the Guizang family, away from the battlefield. The colossal body of the eternal stage origin beast was too massive. It could cover tens of thousands of meters in an instant. They had to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, if the eternal stage origin beast suddenly charged over, the other martial warriors from the Guizang family might not even have time to escape. Wang Teng watched Guizang Yan's figure recede into the distance, his eyes carrying a hint of profound meaning. "He definitely knows something," Roundball remarked. "Let's wait and see. Perhaps there will be surprises later." Wang Teng nodded. Boom! As they spoke, a sudden roar echoed from the distance. The young man of the Haishan royal clan couldn't hold back any longer. The radiant light burst from his sword, and an unmatched sword light slashed out. Roar! The eternal stage origin beast roared, gathering another red light sphere in its mouth, intending to counter the golden sword light. But this time, the red light sphere was instantly cut in half, and the golden sword light continued its momentum, directly falling onto the eternal stage origin beast. Swoosh! Under the golden sword light, the massive body of the eternal stage origin beast was unexpectedly split in half. Chapter 2329. 5 Eternal Stage Origin Beasts. Poor young man. 1. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the eternal stage origin beast was split into 2. This scene was too shocking and sudden, leaving the others unable to react. That was an eternal stage origin beast. A Cosmos stage martial warriors chopped an eternal stage origin beast into two. It was unbelievable. Wang Teng's eyes also showed a look of shock. Was the power to kill an eternal stage origin beast truly hidden in that sword? His gaze became even more fervent. Damn, don't use it anymore. He must get this sword, but without using this original energy battle weapon, the eternal stage origin beast couldn't be killed, which was quite contradictory. So powerful, Round Ball exclaimed, "Wang Teng, this original energy battle weapon definitely contains the battle technique of an eternal stage martial warrior." Yeah. Wang Teng nodded. He had been using the real eye, and he saw that the sword light contained eternal matter, which could pose a huge threat to the eternal stage origin beast. Meanwhile, Guizang Yan and the others in the distance were extremely solemn. They had little understanding of the original energy battle weapon. Hence, when they saw the young man from the Haishan royal clan splitting the eternal stage origin beast in half with one sword, their eyes almost popped out. This was horrifying. How did that youth from the Haishan royal clan do it? Guizang Yan suddenly felt fortunate. When he saw the eternal stage origin beast, he thought of his family records and was eager to take action. But at this moment he felt fortunate that he didn't rush to take action. Otherwise, he would have suffered from the terrifying sword from the youth of the Haishan royal clan. Oh no. Thinking of this, Guizang Yan's heart suddenly trembled. If the eternal stage origin beast was killed, did it not mean? His expression became extremely anxious, and he looked towards the other 4 element mountains. He had already sent messages to the members of the other 4 major families, so why hadn't they appeared? This, Wang Teng, looking at the eternal stage origin beast in front, suddenly widened his eyes as if he had sensed something. When the body of the eternal stage origin beast hadn't split open, Wang Teng was unable to see through it with his real eye. However, with its body now split, Wang Teng saw something different. "What's wrong?" Round Ball asked. Wang Teng didn't answer, but opened his real eye to the extreme. He saw countless laws-forming runes interwoven together. He peeled away layer by layer of illusion and directly gazed at the deepest mysteries. Not enough. His expression became serious, and unexpectedly there was some anxiety in his heart. He could only use attribute points to enhance the level of his real eye. The blank attribute began to rapidly decrease, while the attributes of real eye were rapidly increasing. In an instant, a warm stream entered Wang Teng's eyes, making the golden light in his eyes more radiant, like 2 stars hidden within his eye sockets, radiating endless brilliance. Real eye, 10,000 Herald-thousand real stage. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng consumed 10,000 points of blank attributes. For him now, 100,000 attribute points were barely accepted. After reaching the perfected real stage, Wang Teng felt that he couldn't break through anymore. If he wanted to break through to the next stage, he had to raise his realm. This situation had never occurred before. It was the first time. However, it had happened to other attributes before, such as his spirit and origin attributes. All of them had a limit, and one had to break through to a certain realm for these abilities to continue improving. This implied a significant point. The more powerful an ability becomes, the more difficult it is to enhance, with various limitations in place. Perhaps it was because if an ability became too powerful without corresponding stages to support it, it could lead to the collapse of the physical body. Wang Teng didn't think too much about it. After his real eye reached the perfected stage of the real stage, he immediately sensed the changes before him. Everything became clear, and the interwoven runes of laws inside the eternal stage origin beast's body were effortlessly peeled away by him, revealing their essence. Fuck. Wang Teng's eyes bulged, and he couldn't help but utter a curse. Eternal stage viscera at this moment. He finally understood. The eternal stage origin beast before him was the eternal stage viscera itself. The reason why Wang Teng couldn't find anything when he entered its spatial interior was that the eternal stage was the entire beast. It was essentially an eternal stage heart. However, due to certain particular reasons, the convergence of forces gave it this form, making it appear different from its true nature. Everything became clear, and Wang Teng was enlightened, but he didn't relax at all. The eternal stage heart had been cleaved in half. How could he resolve this? Would it break? Wang Teng felt nervous, although he had gained the five-element divine physique. This was still the eternal stage viscera left behind by an eternal stage powerhouse. Maybe it could augment his five-element divine physique. It would be a shame if it was damaged like this. Just at this moment, an unforeseen situation occurred. Wang Teng squinted. The eternal stage origin beast, which had been cleaved into two halves, began to rapidly fuse back together astonishingly, returning to its original form in no time. How is this possible? The youth from the Haishan royal clan wore a grim expression filled with incredulity. Despite fully unleashing the power of the original energy battle weapon, he couldn't kill the eternal stage origin beast before him. Guizang Yan's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly turned grave again. He wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or worried. The eternal stage viscera was preserved. However, the strength of the eternal stage origin beast was so formidable that they had no chance of contending against it. Roar. Suddenly, the eternal stage origin beast opened its enormous mouth, letting out a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sound possessed an incredible penetrative force, causing everyone's expressions to change. Not only did it shake their eardrums, but their minds were also affected. The blood in their bodies surged uncontrollably as if it wanted to burst out of their bodies. Chapter 23330, 5 Eternal Stage Origin Beasts. Poor young man. 2 for these cosmos stage warriors. This was incredibly unimaginable. Their bodies were exceptionally robust, and their control over themselves had reached an almost inhuman level. They seldom experienced the influence of external forces. Yet at this moment, the sound somehow affected their blood, a phenomenon almost beyond belief. Guizang Yan and the warriors of the Guizang family had flushed faces, and the blood within them began to boil uncontrollably. Their sensations differed from others. It was as if a force of common origin was calling out to them. Their blood was resonating, and their hearts pounded violently. This was the power of bloodline. What's happening? Many martial warriors of the Guizang family were perplexed. Yes, this must be the ancestor's heart. There's no mistake. Guizang Yan gazed at the eternal stage origin beast in the sky with intense desire. He wished to obtain the eternal stage heart, but the strength of the eternal stage origin beast made him hesitate. He dared not approach. He knew that with his current strength, rashly approaching would undoubtedly result in him being killed by the eternal stage origin beast. The fact that he was a warrior of the Guizang family wouldn't make a difference. In the past, many geniuses from the 5 burial families had entered the ancestral land, but not a single one had obtained the eternal stage heart. Guizang Yan wasn't confident that he would fare any better. Suddenly, under the roar of the eternal stage origin beast, the other 4-5 elements mountains trembled violently. What happened? Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards the other 4-5 elements mountains, their expressions filled with shock and confusion about what was happening. This is. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as his real eye focused on the 4-5 elements mountains. He saw a scene that shook his mind. 4 intense clusters of force were rapidly rising from within the 4 mountains, their radiance no less than that of the eternal stage origin beast before them. It's summoning 4 other eternal stage origin beasts. Wang Teng felt incredulous. How could this be possible? Wasn't this like cheating? The youth from the Haishan royal clan also noticed the anomaly? He quickly turned his gaze towards the 4 mountains, his expression becoming extremely solemn. He even considered fleeing immediately, but the eternal stage origin beast in front of him had been staring at him, making him feel as if there was no escape. Boom! In a short time, the 4 mountains simultaneously exploded. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, 4 terrifying giant beasts rushed out from within the 4 mountains. Countless boulders soared into the sky, exploding, creating a horrifying scene as if a giant hand was shattering mountains and breaking cliffs. These 5 elements mountains were massive beyond imagination. The impact was so terrifying that its range extended far and wide, affecting the entire sky. Numerous debris and dust filled the air. The colossal forms of the 4 terrifying origin beasts were faintly visible within. Roar, 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 roar! 4 roars simultaneously resounded, causing the expressions of everyone present to change completely. They stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the sky. Roar. The fire element eternal stage origin beast also roared in response to the 4 giant beasts. 4 eternal stage origin beasts. A member of the Guizang family couldn't help but exclaim, but was immediately silenced by someone covering his mouth. They looked at the sky with terrified eyes. 5 terrifying giant beasts dominated the sky, casting a shadow that darkened the entire sky. An indescribable oppressive force descended upon everyone. At this moment, figures emerged from the 4-5 Elements Mountains. They were none other than the remaining members of the 5 major families. Other martial warriors from various factions also appeared, including the chubby one from the Golden Peak City, the lady from the Azure Sky Island, Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 from the Shadow Fortress, and many others. They all rushed out from the 5 Elements Mountains with such a grand commotion they couldn't have missed the occurrence. Appearing in the outside world, they also saw the 5 terrifying eternal stage origin beasts, their pupils contracted in shock. What is this? The chubby young man from the Golden Peak City shivered in fear, hiding behind the girl from Azure Sky Island. However, the girl's face also turned pale when she witnessed the scene, not faring any better than the chubby one. The 2 genius martial warriors from the Shadow Fortress wore expressions of shock, staring fixedly at the sky. They were ready to escape at any moment. The aura was too overwhelming. They acknowledged that they were not a match and were prepared to flee. Chi Yi from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates, Zuo Gu from the White Knight Universe Pirates, and Shelley from the Long Lapa Empire were also visibly shaken. They looked at the 5 eternal stage origin beasts in disbelief. Hengzang Mo, Yizang Xinnuo, and the others also emerged. Initially shocked and horrified at the sight of the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, they seemed to have grasped something, exchanging glances with expressions mirroring that of Guizang Yan. Is it them? Hengzang Mo swallowed nervously and asked through voice transmission. 5 eternal stage origin beasts, it should be, Yizang Xinnuo nodded. What have they done? How did they provoke these 5 eternal stage origin beasts? Yunzang Xiao said with a serious expression. Let's go. Guizang Yan and the others are over there. Let's go and ask. Hengzang Mo scanned the area and spotted Guizang Yan and his group. He immediately led the way towards them. The others followed suit. On the other side, Wang Teng also felt the boundless pressure and couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was scary. 5 eternal stage origin beasts appeared simultaneously. This was a dire situation. Dealing with one was challenging enough, let alone 5. The young man from the Haishan royal clan had truly stirred up a hornet's nest by provoking these eternal stage origin beasts. However, Wang Teng knew that these 5 eternal stage origin beasts were likely the 5 eternal stage viscera. This time, it seemed that they had gathered on their own accord. He initially thought he had to find them one by one, but now they came out themselves, saving him the trouble of searching. The only problem was how to deal with these 5 eternal stage origin beasts. The youth from the Haishan royal clan immediately retreated. He was terrified. 5 eternal stage origin beasts were far beyond his capabilities. Even with the original energy battle weapon that could unleash eternal stage strength, he couldn't handle them. The original energy battle weapon could only unleash eternal power once, and the next time it was needed, it had to be charged by an eternal stage expert again. He had already used up this only opportunity. Roar. The fire element eternal stage origin beast roared in anger, glaring ferociously at the young man from the Haishan royal clan and attacking him. Boom. Tentacles shot out one by one, ensnaring the young man from the Haishan royal clan in a tight bind. Don't run! Keep fighting! Wang Teng shouted loudly from a distance. Those unfamiliar with the situation might think that Wang Teng was cheering on the other side. The young man from the Haishan royal clan's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. cursing Wang Teng's entire family in his heart. He wished he could rush up and fight him, but he couldn't. He was utterly incapable of escaping from the grip of the fire element eternal stage origin beast. Moreover, roar, 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 roar! The other 4 eternal stage origin beasts also roared, launching attacks against the young man from the Haishan royal clan. The appearance of those 4 eternal stage origin beasts finally emerged from the thick smoke, allowing everyone to see what they looked like. They resembled the fire element eternal stage origin beast. They were giant meatball-like creatures with numerous tentacles, large eyes, and a gaping mouth. However, their colors varied, blue, green, yellow, and gold corresponding to the other 4 elemental forces. The blue eternal stage origin beast was unmistakably a water element origin beast, appearing as if its entire body was condensed from a blue liquid. It was a peculiar sight. The green eternal stage origin beast represented the wood element, its entire form cloaked in verdant green. Its body seemed to be constructed of wood, adorned with various trees, and its tentacles resembled vines. The yellow eternal stage origin beast embodied the earth element, its entire body covered in earthy hues. It looked somewhat clumsy, exuding a muddy texture. The tentacles, like congealed rocks, were exceptionally heavy, discouraging anyone from underestimating it. Lastly, the golden eternal stage origin beast was undoubtedly a creature of the metal element. It seemed to be crafted from a metallic substance, radiating a metallic luster. Its tentacles, also composed of metal, possessed an incredibly sharp edge capable of slicing through the void, leaving behind dimensional rifts in space wherever they passed. The young man from the Haishan royal clan's complexion shifted from black to green, displaying an astonishing range of colors. Even if he was arrogant at this moment, he was utterly shocked, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Death loomed right before his eyes. Oh, what a poor young man. Wang Teng's expression was filled with sympathy. Chapter 2331, The 5 Burial Families Eternal Level Spacecraft Attack 1. Oh, what a poor young man. Silence. Guizang Yan, Hengzang Mo, and the martial warriors of the 5 major families were flying towards Wang Teng. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, they were momentarily speechless, nearly falling from the sky in astonishment. They had already learned from Guizang Zhu about the mastermind behind all this. Han Zhu, the person standing before them, Yizang Xinnuo, and the others were utterly shocked, never expecting that the seemingly upright and righteous brother Han would be so devious. The young man from the Haishan royal clan was truly pitiful, falling victim to such a scheme. In the sky, the young man from the Haishan royal clan was besieged by the 5 eternal stage origin beasts. The scene resembled 5 burly men bullying a 3-year-old child. Many bystanders, unaware of the situation, couldn't help but feel sympathy for the young man from the Haishan royal clan. What on earth had happened? He was a Cosmo stage martial warrior. How did he manage to provoke 5 eternal stage origin beasts? That young man from the Black Skull Universe Pirates was truly audacious. Many believed he must have intentionally provoked the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, oblivious that he was equally innocent. The young man from the Haishan royal clan felt unjust and wanted to vomit blood. He hadn't done anything, yet he was now facing the siege of 5 eternal stage origin beasts. This situation seemed devoid of any justice. Boom, under everyone's gazes, the 5 eternal stage origin beasts bombarded the young man from the Haishan royal clan who was in the center. People shook their heads and sighed. This rising star of the Black Skull Universe Pirates was finished. Under the siege of the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The attack that had just cleaved an eternal stage origin beast into 2 halves was utterly incapable of withstanding the simultaneous assaults from the 5 eternal stage origin beasts. The muscles on the faces of Hengzang Mo, Guizang Yan, and the others twitched uncontrollably. These 5 eternal stage origin beasts were too powerful. Were they supposed to directly face these 5 eternal stage origin beasts? Their hearts could not help but waver. The ancestral gifts left behind were seemingly too difficult to obtain. Couldn't it be a bit simpler? It was truly a challenge for the younger generation of the five major families. These young talents from the five major families couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Wang Teng kept his gaze tightly fixed on the center of the explosions. Was the young man from the Haishan royal clan going to die so easily? Was it truly that simple? In fact, it wasn't simple at all. Without Wang Teng's various means, it would have been impossible to deceive the young man from the Haishan royal clan. After all, the opponent possessed extraordinary methods, cutting even eternal stage origin beasts into half. Such methods were beyond what even the cosmos stage talents of the stellar academies could achieve. Hence, Wang Teng felt that the opponent might not be so easily killed. Suddenly, his expression changed. In the distant sky, the spatial fluctuation suddenly surged, and a figure rushed out in a very embarrassed state. It was the young man from the Haishan royal clan. He was wearing that golden eternal stage battle armor. At this moment, the battle armor had gained some scars, but they were rapidly healing, restoring to their original state. The young man from the Haishan royal clan spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, his face darkening to the extreme as he stared fixedly at the five eternal stage origin beasts in the distance. He's not dead. The crowd also noticed the appearance of the young man from the Haishan royal clan and immediately exclaimed in surprise. This was beyond comprehension. He actually escaped from the attacks of the five eternal stage origin beasts. How did he manage that? Just moments ago, almost everyone believed he was bound to die, but now he appeared alive, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Spatial manipulation, perhaps? Wang Teng squinted his eyes. Just now, he sensed a slight fluctuation in the space around the young man from the Haishan royal clan. In such a situation, only spatial manipulation could allow him to escape unharmed. However, Wang Teng didn't detect the slightest hint of space power within the young man using his real eye. If the opponent possessed space talents, he wouldn't have missed it. So there was only one possibility. The young man had some kind of treasure with spatial capabilities. Wang Teng, did he just use spatial manipulation? Roundball asked. That's right, Wang Teng nodded. The Haishan royal clan is too powerful. They prepared a treasure containing spatial manipulation for that young man. Roundball also guessed that the opponent might have a spatial treasure and exclaimed in amazement. Original energy battle weapon and spatial treasure, even Wang Teng was a bit envious. After all, the value of spatial treasures was no less than that of original energy battle weapons. In some cases, they might be even more precious. No matter how precious the materials for crafting the original energy battle weapons were, could they be more valuable than the materials for crafting spatial treasures? In the vast universe, the rarest treasures were those related to space and time. Both were extremely scarce. Even universe stage martial warriors would find it challenging to encounter such treasures. What a waste! How could he casually use my stuff? Wang Teng said indignantly, gritting his teeth. Roundball was momentarily baffled. Since when did it become your stuff? After a brief moment of confusion, it finally returned to its senses and couldn't help but feel speechless. How thick was his skin to consider the opponent's treasure his own? Could anyone be more shameless than him? Truly shameless to the extreme. Hengzang Mo and the others, hearing Wang Teng's words, felt the corners of their mouths twitching involuntarily. What a shameless person. Why did Han Zhu seem more and more like that Counselor Wang Teng? By the way, where did that Counselor Wang Teng go? Their gazes swept across the sky and saw the distant Wang Teng clone, but they didn't think much of it, purely assuming that the two just had some similarities in character. The young man from the Haishan royal clan lowered his head to look at a jade stone in his hand, his expression extremely unpleasant. He had once again used a life-saving measure. Chapter 2332. The Five Burial Families Eternal Level Spacecraft Attack 2. His heart was bleeding. Even he, at this moment, was bleeding in his heart. These treasures accumulated over the years were all used up at once. Yet he didn't gain anything. Even now, he hasn't caught sight of the shadows of those 5 eternal stage viscera. What injustice was this? With no return for his efforts, the level of heartache instantly skyrocketed. Hey, could you stop using these treasures? You're not even a match for those 5 eternal stage origin beasts. It's a waste to use them. You might as well leave them to me. A voice echoed from afar, the youth's face darkened, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood from anger. He glared at Wang Teng fiercely. Not only did this scoundrel deceive him so miserably, but he was also eyeing his treasures. This was outrageous. Roar. The 5 eternal stage origin beasts also noticed that the young man of the Heishan royal clan was still alive. 5 pairs of ferocious eyes stared at him. Damn it, when will this end? Why don't you go after him? The young man of the Heishan royal clan's heart skipped a beat as he pointed at Wang Teng angrily. The fire element eternal stage origin beast seemed to notice Wang Teng finally. Its gaze swept over, roaring loudly. Roar! Damn it! Wang Teng was startled and immediately retreated rapidly. Hengzang Mo and the others, look at you being found out after all that boasting. Roundball couldn't help but remark sarcastically. Cuff, how was I supposed to know it wouldn't forget about me so quickly? Aren't origin beasts supposed to be stupid? Wang Teng said innocently. Even if they're stupid, they wouldn't forget about you so soon. Roundball sighed, exasperated. What on earth was this guy thinking? I've already left the range of the fire element mountain, and it still chased after me. That's against the rules, Wang Teng protested. Stop struggling. What's the use of telling me all this? Just run for your life. Roundball rolled its eyes impatiently. Boom! The fire element eternal stage origin beast immediately launched an attack towards their direction, its tentacles sweeping over. Run! What are you all standing around for? Wang Teng hurriedly called out. However, Hengzang Mo and the others exchanged glances at each other at this moment, then nodded in unison. Surprisingly, they didn't retreat, but instead took out a space ring simultaneously. Wang Teng paused slightly, involuntarily halting his movements, his eyes flickering as he looked toward the space rings in their hands. Hengzang Mo and the others pointed their space rings into the sky at the same time. 5 beams of light shot out from the rings, converging in the air. Then, at the point where the light converged, there was a ripple in space, followed by a gigantic spaceship slowly emerging from the void. The metallic hull, gleaming with a cold luster, gradually appeared before them, leaving them stunned and shaken. An eternal-level spacecraft, Roundball exclaimed. With just one glance, it recognized the spaceship before them as an eternal stage spacecraft. Whether it was the forged metal of the spacecraft or the rune structure on it, it was definitely not something a universe-level spacecraft could have. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, naturally discerning the grade of the spacecraft. The densely packed runic structures on it far surpassed those of a universe-level spacecraft. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily terrifying. This was an eternal-level spacecraft. Never did he expect that the 5 major families would have such means prepared. Did they anticipate something in advance? Some distance away, Chi-E, Zuogu, Shadow 9, Shadow 11, and the others all stared in shock at the spacecraft appearing above. The 5 major families were cheating. How could an eternal-level spacecraft be used for matters between Cosmos Stage martial warriors? This was unfair. The prodigies of various major powers felt bitter in their hearts. This time, their entry into the 5 burial ancestral lands seemed to have turned them into mere accessories. Get into the spacecraft, Hengzang Mo shouted. The martial warriors from the 5 major families rushed towards the spacecraft immediately. The spacecraft's door opened automatically, and figures darted inside. Brother Han, Yizang Xinnuo shouted, "Let's go together." "No, you guys go ahead. I think the scenery outside is better." Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled faintly. Hengzang Mo and the others were speechless. What the hell did he mean by saying the scenery outside was better? What was this guy thinking? But since he said so, they couldn't force him, nor did they have time to bother with him. One by one, they entered the spacecraft. Yizang Xinnuo looked at him intently before following the others into the spacecraft. Boom. At that moment, the tentacles of the eternal stage origin beast also arrived, slamming against the spacecraft. The surface of the spacecraft lit up with a protective shield resembling an egg, solidly blocking the eternal stage origin beast's attack. Ripples appeared on the shield. Roar. Seeing this, the eternal stage origin beast roared furiously and charged straight at the spacecraft, its tentacles madly entwining around it, seemingly intent on crushing it. Boom. Just then, a buzzing sound echoed through the sky. A huge force cannon emerged at the top of the spacecraft, gathering boundless force, dazzling to the extreme, leaving everyone awestruck. This attack, Wang Teng's expression turned serious as he felt an indescribable deadly threat from the brilliance. It was terrifying. Even before it was fired, one could clearly sense the horrifying power within. It contains eternal matter. He took a deep breath, profoundly shaken. Just now, with his real eye, he observed that the brilliance at the cannon's muzzle contained the power of laws and eternal matter. Chapter 2333. The 5 Burial Family's Eternal Level Spacecraft. Attack 3. Even an eternal stage expert probably wouldn't dare to take such an attack head-on. The prodigies of various major powers in the distance were also shaken, retreating one after another, afraid of being affected by the aftermath. The young man of the Haishan royal clan stared at the Eternal Level spacecraft, his eyes rapidly flickering. Suddenly, he realized something and his heart trembled. Could it be? An incredible thought emerged in his mind and he looked at the 5 eternal stage origin beasts with disbelief written all over his face. Roar, sensing the threat. The eternal stage origin beast immediately roared in anger. The other 4 eternal stage origin beasts descended, each conjuring a glowing sphere in their mouths. 5 spheres, crimson, blue, golden, yellow, and green, were formed. They were brilliant and dazzling, yet harboring terrifying power, leaving people breathless. Boom! A beam of light originating from the cannon of the Eternal Level spacecraft shot straight toward the 5 eternal stage origin beasts. Roar, 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 roar. 5 roars echoed as the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, unwilling to back down, spewed out the spheres from their mouths, transforming them into 5 beams of light. These 5 beams converged halfway, forming a single beam of 5 colors, fiercely blasting forward. Boom! A deafening roar causing the entire world to fall silent, reverberated. All sound seemed to vanish. As the 2 beams collided, an extreme brilliance erupted, engulfing the heavens and the earth in blinding white. Everyone's faces were filled with horror, holding their breath as their ears buzzed. They were unable to hear or see anything before their eyes. Wang Teng activated his real eye, retreating while gazing at the collision site. His eyes burned with pain and tears streamed uncontrollably. The collision was too terrifying. Even his real eye found it difficult to observe directly. Boom. After a moment of silence, the sound finally resurfaced. The collision didn't last long before the outcome was decided. The attacks of the 5 eternal stage origin beasts collapsed, and the assault from the Eternal Level spacecraft also crumbled, leaving only half of its remaining power to crash into the 5 origin beasts. Bang, 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 bang. In the next instant, the 5 eternal stage origin beasts burst open, transforming into 5 clusters of light, each with its unique hue, eternal stage viscera. The young man of the Haishan royal clan's eyes contracted. At this moment, all his doubts vanished. He could now be completely sure that those 5 clusters of light were undoubtedly the 5 eternal stage viscera atop the Eternal Level spacecraft. Hengzang Mo and the others were overjoyed, cheering loudly. "We did it! Quickly open the containment," Yizang Xinnuo shouted. Hengzang Mo immediately issued the command, and the intelligence of the Eternal Level spacecraft sprang into action. Suddenly, the top of the spaceship split open on both sides, and 5 huge glass-like objects emerged, glowing with 5-colored light. A suction force erupted. The 5 clusters of light formed by the 5 eternal stage origin beasts were immediately pulled towards the glass-like structures by the suction force. Damn it! The young man of the Haishan royal clan's face turned ugly. However, the 5 clusters of light seemed unwilling to be absorbed so easily. They simultaneously erupted with extreme brilliance, resisting the pulling force. A hint of joy appeared on the young man's face. He didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed towards the 5 clusters of light. These were his. No one could steal them away. Seeing this scene from afar, Qi Yi and the others knew full well that those 5 clusters of light were treasures. So they rushed over too, although they didn't know what the clusters of light were. If even the young man of the Haishan royal clan dared to grab them, how could they lag? The young man of the Haishan royal clan reached out for the 5 clusters of light. His figure appeared insignificant compared to the radiance of the 5 clusters, yet he showed no hesitation, as if those 5 clusters were already in his grasp, unable to escape his palm. Damn it! Hengzang Mo and the others were filled with extreme anger when they saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically. They spared no effort to use the eternal level spacecraft to finally make the eternal stage viscera appear. Yet this young man dared to intervene. "Let's use the eternal stage weapon to blast him," Guizang Yan said fiercely. He still remembered the humiliation inflicted on him by this young man. He was almost captured by him. Although it ultimately failed and Guizang Zhu replaced him, he still harbored deep resentment. If this grudge went unavenged, Guizang Yan wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of other members of the Guizang family. No, using it once requires a cooldown time of 3 minutes. "The time hasn't come yet," Hengzang Mo said. "Damn it." Guizang Yan pounded his fist on the console in front of him, full of unwillingness. "Increase the suction force of the containment," Yizang Xinnuo immediately commanded. Yes. Inside the spaceship, a mechanical voice echoed. It was the vessel's intelligence outside. In the palm of the young man from the Haishan royal clan, a powerful surge of force erupted, attempting to pull the 5 clusters of light towards him. However, he found that the opposing force of suction had also increased dramatically, pulling the 5 clusters of light back. At this moment, Chai Yi, Zuo Gu, and others arrived, launching attacks towards the young man. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of their attacks reverberated, their power formidable enough to cause a slight change in the young man's expression. "Get lost." A cold shout erupted from the young man's mouth. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. He thrust it towards the approaching group. Boom! A golden spear radiance burst forth, colliding with the attacks from Qi Yi and the others. In an instant, the attacks from both sides were annihilated simultaneously, and the residual force surged outward, pushing Qi Yi and the others back. Chapter 2334. The 5 Burial Families Eternal Level Spacecraft Attack 4. What? Qi Yi, Zuo Gu, and the others' expressions changed slightly. They found it unbelievable that this genius of the Black Skull Universe pirates had actually blocked all their attacks by himself. "Take a ball from me." At that moment, a loud shout rang out. To everyone's surprise, the chubby boy from the Golden Peak City tossed a massive golden sphere toward the young man from the Haishan royal clan. "A divine spirit master," Wang Teng observed from afar. His expression was somewhat peculiar. This chubby young man was a divine spirit master, and his weapon seemed rather peculiar. It was a huge spherical object. The young man of the Haishan royal clan's face darkened as he thrust his spear fiercely at the incoming golden sphere. Boom! A loud bang echoed as the golden sphere was sent flying, bearing a deep spear mark on its surface. "Oh no, my ball!" the chubby boy exclaimed, looking at his golden sphere with anguish. Just as the young man deflected the golden sphere, the lady from the Azure Sky Island suddenly appeared from the left, her sword thrusting towards the young man. Swoosh! A radiant emerald swordlight traversed the sky, containing immensely potent domain power, making it impossible to underestimate. The young man was frustrated. He couldn't retract his spear in time, so he had to temporarily abandon the 5 clusters of light and push his left palm out. An incredibly solid yellow palm imprint instantly condensed. Boom! The sword light was unexpectedly shattered by the palm imprint bursting apart. The lady from the Azure Sky Island was also impacted by the residual force of the palm imprint, staggering back with a pale complexion. "Meow meow, are you all right?" The chubby boy from the Golden Peak City immediately rushed over with concern. "Get lost!" The lady from the Azure Sky Island gave him a cold look, not hiding her displeasure. "Oh," the chubby boy from the Golden Peak City shrunk back, feeling dejected. With a grave expression, the girl from the Azure Sky Island looked ahead. The young man of the Haishan royal clan just pushed back the girl from the Azure Sky Island, but before he could catch his breath, an almost imperceptible sense of danger surged from behind. Instantly, he felt a chill down his spine. Without hesitation, the young man vanished from the spot. Swoosh! 2 sword lights pierced through his lingering shadow from 2 extremely cunning angles. Shadow Fortress. Chai Yi and the others' expressions changed slightly. They couldn't imagine avoiding such an attack so easily. The lady from the Azure Sky Island and the chubby boy from the Golden Peak City also looked extremely serious, casting wary glances towards the 2 Shadow Fortress martial warriors who had disappeared without a trace. The strength of the young man of the Haishan royal clan shocked them even more. Despite facing the siege of so many talented warriors, he could still calmly evade the sneak attacks from the Shadow Fortress martial warriors. It was simply unimaginable. The young man of the Haishan royal clan didn't retreat too far. He reappeared just tens of meters away, reaching out for the 5 clusters of light once again. In his eyes, those 5 clusters of light were more important than anything else. He didn't care about all those genius martial warriors from the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Even the 2 Shadow Fortress martial warriors posed no significant threat to him. If he hadn't been distracted by others just now, he wouldn't have given them a chance to approach from behind. "Stop him!" Chai Yi and the others shouted furiously, charging forward once again. "Back off!" The young man of the Haishan royal clan drew out his original energy battle weapon. His voice was cold. "Anyone who dares to approach, I'll cut them down." Chi Yi and the others' pupils contracted. They naturally recognized this weapon. The young man had previously used it to contend with the eternal stage origin beast, displaying terrifying power. For a moment, the group froze in place. Their expressions turned uncertain, and they were reluctant to approach any further. The young man sneered, seemingly mocking them, making their expressions even more grim. Ignoring Chi Yi and the others, he once again reached out for the 5 clusters of light. "Are you perhaps celebrating too soon?" A voice sounded abruptly. 2 figures appeared simultaneously on the left and right sides of the young man, each unleashing a punch. Boom, boom. Wang Teng's clone condensed a flame fist imprint, while his main body formed an earthy yellow fist imprint. They attacked simultaneously. The young man's expression turned ugly. He knew who they were without a doubt. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his original energy battle weapon. A sword light swept towards the left, clashing with the earthy yellow fist imprint, while at the same time he met the flame fist imprint with his palm on the right. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the 2 attacks exploded almost simultaneously, unleashing terrifying force shockwaves. "Die!" A cold smirk curled the corners of the young man's lips. He directed the original energy battle weapon towards Wang Teng's main body, the person he believed to be Han Zhu, intending to slay him on the spot. He had been so thoroughly deceived by Han Zhu that he harbored deep-seated resentment and had long wished to kill him. Now was the perfect opportunity. His original energy battle weapon may not unleash the power of an eternal stage weapon, but it could harness the might of a universe stage weapon. Surely Han Zhu wouldn't be able to withstand his original energy battle weapon, yet, to his surprise, Han Zhu seemed to have anticipated his use of the original energy battle weapon. The fist imprints from earlier were merely feints, and Han Zhu had vanished from the spot in advance, The sword light from the original energy battle weapon only severed a lingering afterimage. Boom. The flame fist imprint on the right erupted, unexpectedly shattering the young man's palm imprint, and surged unabated towards him. What? The young man's expression changed completely, clearly not expecting this outcome. Not only had his original energy battle weapon failed to kill Han Zhu, but even his palm imprint had been shattered by this counselor Wang Teng. Bang! The flame fist imprint fiercely struck the young man of the Haishan royal clan. The sound of bones breaking echoed from his chest as his body flew backward involuntarily. Boom! Before the young man of the Haishan royal clan could react, Wang Teng's main body appeared above him with a ferocious stomp. Terrifying physical strength erupted, crashing entirely onto his back. Splurt, a spurt of blood gushed from the young man's mouth, his face pale as his entire body careened towards the nearby Earth Element Mountain with immense force. Chapter 2335, Devour Talent, Activate 1. The sudden turn of events left everyone around stunned. The prodigies from various factions like Qi Yi and Zuo Gu looked at the young man who had been sent flying. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The young man whom they greatly feared had been defeated by Counselor Wang Teng and Han Zhu. Even the original energy battle weapon couldn't harm the opponent. It was all quite unbelievable. They had witnessed the power of that original energy battle weapon with their own eyes. It could almost kill an eternal stage beast, let alone a Cosmos stage martial warrior. However, Han Zhu's ability to evade in advance caught them off guard. Considering the reaction speed of a Cosmos stage martial warrior, it was difficult to evade under such circumstances, given how fast the youth had acted. Well done, Hengzang Mo and the others were overjoyed. They had thought the young man of the Haishan royal clan was about to succeed, but Han Zhu and Counselor Wang Teng intervened and forced him back. Brother Han kept his promise, Yizang Xinnuo said. Han Zhu should be on our side, but Counselor Wang Teng might be unpredictable. Hengzang Mo frowned after the initial joy, expressing his concern. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Teng's clone nervously. At this moment, those 5 glass-like devices once again pulled the 5 light clusters closer, bringing them within hundreds of meters of the glass structures. Whether they could truly take away the eternal stage viscera left by their ancestors depended on this moment. As long as the 5 light clusters were pulled into the eternal level spacecraft, others would lose their chance completely. At this moment, Wang Teng's clone flashed, directly rushing toward the 5 light clusters. The expressions of Hengzang Mo and the others changed slightly. Despite their anticipation, seeing Wang Teng's clone take action still made their hearts skip a beat. Can we increase the suction force? Shozang Kaiyun hurriedly asked. No, it's already at its limit. The 5 light clusters are struggling to revive, and they may once again condense into eternal stage origin beasts, Yizang Xinnuo said with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. If the 5 light clusters transformed back into eternal stage origin beasts, their eternal level spacecraft would be the first to bear the brunt, inevitably enduring the frenzied attacks of the 5 eternal stage origin beasts. Moreover, to activate the eternal stage attack again required 3 minutes of cooldown time. While 3 minutes might seem short under normal circumstances, in this situation, it felt incredibly long. In a battle involving eternal stage entities, a lot could happen in 3 minutes and everything could potentially reverse. Moreover, they were originally unable to contend with eternal stage origin beasts. It was only with the help of this eternal level spacecraft that they could barely achieve this much. If the eternal stage origin beasts were to revive once again, they would undoubtedly be put in a passive position. Boom. A mighty force of devouring surged from Wang Teng's clone as he unleashed the power of the World Devourer to directly absorb and take away the 5 light clusters. It was a last resort. Both the 5 major families and that young man from the Haishan royal clan had prepared containers capable of holding these 5 eternal stage viscera, but he hadn't. Thus he had to resort to the World Devourer technique. It was fortunate that he possessed this extraordinary divine ability. Otherwise, even if he managed to seize the 5 light clusters, it would have been futile, as he wouldn't have been able to take them away. Moreover, if the eternal stage origin beasts were to resurrect once more, they would face the most terrifying consequence: the frenzied retaliation of the 5 eternal stage origin beasts. What Wang Teng needed to do now was to completely absorb the 5 light clusters. As for refining them, that would have to be considered later. A black vortex suddenly appeared above Wang Teng's head, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The pulling power unleashed by the eternal-level spacecraft was actually surpassed as the 5 light clusters were slowly drawn into the black vortex. What is that? Hengzang Mo and the others were extremely shocked. They stared at the black vortex above Wang Teng's avatar with their expressions filled with disbelief. Qi Yi, Zuo Gu, and the others gazed at Wang Teng's clone with astonishment. They were deeply shaken. "Is that vortex consuming the 5 light clusters?" Qi Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of technique is this? It can directly swallow those 5 light clusters. I have never seen such a domineering technique," Shelley murmured with seriousness. "Could it be some kind of special talent?" Zuo Gu's pupils contracted as he speculated. "The methods of Counselor Wang Teng are truly beyond comprehension," the lady from the Azure Sky Island whispered to herself. She wore a thoughtful expression from afar. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 emerged from concealment. Their gazes also filled with astonishment as they gazed at Wang Teng's clone. They were filled with disbelief. They exchanged a glance, their wariness of Wang Teng deepening even further. "Are all the geniuses from the stellar academies this terrifying?" the chubby boy from the Golden Peak City exclaimed. "What should we do now? Should we still try to snatch them?" Qi Yi glanced at everyone and asked, "Snatch? Can we even succeed?" Zuo Gu scoffed. "The 5 light clusters are reviving, about to restore into 5 eternal stage origin beasts. Without special containers to hold them, even if we manage to snatch them, we won't be capable to take them away. This is not our opportunity." Shelley's gaze flickered, sighing in the end as he retreated backward. However, he didn't move too far away and continued watching Wang Teng's clone. He wanted to see if Counselor Wang Teng could succeed. Damn it, these people must know something. Qi Yi's expression was ugly and he was extremely frustrated. He stomped his foot fiercely and also retreated. Zuo Gu and the others shook their heads, following suit and stepping back. "Brother Han, please help us stop him." Chapter 21336, Devour Talent Activate. 2. At this moment, Yizang Xinnuo's anxious voice suddenly came from within the spacecraft. The actions of Wang Teng's clone instilled a sense of threat among them. If things continued as they were, those 5 orbs would soon be engulfed. Wang Teng's main form hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Brother Han, if you help us intercept him, the 5 families will owe you a debt of gratitude." Yizang Xinnuo and the others pleaded anxiously, sensing his hesitation. They understood that it was unrealistic to simply ask Han Zhu to provoke a member of the Academy Arbitration Association. Hence, they resorted to promising substantial rewards. "Brother Han, are you willing to become my adversary?" Wang Teng's clone inquired calmly, his expression devoid of emotion. All eyes turned to Wang Teng's main body, uncertain of his decision. In truth, they secretly hoped for a confrontation between Han Zhu and Counselor Wang Teng, preferably resulting in both parties suffering, leaving neither able to harm the other. These arrogant youngsters couldn't bear the thought of Wang Teng seizing the 5 orbs they couldn't obtain themselves. Brother Han, Yizang Xinnuo, spoke again. "Very well." Wang Teng's main form feigned hesitation for a moment before finally nodding, his voice resonating with solemnity. "Since the 5 major families regard me as a friend, I cannot betray your trust." Qi Yi and the others' eyes lit up, ready to witness the drama unfold. "You're overestimating yourself." Wang Teng's clone sneered coldly. Wang Teng's main form instantly adopted an air of righteousness, turning to face his clone and declaring, "Counselor Wang Teng, I'm sorry." With that, he prepared to take action. Boom! At that moment, a resounding boom echoed through the rocky terrain as boulders exploded, and a figure dashed out from the earth element mountain. It was the young man from the Haishan royal clan, Han Zhu. A piercing scream of fury emanated from his lips, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Wang Teng's main form. Boom! In the next instant, the young man of the Haishan royal clan brandished his original energy battle weapon and charged recklessly toward Wang Teng's main form. Consumed by rage, he disregarded the 5 luminous orbs entirely, focusing solely on attacking Wang Teng's main form. Remarkably resilient. Wang Teng's expression grew solemn. He was well aware of the force behind his previous attacks. They should have severely wounded the youth. Yet, despite appearing bedraggled and bearing numerous injuries, the young man of the Haishan royal clan was far from critically wounded, still charging forth with unabated ferocity. As his gaze swept over the young man of the Haishan royal clan, Wang Teng noticed peculiar markings adorning his body. Haishan Emperor Physique. The youth had activated the Haishan Emperor Physique. To Wang Teng's surprise, the young man of the Haishan royal clan possessed the forces of all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Despite previously scrutinizing the youth's internal condition with his real eye, Wang Teng had failed to detect the presence of the 5 forces within him. He had concealed his abilities remarkably well. Considering the youth's myriad of talents and his ability to hide his innate gifts, Wang Teng wasn't entirely astonished by this revelation. Furthermore, traces of the constellation wind force were discernible on the metallic wings of his battle armor, almost leading Wang Teng to believe the youth possessed an affinity for the wind element. Fortunately, Wang Teng's real eye revealed that the constellation wind force didn't originate from within the young man but was stored as energy within the metallic wings. In the next moment, Wang Teng emitted a cold snort, his countenance unchanged as he transformed into a phantom and surged forward. So what if he had the Haishan Emperor Physique? He was not afraid. Qi Yi and the others stood dumbfounded. They had expected Han Zhu to engage in combat with Counselor Wang Teng, only to witness the sudden emergence of the young man from the Haishan royal clan at a critical juncture. This fellow was like an unyielding pest. The members of the 5 major families, including Hengzang Mo, paused for a moment, then seethed with frustration. Having finally convinced Han Zhu to act, they couldn't understand why the young man of the Haishan royal clan had joined the fray. Now that Han Zhu and the young man from the Haishan royal clan were fighting, there was no one to restrain Counselor Wang Teng, unnoticed by all. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's clone's lips. This entire situation had been calculated by his main form. It was unexpected that the young man of the Haishan royal clan hadn't been severely injured. However, it didn't matter. His main form was more than capable of dealing with the youth. He ceased paying attention to the skirmish and directed his gaze toward the 5 luminous orbs not far away. His expression grew solemn as he unleashed the full force of the World Devourer technique, accelerating its consumption rate to the maximum boom. A black vortex spun rapidly, generating a terrifying gravitational pull. The 5 orbs beyond control were drawn inexorably toward the black vortex. Their energies were forcibly dragged into the vortex, merging with its darkness. Not enough. Shimmering with determination, Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as the force of consumption surged madly. The black vortex expanded rapidly, shrouding the entire sky. In the distance, Qi Yi and the others stared wide-eyed, horrified by the expanding black vortex. Their pupils contracted intensely. The appearance of the black vortex had already left them awestruck. It was an unparalleled display of power they had never before witnessed. Yet, witnessing this scene now, they realized their previous awe was nothing but child's play, utterly incomparable. The immense black vortex hovered overhead, its terrifying suction erupting. The massive stones on the 5 Elements mountains below were involuntarily drawn into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Qi Yi and the others dared not approach, retreating once again. Even their own forms seemed to be uncontrollably pulled toward the vortex. The sheer terror was too much to bear. Boom! The 5 orbs finally broke free from the restraint of the eternal-level spacecraft, hurtling towards the black vortex. Hengzang Mo and the others witnessed this scene inside the spacecraft. Their expressions contorted with profound dismay. Their fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their palms, drawing blood. "Faster! Hurry up!" Guizang Yan glanced at the cooldown progress bar of the eternal-level rune cannon. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth, chanting incessantly in his heart. But there was still more than a minute left. It was too late. Too slow. Unbearably slow. Guizang Yan and the others felt a wave of despair wash over them, forced to watch helplessly as the 5 orbs drew nearer to the black vortex. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, in the sky, the young man of the Haishan royal clan and Wang Teng's primary form clashed continuously, their collisions erupting into thunderous reverberations. The young man of the Haishan royal clan caught sight of the 5 orbs being inexorably pulled into the black vortex, his expression shifting from rage to realization. Get lost. He roared, thrusting his spear toward Wang Teng's primary form, intending to drive him back. "All right, I'll step aside," Wang Teng chuckled, effortlessly evading the attack rather than confronting it head-on. The young man of the Haishan royal clan hesitated briefly, but still charged toward Wang Teng's clone. Boom. However, at that critical moment, a fist imprint came hurtling from the side. The young man of the Haishan royal clan's expression changed abruptly as he clumsily dodged the attack, yet still grazed by the terrifying force, sending him flying backward. "You!" The young man of the Haishan royal clan managed to halt his momentum 100 meters away, his expression grim as he glared at Wang Teng. "I missed. What a pity." Wang Teng shook his head ruefully. "Han Zhu, you're courting death!" The young man of the Haishan royal clan roared furiously, launching successive strikes aimed at Wang Teng's main form. "Come on, try to kill me." Wang Teng threw punches, unleashing bursts of fist imprints, engaging in the fierce exchange without backing down. Since unleashing the Haitian Emperor physique, the young man's physical strength had become terrifyingly formidable. Moreover, his Haishan Emperor physique had reached the 5th rank, a testament to his exceptional talent even among the Haishan royal clan. The 5 forces manifested in intricate patterns, entwining around his body, imbuing each of his attacks with immense power as if augmented by some mysterious force. Wang Teng was no stranger to this phenomenon. It was the inherent strength of the Haishan Emperor physique, although he didn't fear any physical confrontation. His only regret was that he currently presented himself as Han Zhu. Hence, he was unable to freely unleash the powers of the ancient god physique and the true dragon battle physique, pseudo. These 2 techniques had become almost synonymous with him, witnessed by many. Therefore, once he employed them, he risked immediate recognition. However, even without access to those 2 physical powers, he possessed numerous other physical attributes to contend with, 5-element divine physique. "Let me see your power." A strange glint flickered in Wang Teng's eyes as he activated the 5-element divine physique. Suddenly, the 5-element forces within his body surged wildly toward his 5 internal organs, converging within them, creating vortexes akin to whirlpools within each organ. Chapter 2337, Success, Escape. 1. Boom. A series of rumblings emanated from within Wang Teng's 5 organs, inaudible to outsiders but perceptible to Wang Teng himself. As his organs vibrated and infused with force, they emitted a radiant glow as if imbued with divinity. A tremendous power surged forth from within, coursing through Wang Teng's entire body. 5th realm power. In this moment, Wang Teng felt as though he possessed the 5th realm power, a notion that seemed almost inconceivable, considering that even with the activation of the ancient god physique and the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, he merely attained the 6th level realm power. Even with the utilization of all the divine flames, achieving the 7th realm power was deemed the limit. Yet now, simply through the 5-element divine physique, he found himself wielding the 5th realm power directly. Though it appeared to be lacking 1 level, Wang Teng perceived it as a terrifying accomplishment. After all, the five-element divine physique was just a talent. Sensing the power coursing within him, a faint curve formed at the corner of Wang Teng's lips as he directed a punch toward the young man from the Haishan royal clan, Seven Mountains' crumbling fist, a fist imprint tinged with an earthy hue coalesced, emitting terrifying force fluctuations. Its momentum was formidable. The fist imprint was incredibly dense, causing the surrounding space to collapse, manifesting tiny black fissures that sent shivers down one's spine. Not enough. With a glint in his eyes, Wang Teng infused his 7th-level Earth domain into the attack. Boom! The undulations emitted by the earthy fist imprint grew even more terrifying, its power approaching the level of the 6th realm power, but still falling short. Without hesitation, Wang Teng infused the 2nd-rank laws of Earth origin into the fist imprint, causing intricate and mysterious law runes to surface on its exterior. 6th realm power. The power within the fist imprint reached the 6th realm power, but it didn't stop there. It continued to climb, empowered by the extraordinary force of the 2nd-rank power of laws of origin. The power swiftly ascended to the mid-level of the 6th realm power before gradually coming to a halt. While the mid-level of the 6th realm power couldn't compare to the 9th realm power Wang Teng had unleashed at the Stellar Academies, it was more than sufficient to confront the young man of the Haishan royal clan before him. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Teng unleashed the fist imprint with full force. The young man of the Haishan royal clan's pupils contracted, an expression of disbelief on his face. How could this guy's fist imprint become so terrifying? I won't lose. He roared, unleashing the eruption of all 5 forces within him. The 5 elements domain integrated into his body, causing the 5 colored patterns on his surface to radiate with brilliance. Simultaneously, the power of origin emerged. This young man was truly the pride of the Haishan royal clan, having comprehended 3 types of laws of origin: metal, earth, and wood. At this moment, all 3 were integrated into his body, causing the patterns on his body to pulsate with complexity and mystery. Those patterns resembled law runes, exuding the power of laws. The Haishan Emperor physique bore the power of laws of origin, rendering the young scion's flesh terrifying, emanating an invisible yet compelling aura. He charged forward directly, palm imprint striking out, fearlessly confronting Wang Teng's fist imprint. Boom. The attacks from both sides collided abruptly in the sky, erupting with intense radiance that shook the surroundings, sending ripples of forces spreading in all directions. The palm imprint and the fist imprint clashed forcefully, momentarily freezing in midair. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with incomprehensible shock and disbelief. These 2 individuals were too monstrous to think that Cosmo Stage martial warriors could unleash such powerful attacks was beyond belief. The martial warriors present, renowned prodigies in their own right, possessed extraordinary strength, yet at this moment they felt the vast disparity in power. There was just no comparison. They knew they wouldn't be able to withstand such intense attacks. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering echoed, abrupt and jarring, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a tremor of anticipation, their eyes widening as they focused on the point of collision. They witnessed cracks appearing on the palm imprint, spreading rapidly in all directions like a chain reaction, instantly covering the entire massive palm imprint. The young man of the Haishan royal clan stared wide-eyed, shaken to the core, unable to accept the outcome. During his previous defeat against Counselor Wang Teng, he hadn't considered it a true loss since he hadn't exerted his full strength. But this time, even when he had unleashed his full power without reservation, he still found himself defeated by Han Zhu. How was this possible? How could the opponent's strength surpass his own? The counselor was fine since he was a member of the Academy Arbitration Association and possessed formidable talent. But who was this Han Zhu before him? He was just a mere universe explorer. How could he contend with him? The young man of the Haishan royal clan couldn't accept it. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Boom. The next moment, the palm imprint exploded with a resounding blast, shattering into countless force fragments that scattered in all directions, its shock waves directly rushing toward him. The young man's pupils constricted as the fist imprint opposite him broke through the radiant energy released by the shattered palm imprint, expanding in his eyes. Within that fist imprint seemed to reside a realm of its own, where a giant star rose and crashed down with a deafening roar. Boom! The young man's face paled as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. He was squarely struck by the terrifying force of that fist imprint. Despite activating the Haishan Emperor physique, the bones throughout his body emitted crisp, cracking sounds echoing in the air, sending shivers down the spine. Chapter 2338. Success, Escape. 2. How many bones did he break? Splurt! The young man of the Haishan royal clan suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing once again onto a mountain. The second time? This was already the second time. Bang! The mountain trembled, countless boulders tumbled down, and the young man's body was embedded among them. The scene was gruesome beyond words. Muscles twitched on the faces of those watching. How tragic! What terrifying power was this to forcefully hurl the young man into the heart of the Five Elements mountain? The pain was one thing, but the main issue was the humiliation to be struck into the mountain, embedded within. It was a shame that any prodigy would find unbearable. Wang Teng stood in midair, looking down at the young man below, with an exceedingly calm gaze, as though he had merely defeated an ordinary warrior and not a talented young man of the Haishan royal clan. Hengzang Mo and the others were shocked, but they quickly revealed joy. "Brother Han, stop," Wang Teng quickly. Yizang Xinnuo and the others shouted from within the spacecraft when they saw Wang Teng defeating the young man. Boom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Teng's clone had already sucked most of the 5 light clusters into the devouring vortex, resembling a monstrous beast swallowing its prey whole. The scene was horrifying. The pitch-black vortex sent shivers down one's spine. No one dared to approach it at all. Wang Teng felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he had resolved the situation with the young man of the Haishan royal clan too early. If only he had known, he would have delayed a bit longer. Now Yizang Xinnuo was asking him to stop his clone, which meant he had to put on another act. It was truly exhausting. However, to assert his stance in front of the martial warriors from the 5 major families, Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed towards his clone. "Take this," Wang Teng shouted pretentiously and threw a punch at his clone. The clone snorted coldly, a black vortex swirling above its head as it also threw a punch. The emerald-glazed flame swept out, forming a green fist imprint. Boom! The 2 fist imprints collided in midair, both annihilating each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Both Wang Teng's main body and his clone were sent flying back 100 meters. Hengzang Mo and the others couldn't help but rejoice at the sight. However, their smiles quickly faded as they watched the black vortex, which remained unmoved, still sucking in the 5 light clusters. "Don't struggle anymore. It's useless," the clone sneered, shouting, "Swallow them! Boom!" A series of explosions echoed from within the black vortex. At the moment of the confrontation, most of the 5 light clusters had already been pulled into the vortex. Now, with the final eruption of the vortex, the remaining small portion of light clusters also completely sank into the vortex, disappearing before everyone's eyes. A silence fell over the heavens and earth. How could this happen? Hengzang Mo and the others turned pale, staring blankly at the scene before them. Their ancestors' eternal stage viscera had been taken away right in front of them. They could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Every martial warrior of the 5 major families couldn't accept this outcome. Guizang Yan, Yunzang Xiao, and others looked extremely grim, their eyes fixed on Wang Teng, wishing they could tear him apart and retrieve those 5 light clusters. But they knew they were no match for Wang Teng. All they could do was seethe with impotent rage. A burst of hearty laughter erupted from Wang Teng's clone, tinged with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly he waved his hand vigorously, and the massive black vortex above his head rapidly shrank before disappearing into his body. Thanks for the gift. With a fist raised in the direction of the Eternal Level spacecraft, Wang Teng's clone transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the horizon. He left without any hesitation. Before anyone could react, they only saw a fading silhouette swiftly diminishing in their vision, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Guizang Yan clenched his fists tightly, his anger reaching its peak at Wang Teng's actions. Not only did this scoundrel snatch their opportunity, but he also taunted and mocked them. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, Wang Teng's final words were nothing but sarcasm and provocation, not genuine gratitude. The 5 major families took a big loss this time. Qi Yi gloated. What were those 5 light clusters? They seemed quite valuable from their reactions. The chubby boy from Golden Peak City couldn't help but ask, who knows? Zuo Gu shrugged, smiling. But judging from their reactions, it's definitely a significant opportunity. Those 5 light clusters are probably the greatest opportunity within the 5 burials' ancestral land. Shelley's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. The greatest opportunity? I wonder what it could be. The lady from Azure Sky Island shook her head. The 5 major families have always opposed the Academy Arbitration Association and even killed several of their members. Now they've had their greatest opportunity in their ancestral land taken away by one of those members. Isn't this just karma? Chai Yi laughed. People couldn't help but glance at the large spacecraft, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Upon careful consideration, it seemed to be the case indeed. Isn't it funny how fortunes change? Who knows what the people of the 5 major families are feeling right now? The other warriors around were also discussing the matter. Some found joy in the misfortune of the 5 major families, while others felt sympathetic, shaking their heads as they looked toward the direction of the spacecraft. Chapter 2339, Success, Escape, 3, Hengzang Mo and the others flew out from the Eternal Level spacecraft, their faces darkening as they watched Wang Teng's departure. I'm sorry, everyone, I couldn't stop him. Wang Teng apologized with deep remorse, bowing respectfully. Hengzang Mo and the others glanced at him, their expressions shifting. Eventually they sighed. Brother Han, there's no need for apologies. We know you did your best. Yes, Brother Han, you don't need to blame yourself. You've already helped us a lot, Yizang Xinnuo chimed in. I am truly sorry, Wang Teng shook his head. Enough, since the opportunity is gone, staying here any longer serves no purpose. Let's go back and inform our family heads about what happened so they can prepare. Hengzang Mo suggested. Guizang Yan, Yunzang Shao, and the others nodded solemnly. What about the young man from the Haishan royal clan, Wang Teng was about to inquire about the opinion of the 5 major families. Even if he was to kill the young man from the Haishan royal clan, they would still have to bear the blame. However, when he looked down, the young man was nowhere to be seen. He's gone. Hengzang Mo and the others also noticed the disappearance of the young man. Their faces changed slightly. Did you see when he escaped? Guizang Yan frowned and asked. Everyone shook their heads. Even from afar, Qi Yi and the others' expressions changed slightly. The young man had disappeared right under their noses. This was remarkable. Interesting. To escape with such injuries, it seems I underestimated him. Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he shook his head. This young talent from the Haishan royal clan is too difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have failed. Yizang Xinnuo gritted his teeth. The Haishan royal clan. Hengzang Mo and the others also clenched their teeth, their hatred towards the Haishan royal clan reaching its peak. It was all because of the Haishan royal clan. It was the Haishan royal clan that made them lose the eternal stage viscera of their ancestors. This enmity will not be forgiven. The martial warriors from the 5 major families searched for the young man for some time, but they couldn't find any trace of him. In the end, they had to give up. Let's go. They didn't stay any longer. They boarded the Eternal Level spacecraft and proceeded straight toward the location of the dimensional rift they had come from. Seeing this, the talents from various factions like Qi Yi, Zuogu, and others also abandoned their plans to search for opportunities. They sped toward the direction they had come from. On the other side, Shadow 11 asked quietly, "Shadow 9, what should we do? What can we do?" Shadow 9 gave him a contemptuous look and turned away. "Let's go back first. Hope the tricks that guy left on us won't be discovered." "All right," Shadow 11 agreed and followed, then couldn't help but remark, "That guy is too monstrous. It's hard to imagine that such monsters exist in the stellar academies. What are you thinking? No matter how formidable the stellar academies are, I don't believe everyone there is like him." Counselor Wang Teng is probably one of the top talents even within the stellar academies. Few can match him. Shadow 9's eyes gleamed, speaking. No wonder he could become a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association at the Cosmos stage. I heard that the counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association are mostly at the Heaven stage. We're unlucky to assassinate such a genius. Shadow 11 shook his head. Shadow 9 was also extremely frustrated internally. They had truly encountered a tough opponent this time, one they couldn't even touch, let alone defeat, at the crack of the ancestral land. Outside the 5 burial stars, numerous spacecraft hovered in the void, with many people watching the dimensional rifts located at the center of the 5 burial stars. The 5 family heads of the 5 major families sat cross-legged on the 5 burial stars, their eyes closed as if they were indifferent to the outside world. However, in reality, their spiritual power had been focused on observing the situation at the dimensional rift. The time for the ancestral land to close was drawing near. A month had passed very quickly, and there were only 3 days left. However, up until now, no one came out. They didn't know what had happened inside. They're out. Suddenly, a voice emerged from one of the spacecraft, drawing the attention of everyone present. The 5 family heads opened their eyes abruptly, gazing towards the dimensional rift, their eyes tinged with anticipation. Chapter 2340, Reaction of All Factions. Absorb and refine. 1 figures flew out of the dimensional rift, one after another. The 5 family heads stared at the figures with their hearts bleeding. The departure of these martial warriors was a loss for their families, but they couldn't stop them after all. They were the ones who let these people in. Now they could only swallow this bitter pill. Before long, a group of people flew out of the dimensional rift in unison, and to their surprise, they were none other than the prodigious warriors of the 5 major families. The 5 family heads finally couldn't sit still any longer and got up one after another. However, when they saw the gloomy faces of Hengzang Mo and the others, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in their hearts. Could it be Hengzang Mo shook his head at Hengzang Chuan, causing his heart to sink to the bottom of a valley? No more needed to be said. The expressions of Hengzang Mo and the others had already explained everything. What's going on? Hengzang Chuan frowned and asked via voice transmission. The ancestors' eternal stage viscera appeared. We used the eternal level spacecraft and the eternal level rune cannons to blast out our main bodies. But Wang Teng snatched them away. Hengzang Mo succinctly recounted the situation. The ancestors' eternal stage viscera appeared. So the rumors were true. Wang Teng, damn it, that counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association, he actually took away the eternal stage viscera. Hengzang Mo's words entered the 5 family heads' ears, causing their expressions to change. A hint of disbelief appeared in their eyes. The previous few counselors either fell in battle on the 5 burial stars or left dejectedly, making them think that the counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association were nothing special. Moreover, the counselor who appeared this time was only a Cosmos stage martial warrior, far inferior to the previous Heaven stage or Universe stage martial warriors, hence they didn't pay much attention to him. Even though they couldn't see through him when Wang Teng first appeared, but in the vast universe, there were countless ways to conceal one's realm and talents. The previous counselors were no exception. In the end, they were still defeated. Yet now, Hengzang Mo told them that the eternal stage viscera were snatched away by Counselor Wang Teng. They had carefully calculated, attracted various factions, and even deployed an eternal-level spacecraft. Yet in the end, the eternal stage viscera were still snatched away. This was unacceptable. Initially, they were wary of the Haishan royal clan. Actually, they didn't know much about the eternal stage origin beast. Even the previous martial warriors from their families had never reached the core of the Five Elements Mountains to see the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, so they couldn't be certain that those were the eternal stage viscera. But the appearance of the Haishan royal clan reminded them of some records in their families. The Haishan royal clan had been plotting carefully, perhaps targeting the eternal stage viscera. That was why they spared no effort in preparing an eternal-level spacecraft, sealing it with special methods and allowing Hengzang Mo and others to bring it into the ancestral land just in case. In the end, the eternal stage viscera did appear, but it was still snatched away. The person who took the eternal stage viscera was not the Haishan royal clan, but Counselor Wang Teng, which was beyond their expectations. They had taken every precaution, yet in the end they were left with nothing. All their calculations came to naught. How could the 5 family heads not be furious? At this moment they were so frustrated that they felt like spitting blood. Qi Yi, Zuo Gu, and others successively flew out of the dimensional rift, discerned the direction, and flew toward their respective factions' ships. Shadow 9 and Shadow 11 remained as elusive shadows, their appearances hidden, and they returned directly to the ancient warship of the Shadow Fortress. The chubby boy from the Golden Peak City appeared, leisurely flying towards the magnificent golden ship of Golden Peak City, looking somewhat deserving of a scolding. The lady from Azure Sky Island returned to the ship of Azure Sky Island and met with the beautiful woman named Bai Chunrao. The powerful factions present quickly learned of the events that occurred in the ancestral land, and they were all extremely surprised. Eternal stage origin beasts, 5 orbs of light, an eternal-level spacecraft. The appearance of these terms caused the powerful individuals of the various forces to sense that something was amiss. Indeed, the ancestral land concealed many secrets unknown to outsiders, and that young man from the Black Skull universe, pirates. His strength was unexpectedly formidable, far surpassing the prodigious martial warriors of various factions. Normally, the Black Skull universe pirates were on par with the major factions, and their prodigy's strength shouldn't have differed too much. However, according to Qi Yi, Zuo Gu, and others, the strength of that young man from the Black Skull universe pirates far exceeded theirs. This made the powerful individuals of the various factions feel that something was wrong, but they couldn't guess that the young man was from the Haishan royal clan. The Haishan royal clan was already extremely mysterious, and outsiders wouldn't easily associate him with them. Wang Teng ultimately snatched the 5 orbs of light. Pearson from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates, Cher from the White Knight Universe Pirates, Duke Yeheng from the Long Lapa Empire, and Bi Chunrao from Azure Sky Island all had gleams of thought in their eyes. This outcome was also extremely unexpected to them. That counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association had such strength. According to the prodigies from various factions, the young man from the Black Skull Universe Pirates was incredibly powerful. But in the end, he was defeated by Wang Teng. This made them take notice. A powerful counselor meant many things. If the other party completely took over the young generation of martial warriors from 5 burial stars, then it was very likely that they would also take over the young generation of warriors in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. If it came to that, Counselor Wang Teng would have the qualifications to converse with these older senior powerhouses. Chapter 2341, Reaction of All Factions. Absorb and Refine 2. Of course, it was only conversing, not a real confrontation, unless one waits until he matures, yet even in dialogue it was remarkable, for they must offer respect, lest they offend each other easily. This was the weight of a member of the Academy Arbitration Association who held true power. It was still too early to say this, but everyone saw a possibility. "Counselor Wang Teng is truly exceptional," someone exclaimed. Various factions lingered, reluctant to depart, anticipating Wang Teng's appearance. After almost all warriors had departed the ancestral grounds, the young man of the Haishan royal clan emerged. He stepped forth from the dimensional rift, his countenance pale and brooding. Superficially, it appeared as though his wounds had healed, but the ethereal aura surrounding him hinted at lingering injuries. Many eyes turned towards him, fixating on the young man of the Haishan royal clan. The gaze of powerful figures from various factions bore scrutiny. They wished to ascertain if he was as formidable as Qi Yi and others claimed. Unfortunately, they found nothing. The young man had a way to hide his aura and talents. The only certainty was that he was a cosmos stage martial warrior at the perfected realm, and definitely not a heaven stage martial warrior. The ancestral land was imbued with the legacy of an eternal stage entity, restricting entry to those above the cosmos stage. This was an immutable truth. Should a martial artist above the cosmos stage forcefully intrude, the ancestral ground would inevitably crumble. As for how the martial warriors of the 5 major families could bring an eternal-level spacecraft into the grounds, it was because of their profound understanding of the ancestral ground. Also, the eternal-level spacecraft was a relic left by the ancestor of the 5 major families, bearing the special mark of the ancestor. Thus, its entry into the ancestral grounds was warranted. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior from the Black Skull Universe Pirates appeared beside the youth from the Haishan royal clan. However, the young man paid him no heed, his countenance dark and brooding to the extreme. Without a moment's pause amidst the multitude of gazes, he entered the Black Skull Universe Pirates spacecraft. This scene caused a stir among the onlookers. The young man showed no deference to a universe stage powerhouse, and the universe stage martial warrior's attitude was peculiar, lacking the typical demeanor of a senior towards a younger martial warrior, but rather tinged with a hint of apprehension. Inside the Black Skull Universe Pirates spacecraft, the young man entered the control room and everyone else withdrew. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior left respectfully, not daring to utter a word. The atmosphere was very strange. He sensed something amiss and decided it wise to keep his distance, lest he incur trouble upon himself. "You did not succeed." Within the control room, a venerable figure emerged slowly. "With your strength, failure should not be an option." "That bastard!" The young man of the Haishan royal clan gritted his teeth, his visage contorted with rage. "Who?" The venerable figure shrouded in darkness inquired mildly, his features indiscernible. "Wang Teng." "Han Zhu." The young man's voice dripped with resentment. "You lost to both of them?" "They joined forces." The venerable figure expressed surprise. Muscles twitched involuntarily on the young man's face. Finally he spoke. "They didn't join forces." "Hmm?" The venerable figure appeared even more surprised. "Both of them surpassed you?" "Yes," reluctantly, the young man admitted. In the presence of this elder, he had to maintain respect and dare not show any negligence. He could only say, "The strength of those 2 individuals is somewhat unusual." "Tell me in detail what happened in the 5 burial ancestral land," the venerable figure said. The young man of the Haishan royal clan recalled the harrowing scenes, his countenance darkening like the bottom of a pot. Finally, he took a deep breath and recounted the events that transpired within the 5 burial ancestral land. Devoured the 5 eternal stage viscera. The venerable figure's pupils contracted sharply as he heard the conclusion. Any eternal stage entity, having lived countless eons, possessed extraordinary insight. Upon hearing the recount from the young man of the Haishan royal clan, he discerned the gravity of the situation. "Are you certain? It was the power of devouring?" the venerable figure inquired once more. "Many witnessed it." "There can be no mistake," the young man replied. "The power of devouring. Could it be that Wang Teng is the prodigy of that race?" The venerable figure murmured to himself. "Elder Hui, which race are you referring to?" The young man, noticing the elder's expression, grew even more astonished and couldn't help but ask. "The Zhukan clan." The venerable figure spoke. The Zhukan clan, the young man trembled all over. But that's the Zhukan clan, one of the top 3 races in the universe. Indeed, ranked in the top 3, surpassing even the renown of our Haishan royal clan, the venerable figure sneered coldly. Elder Hui, you seem to be? The young man hesitated, sensing the elder's unusual tone. You'll understand in due time, Elder Hui shook his head, declining further discussion. Instead, he continued, if Counselor Wang Teng truly possesses the bloodline of the Zhukun clan, then we may face some trouble. Are we to just let him reap the benefits uncontested? The young man of the Haishan royal clan spoke with a hint of defiance. Of course not. The Haishan royal clan has never feared anyone. Elder Hui's gaze turned sharp as he said, his words were filled with a fierce confidence, a confidence inherent to the Haishan royal clan. Chapter 2342, Reaction of All Factions, Absorb and Refine. 3. Moreover, despite being a formidable race not to be trifled with, the Yukun clan suffered from an exceedingly low population due to certain unique reasons, a disadvantage compared to the Haishan royal clan. And Han Zhu, I want him dead, the young man declared with hatred in his voice. If it weren't for him, I would never have lost those 5 eternal stage viscera. Gan, Elder Hui said in a deep voice. The young man froze. It was rare for Elder Hui to address him with such gravity. You are the pride of our Haishan royal clan. We have great expectations for you. A single defeat means nothing, but I hope you will not be blinded by immediate failures. Your vision must be broad. There are many talents in this universe. Even if you lose this opportunity, there will always be another, perhaps even more powerful. Elder Hui spoke slowly. The expression of the young man shifted continuously, like colors swirling in a dye workshop. After a moment, his gaze hardened, and he said, Elder Hui, I understand. It's good that you do. Elder Hui nodded. He continued, however, since Han Zhu has meddled with our affairs, it's only natural to eliminate him directly. As for that counselor, Wang Teng, he can be spared to serve as your opponent. We'll just teach him a lesson this time. Thank you, Elder Hui. The youth was overjoyed. Although he had accepted Elder Hui's words, his hatred towards Wang Teng and Han Zhu remained unabated. Now, hearing that Elder Hui planned to avenge him, he was naturally thrilled. Don't rush. Let's wait until this Wang Teng emerges, Elder Hui said calmly within the ancestral land after everyone had departed. Wang Teng returned to the summit of the 5 Elements Mountains. Or rather, he never truly left. After absorbing the 5 eternal stage viscera, his body pulsed with raging energy, rendering him unable to wander freely. Thus he merely hid away until others had departed, then reappeared atop the 5 Elements Mountains. At this moment he was seated cross-legged on one of the summits. Cracks littered the surroundings, remnants of the eternal stage origin beast's appearance. Wang Teng's expression was grave, his eyes tightly shut. This was but a clone. His true self had departed with the martial warriors of the 5 major families. Now his task was to switch between his true self and this clone. Ordinarily, such a feat would be unfeasible for normal cloning techniques. However, Wang Teng had left a small devour space within this projection. Through this space, he could facilitate the transfer between his true form and the clone. Since discovering this advantage, Wang Teng had been keenly observing its potential uses, and now it proved invaluable. His main form had already found a quiet room to await the switch. The clone only needed to communicate with the main form to complete the transfer. Swoosh. In an instant, it seemed as though the cross-legged clone atop the mountain underwent a fleeting distortion, then resumed its serene posture as if nothing had occurred. To any onlooker, it would be nearly impossible to discern the change. He slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The absorption of these 5 eternal stage viscera still requires the presence of my main form. The clone alone cannot accomplish everything. There are no essential issues with the 5 major families. I believe they won't make things difficult for me. My clone is enough to deal with them. Wang Teng closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the devour space, 5 dense orbs of light floated within the Devour space, emitting terrifying and tumultuous energy that swept through the entire expanse. "Not staying quiet, are you?" Wang Teng snorted coldly, then activated the 5-element divine physique. A wave of familiar energy emanated from within him, soothing the 5 orbs surprisingly. "Absorb?" Wang Teng commanded sternly. The 5 orbs erupted with radiant divine light, forming 5 vortexes of force that emitted powerful suction. The orbs stirred once more, seemingly unwilling to be absorbed. However they resided within Wang Teng's Devour space, every strand of energy was irresistibly drawn into him, merging with his body and coursing through his 5 viscera. In an instant, Wang Teng felt his 5 viscera undergoing a profound transformation, as if being nurtured and purified in indescribable ways. Chapter 2343, Characteristics of Eternal Stage Viscera, Inhuman Physique. 1. 5 Elements Mountains. Perched atop a towering mountain imbued with intense heat, Wang Teng sat cross-legged, his body hovering in mid-air, emitting subtle ripples that emanated from within him. If anyone were to observe at this moment, they would surely witness his 5 viscera radiating brilliant divine light. This radiance extended beyond his physical form, illuminating the surroundings like 5 bright stars. Yet these 5 stars bore different hues. One glowed with fiery red, blazing with heat like a burning star. Another shimmered with azure blue, echoing the tumultuous waves resembling an expansive and boundless ocean. Another gleamed with verdant green, exuding a vibrant vitality akin to a planet teeming with lush vegetation. Then there was the earthy yellow, dense and weighty, its mere presence evoking a sense of pressure. Finally, one viscera exuded a dazzling golden light. Unlike the fiery heat, this golden hue exuded sharpness and coldness, even a hint of merciless intent, radiating a metallic texture. Wang Teng's 5 viscera had undergone a profound transformation, a sublime metamorphosis that even eternal stage beings might find unfathomable. Simultaneously, peculiar threads seemed to interlace among the 5 viscera, connecting them and forming an intrinsic cycle. This cycle intertwined the 5 viscera, complementing each other. Within Wang Teng's body, torrents of energy surged from the 5 eternal stage viscera, inundating his viscera, continuously prompting transformation and sublimation. However, at a certain moment, Wang Teng suddenly trembled. Amidst that energy, a remarkably unique force abruptly emerged. Eternal matter. This was an eternal matter. Wang Teng was shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. There must be eternal matter in the eternal stage viscera. There was no doubt about it. Otherwise, they would not have evolved into 5 eternal stage origin beasts without eternal matter. One couldn't reach the eternal stage. Wang Teng tensed. He was no stranger to eternal matter. In fact, among Cosmos stage martial warriors, he could confidently claim to possess a far deeper understanding of eternal matter than anyone else. It was precisely because of this understanding that he felt such apprehension. In theory, Cosmos stage martial warriors couldn't come into contact with eternal matter. Neither their bodies nor their souls were strong enough. Attempting to forcibly absorb eternal matter would only backfire, ultimately leading to annihilation. In the vast expanse of the universe, despite the plethora of exceptional prodigies, not a single one dared to touch eternal matter at the Cosmos stage. The Haitian royal clan sought to harness the 5 eternal stage viscera to acquire the 5-element divine physique, but they never considered the possibility of obtaining eternal characteristics from them. Eternal power was simply beyond the endurance of Cosmos stage martial warriors. Premature exposure held no benefits for them. However, Wang Teng was different. He had obtained eternal properties through a stroke of luck, directly integrating them into his soul without any side effects. That was why he dared to absorb the 5 eternal stage viscera. He already had the characteristic of the eternal stage, so absorbing the eternal matter in the eternal stage viscera shouldn't be too difficult. As he expected, The eternal stage viscera merged seamlessly into his viscera, causing no harm but rather nurturing them silently, like gentle rain moistening the earth. Wang Teng's five-element divine physique operated at full throttle, thoroughly integrating the eternal stage viscera into his viscera and allowing transformation and sublimation. Time passed slowly. After an indeterminate period, Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Is this reaching saturation? His viscera had seemingly reached a limit, unable to absorb any more energy from the five eternal stage viscera. This posed a dilemma for Wang Teng. How much of the energy from the five eternal stage viscera had he absorbed? Not even a tenth. Was the rest to be wasted? A sense of reluctance washed over him. Thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered various methods to absorb more energy. Such opportunities were rare. Missing out now might mean never encountering such a chance again. However, as he surveyed his attributes board and considered every method at his disposal, he found none suitable for the occasion. His five basic elements had reached a perfect ninth level at the cosmos stage, incapable of further advancement. While his other forces hadn't reached perfection, they were insufficient to propel him into the heaven stage, where he could absorb more energy from the eternal stage viscera. Wang Teng felt a mix of frustration and resignation. Who would have thought that one day he would be at a loss due to his rapid advancement? Was this a case of a happy dilemma? Suddenly, he noticed that the energy entering his viscera wasn't dissipating but rather converging into crystalline formations within the central vortex of force. You can do this? Wang Teng exclaimed with delight, wasting no time in attempting to attract more energy. To his relief, the energy continued to crystallize. This is fantastic. With this, I can store these energies and absorb them once I advance to the heaven stage. By then, my five elements will experience a rapid elevation of several levels. Wang Teng quickly condensed the energy into crystalline formations, fearing the slightest loss. To him, these were his future cultivation foundations, and he refused to squander them. Chapter 20344, Characteristics of Eternal Stage Viscera in Human Physique. 2, this time. He absorbed and refined less than a tenth of the energy. Even if the remaining energy couldn't propel him to the ninth level of the heaven stage, it could certainly elevate him to around the fifth level. Once he ascended to the heaven stage, he could swiftly leave others behind. In truth, he had already surpassed many individuals. Despite the rapid cultivation speeds of the prodigies at the stellar academies, none could match his pace. Especially after this journey to the five-burial ancestral land, where his five forces had reached the perfect ninth level at the cosmos stage, others wouldn't even dare to imagine such progress. After a moment, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, faint vortexes seemed to rotate, emitting captivating brilliance. Sigh, a breath of relief escaped his lips, and a smile graced his face. Success. I've absorbed all that I can, and what I couldn't absorb has been stored away. They're not wasted. Wang Teng murmured to himself, filled with joy. Initially, he had underestimated the significance of the five eternal stage viscera, thinking that relying on attribute picks would suffice. Now he realized his naivety. These were eternal stage viscera. They were far from ordinary. Each of the five eternal stage origin beasts could evolve into a fearsome eternal stage origin beast possessing terrifying power. If it weren't for the intervention of the eternal level spacecraft of the five major families, none of the prodigies present could have rivaled them. Thus, the benefits Wang Teng gained from absorbing the five eternal stage viscera were beyond imagination. Fortunately, I obtained eternal matter this time, allowing my viscera to possess a hint of eternal characteristics. It's like receiving a certain level of reinforcement, enabling me to store such massive energy. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He understood that the eternal characteristic was the key reason why he was able to keep the excess energy. Without a doubt, possessing eternal characteristics in his viscera was his greatest achievement this time. Although limited to just 5 viscera, it was far beyond the reach of ordinary cosmos stage martial warriors. Even an eternal stage powerhouse would likely be stunned to see this. For a cosmos stage martial warrior to imbue his viscera with eternal characteristics was unprecedented. Even the ancestor of the 5 burial families never reached such a level when he was at the cosmos stage. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board again. The 5-element divine physique had undergone a change. 5-element divine physique, 150,000 circun 6,000 rank. 6th rank, a gleam flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He hadn't expected his 5-element divine physique to advance from the 5th to the 6th rank. It was a tremendous leap. He could reach the 6th realm power with the 5th rank 5-element divine physique. What heights could he reach at the 6th rank? 7th realm power or 8th realm power? Wang Teng was extremely curious. He took a deep breath and instantly activated the 5-element divine physique, causing his 5 viscera to operate at full capacity. Boom! A powerful force swept through his entire body, coursing through his limbs and bones. This sensation, it's truly miraculous. Wang Teng clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him. His eyes shone brightly. Late-stage 7th realm power. He hadn't reached the 8th realm power, but it was already terrifying. It was worth noting that this was just one of his physiques. If Wang Teng were to activate all of his physiques, he might... Why do I feel like my strength might exceed the 10th realm power? Wang Teng murmured to himself, staring at his clenched fist. His previous mentor had told him that the limit of the cosmos stage was 10th realm power, but last time, after using all his methods, he had reached the mid-level of 9th realm power. Now, with the addition of the powerful 5-element divine physique, he could break through to the 10th realm. Wang Teng's master probably couldn't have imagined such unexpected changes in him. Boom! Wang Teng casually threw a punch, causing space to collapse and fissures to appear. Perhaps my body is really evolving towards something beyond human. Wang Teng shook his head, filled with emotion. He didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. He was a pure human, but now his body had become so otherworldly. Would he end up giving birth to some sort of monster in the future? The thought was terrifying. How interesting that would be. Apart from the increase in strength, the true power of the 5-element divine physique lay in the absorption and refinement of the 5 basic forces. After reaching the 6th rank, the absorption and refinement speed was many times greater than at the 5th rank. At the same time, his comprehension of the 5 basic domains and origins would become much easier, thanks to this talent. After obtaining the 5-element divine physique, Wang Teng's absorption and refinement speed of the 5 basic forces had increased tenfold from its original rate. If he continued to improve, even the absorption and refinement speed of a universe stage expert would not match his. With the addition of the World Devourer divine ability, he could contend with eternal stage powerhouses. In other words, within a certain area, Wang Teng's control of the 5 basic elements was no less than that of an eternal stage powerhouse. This was truly terrifying. The fact that a cosmos stage martial warrior could rival an eternal stage being in controlling the elemental forces of the universe, who would believe such a tale if it were told? Others would likely dismiss it as a massive joke. But for Wang Teng it was a reality. Furthermore, there was another benefit. His recovery ability had become extremely potent. The 5 organs formed an intrinsic cycle. If one organ was damaged, the others could also contribute to its recovery, accelerating the healing process. This was not a simple addition. The 5 internal organs formed a cohesive whole, their internal cycle, granting a recovery ability far surpassing that of individual organs. Given Wang Teng's current internal organ strength, even a universe stage powerhouse would likely struggle to inflict significant damage. Last but not least, the higher the level of the 5-element divine physique, the more terrifying the small worlds would be in the future. When the ancestor of the 5 major families opened his small worlds, his 5-element divine physique was at the 7th rank, which was already formidable. Now, Wang Teng, only at the cosmos stage, had reached the 6th rank. Once he reached the universe stage, his 5-element divine physique talent would certainly exceed the 7th rank. Moreover, there was still plenty of energy from the eternal stage viscera waiting to be absorbed. When he reached the heaven stage, he could continue absorbing it. Who knew by then he might even be able to elevate the five-element divine physique to the 7th rank? Wang Teng stopped dwelling on these thoughts and turned his attention to other attributes. In addition to the eternal stage viscera as his main gain, Wang Teng also acquired a considerable amount of attribute values this time. Most notably, there were the attribute bubbles dropped by the Haitian royal clan youth. Haitian Emperor Physique, 15,000, 50,000, 5th rank. The opponent dropped quite a few attribute values for the Haitian Emperor Physique, which also boosted Wang Teng's Haitian Emperor Physique. This physique was remarkably powerful and could even acquire the talents of others, which was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, its effectiveness in Wang Teng's case was greatly diminished. It could only be used as a talent to enhance his physical prowess. Fortunately, he had plenty of forces. If he used it all, he could unleash the full potential of the Haitian Emperor Physique, surpassing even the talents of the Haitian royal clan. To him, the Haitian royal clan young man possessing 5 types of force attributes already marked him as a peerless talent among talents. It was simply impossible to possess more force attributes. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't sustain the cultivation of multiple force attributes. They would only be burdened by them. Only Wang Teng could cultivate 11 forces simultaneously. This was his greatest advantage, unmatched by anyone else. In addition to the Haitian Emperor Physique attribute bubble, Wang Teng also gained several unique combat technique attribute bubbles specific to the Haitian royal clan. Golden Peak Rain Spear, Eternal Stage, 326 20,000, specialized Haitian Emperor Palm. Eternal Stage, 2600, 20,000, well-versed, Haitian Emperor Fist. Peak of Universe Stage, 4,000, 20,000, specialized among them. The Golden Peak Rain Spear and the Haitian Emperor Fist were combat techniques Wang Teng had obtained previously. However, this time, their proficiency had both been elevated to the specialized level, significantly enhancing Wang Teng's mastery of the 2 techniques. Especially the Golden Peak Rain Spear, which was an Eternal Stage spear technique. Surprisingly, it had jumped from the foundation level to the specialized level all at once. For Wang Teng, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Chapter 2345. Comprehensive Improvement. Attack 1. In addition to the 2 battle techniques Wang Teng had already obtained, he also acquired one that was previously unknown to him. Haitian Emperor Palm. Just by its name, one could tell it was a combat technique unique to the Haitian royal clan, much like the Haitian Emperor Fist. Even their names were similar. The only difference was that one was a palm, while the other was a fist technique. Furthermore, this palm technique was of the eternal stage, unlike the Haitian Emperor Fist, which was only at the pinnacle of the universe stage. There was a certain gap between the two. It's intriguing. This palm technique is a multi-attribute battle technique. Wang Teng's eyes flickered with insight, various realizations blooming in his mind. As the insights of the Haitian Emperor Palm emerged in his mind, Wang Teng swiftly grasped the essence of this formidable palm technique. Wang Teng remembered that the Haitian royal clan youth had used this palm technique to contend against his fist technique, indicating its remarkable power. With the insights absorbed by Wang Teng, he immediately realized that this palm technique could be executed with any type of force, far surpassing ordinary battle techniques. The Haitian royal clan does have some secrets. Even their battle techniques are so profound. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel. He had to admit that the heritage of such clans was incomparable to ordinary aristocratic families. As one of the top 10 races in the universe, they were not to be underestimated. Wang Teng hadn't noticed before that the Haitian Emperor Fist was also a multi-attribute technique. Initially, when the black-horned youth used Fire Force to execute the Haitian Emperor Fist, he assumed it was a fire element battle technique. Later, with the sudden appearance of the 5-element divine physique drawing his attention, Wang Teng didn't focus much on the Haitian Emperor Fist, hence missing this crucial piece of information. Now that he thought about it, he had almost missed out on a valuable battle technique. Fist technique, palm technique. I wonder if the Haitian royal clan has any finger techniques, sword techniques, or blade techniques. If I encounter them next time, I'll make sure to acquire them all. Wang Teng pondered. He had developed a newfound interest in the battle techniques of the Haitian royal clan. Although these techniques weren't fusion techniques, they could adapt to any force, making them extremely versatile. Moreover, they were incredibly powerful. One was at the pinnacle of the universe stage, while the other was an eternal stage battle technique, far superior to ordinary techniques. These were all the attribute bubbles dropped by the Haitian royal clan youth. The opponent's domains and origins were generally inferior to Wang Teng, so they didn't provide him with much in terms of attributes. However, Wang Teng's domains and origins still saw considerable improvement, mainly derived from the origin beasts, especially the eternal stage origin beasts. Metal domain, 5,000 fixed hundred, 8,000 8th rank, wood domain, 150 4,000, actualization phase 4th rank, 4,500 8,000, normal 8th rank, water domain, 5,800 8,000, 8th rank. Fire domain 22 and 9,000, 9,000, 9th rank earth domain, 6,000, 8,000, 8th rank Wang Teng, looked at the attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. The 5 elemental attributes had all reached level 8 and above. The fire elemental attributes had also reached level 9. This increased Wang Teng's strength by a huge margin. Next were the origin attributes. Wang Teng's origin of flame had the greatest increase, but it was still at the 2nd rank. Origin of flame, 9,300, 90,000 2nd rank. The enhancement of the origin of flame was indeed immense. Back then, Wang Teng obtained numerous attribute bubbles from the fire element eternal stage origin beast, greatly aiding in the advancement of his origin. The other 4 elemental forces remained at the 2nd rank with minimal improvement, so there wasn't much to say. Suddenly, Wang Teng pondered about the other 4 eternal stage origin beasts. Although he had already devoured and refined them, there might still be residual attribute bubbles within the 5 Elements Mountains. Now that no eternal stage origin beasts were guarding the mountains and no threats were present, Wang Teng could directly use his spiritual power to acquire the attribute bubbles. He didn't even need to enter the mountains. He acted immediately. Wang Teng divided his spiritual power into 4 streams and directed them toward the cracks at the peak of the 5 Elements Mountains. The 5 Elements Mountains had been blasted open by the 5 eternal stage origin beasts, so there was no need to enter through the cave. He could simply extend his spiritual power through the cracks at the mountain peak, reaching directly to the core where the eternal stage origin beasts resided, making the process much more convenient. With a glint in his eyes, Wang Teng divided his focus, sensing the conditions within the 4-5 Elements Mountains simultaneously. Soon, he sensed a plethora of attribute bubbles floating inside the 4 mountains. Overjoyed, he immediately began gathering them up. Earth Constellation, Force 800. Earth Domain, 150. Origin of Earth, 12 Eternal Matter, 20. Constellation Earth Force, 1300. Origin of Earth, 160. Constellation Water Force, 12,000. Water Domain, 100. Eternal Matter, 15. Origin of Water, 151. By one, the attribute bubbles swiftly flew out from within the mountain, converging into Wang Teng's body. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel deeply shaken. The attribute bubbles emerged in rapid succession, forming impressive streams as they surged out of the mountain, creating a spectacle to behold after a moment. Wang Teng absorbed all the attribute bubbles. The power of his domains and the power of laws of origins surged once again. There were even traces of eternal matter. The eternal matter fused into his soul and his internal organs. That's right. This time, the eternal matter not only integrated into Wang Teng's soul, but also autonomously separated a portion, merging into his internal organs. Wang Teng glanced at his eternal matter attributes, his eyes glimmering faintly. Chapter 2346, Comprehensive Improvement, Attack, 2, Eternal Matter, 4 180 10,000 first rank, with over 4,000 points of eternal matter. This was beyond anything Wang Teng could have imagined. It was a significant leap, considering he had barely reached 1,000 points of attribute value. Some of these attribute values were just obtained, while some came from these eternal stage viscera. Wang Teng speculated, a glint of insight shining in his eyes. The eternal matter attributes obtained this time weren't considered numerous. It had been some time since the 4 eternal stage origin beasts were devoured, and many of the attribute bubbles within the mountains had dissipated. Otherwise, Wang Teng could have acquired even more attribute bubbles. Shaking his head, Wang Teng ceased dwelling on the matter. Being able to obtain these attribute bubbles was already considered fortunate. If they had all disappeared, that would have been the true regret. He then turned his attention to his domain and origin attributes. His domain attributes once again broke through. Surprisingly, apart from the fire domain, all 4 other domains had advanced to the 9th level. Metal domain, 1400,000 9,000, 9th rank wood domain, 150,000 4,000, actualization phase 4th rank, 600 9,000, normal 9th rank, water domain, 1500 9,000, 9th rank, fire domain, 22,000 9,000, 9th rank. All 5 domains had reached the 9th rank. Wang Teng was overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise. An incredibly unexpected one. Wang Teng had originally thought that breaking through to the 8th rank was already remarkable enough, but now he had unexpectedly reached the 9th rank. This was terrifying. Even ordinary heaven stage martial warriors might not be able to comprehend their domains to such an extent. Yet Wang Teng achieved it at the cosmos stage. With this accomplishment, who within the cosmos stage could still be his match? Moreover, it wasn't just his domain. Wang Teng's origin attributes also saw a significant improvement. Origin of metal, 5,320,000, 2nd rank. Origin of water, 4,120,000, 2nd rank. Origin of flame, 9,320,000, 2nd rank. Origin of earth, 3,820,000, 2nd rank. Glancing at the changes in the attributes board, Wang Teng felt a surge of satisfaction welling up within him, comfortable. Seeing these abundant attribute values instantly brought a sense of comfort. It could be said that in terms of comprehension of the laws of origin, Wang Teng had already far surpassed many prodigies at the heaven stage. 2nd rank. All attributes were at the 2nd rank, an unparalleled achievement. Wang Teng indulged in this feeling for a while before calming himself completely. While this advancement was indeed significant, it had become somewhat routine for him. There was nothing to get overly excited about. Finally, he looked at his spirit attribute. Spirit 26350 Cosmos Realm. His spirit attribute was gradually approaching the pinnacle of the Cosmos Realm. It hadn't been long since his last limit was pushed by his master, but unexpectedly he was nearing the limit once again. Wang Teng felt as though he had undergone 2 rounds of cultivation. Come to think of it, he might be the first divine spirit master to reach the pinnacle of the cosmos realm twice through training. Previously, his limit was 200,000 points, and he had already reached perfection. Later, his master pushed his limit, forcing him to cultivate once more. Now he was reaching the 300,000 limit. Wang Teng shook his head, pulling back his wandering thoughts, and rose from his spot. It's time to leave. His body ascended slowly, overlooking the 5 towering mountains below with a sense of sentimentality. The 5 major families were his lucky stars, providing him with so many benefits that he almost forgot why he had come here in the first place. It's also time to deal with the 5 families. With a slight smile, Wang Teng transformed into a stream of light, shooting towards the location of the dimensional rifts. Outside the dimensional rift, representatives from various factions in the Phantom Drift territorial domain were quietly waiting. Under normal circumstances, these people would have long departed and would not stay any longer. After all, they had already obtained whatever opportunities were available to them. Anything unattainable was futile to pursue further. However, there was one person who made them all choose to stay, curious to see if he could safely emerge from the 5 burials' ancestral land. What kind of transformation would he undergo after obtaining the greatest opportunity within the 5 burials' ancestral land? Everyone from the major factions was intrigued. They were clueless about the five orbs' true nature. If they knew, their curiosity would surely intensify. Even eternal stage individuals would feel curious about the eternal stage viscera left behind by the five burial ancestor, to the point of attempting to seize them. It's the last day. Hengzang Chuan glanced at the crack where the ancestral land was and muttered to himself. Ever since he learned that the eternal stage viscera were taken by Counselor Wang Teng, he felt extremely uncomfortable, almost as if he could vomit blood from the frustration. Now, all he wished for was the other party's prompt exit. Regardless, he would struggle one last time. If he could reclaim the eternal stage viscera of his ancestor, it would be the best outcome, even though he knew the hope was faint. The sentiments of the other four family heads were similar to Hengzang Chuan's. They were all anxiously awaiting Wang Teng's appearance. It was torturous. What on earth was Counselor Wang Teng doing inside? This was the final day. If he didn't come out soon, the entrance to the ancestral land would close and the next opportunity wouldn't arise for another 1,000 years. Was he planning to settle down inside? Time passed slowly. Duke Yaheng of the Long Lapa Empire stepped out of the spacecraft with Shelley, gazing towards the dimensional rift. Pearson of the Red Dragon Universe Pirates emerged with Chi Yi, both turning their attention to the dimensional rift leading to the Five Burials ancestral land. Why hasn't that counselor come out yet? Cher, accompanied by Zuo Gu from the White Knight Universe Pirates, walked out impatiently. Counselor Wang Teng is really making us wait, said Bi Chunro, accompanied by the young girl descending from the spacecraft with a faint smile. I wonder if he's encountered some mishap and can't come out. A rotund man chuckled as he stepped out from the luxurious spacecraft of the Golden Peak City. Jin, Hongcai, are you gossiping behind that counselor's back? Bi Chunro glanced at him. Cough, I'm just speaking casually. Jin Hongcai coughed. Dad, Counselor Wang Teng is terrifying. Don't offend him. Your son can't handle the consequences. The chubby boy behind Jin Hongcai murmured. Jin Hongcai? Ha ha ha, Jin Hongcai, your son is just like you. Cher laughed. Jin Yubao, can't you have a little dignity? The girl behind Bi Chunro rolled her eyes speechlessly. Meow meow. It's not about being cowardly. It's about being wise. Tell me among us who is a match for Counselor. Wang Teng, Jin Yubao said naively. His words caused the faces of the young prodigies present to darken. We haven't fought him yet. How do you know we're not his match? You're just scared. Don't drag us into it. Zuogu snorted. Brother Zuogu is right when Counselor Wang Teng comes out later. Why don't you have a match with him? Knock him down and make a name for our Phantom Drift territorial domain, Jin Yubao suggested. Zuogu, this fatty is quite sneaky. The young lady behind Bai Chunro couldn't help but glance at Jin Yubao. This guy was really shady and definitely not a good person. Just then, on the side of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior emerged from the spacecraft with the young man from the Haishan royal clan. Family head Hengzang, I have a question I'd like to ask you. The Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior spoke up. What question? Hengzang Chuan looked over, furrowing his brow. The others also looked slightly surprised, focusing their attention on the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior. Is Han Zhu from your 5 burial stars? The Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior pointed at Wang Teng, who's standing among the younger generation of the 5 major families, and asked calmly. Yizang Xinnuo and the others' expressions changed. They looked at Wang Teng worriedly. The other party did not come with good intentions. The other factions present were intrigued and looked towards the 5 major families with keen interest. Each prodigy present here had their own influence and powerful backers. However, Han Zhu was alone. Although he was entrusted by the 5 major families, he was not originally from the 5 burial star. Through the words of their younger generations, they learned that Han Zhu had offended a young man from the Haishan royal clan. Now, the Fire Element Martial Warrior was directly targeting him, clearly intending to provoke trouble. They wondered how the five major families would respond. Chapter 2347, The Attitude of the Five Major Families, The Clones Crisis. 1. As the voice of the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior from the Black Skull Universe pirates fell, there was a brief silence. Wang Teng's clone squinted as he glanced at the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior calmly. Then he shifted his gaze to the young man of the Haishan royal clan. He harbored no fear. With the interchangeability of his clones and main body, the current presence was merely a clone. It didn't matter if he was targeted. This was a good chance to gauge the stance of the five major families. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior remained unperturbed. A Cosmos stage martial warrior was nothing worth noticing. A faint smirk graced the lips of the young man from the Haishan royal clan. He cast a cold gaze upon Wang Teng's clone Yizang Xinnuo, and the others were worried. They glanced at the five family heads in the distance who had yet to speak. Even Guizang Yan, who had previously harbored disdain towards Han Zhu, furrowed his brow, a hint of anger simmering. The Haishan royal clan wanted to force them to submit, be it for the reputation of their families or due to Han Zhu's prior aid to Guizang Zhu. He did not want to see Han Zhu getting abandoned by his family. Unfortunately, the decision of the five major families was beyond their influence. Faced with formidable foes like the Haishan royal clan, they couldn't guarantee their families would stand by Han Zhu's side. Yunzang Shao, Hengzang Mo, and the others had dark expressions, their hearts heavy with frustration. After the recent interactions, they held a favorable impression of Han Zhu, who had lent them considerable assistance. They couldn't bear to abandon him just like this. At the side, Guizang Zhu felt anxious too. She wanted to say something but hesitated. This wasn't a situation where she could speak. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Hengzang Chuan suddenly produced an object. He tossed it to Wang Teng's clone and declared with a hearty laugh, "Young friend, this is the half of the 5 burial token we promised you earlier. Consider it fulfilled. From now on, you are an honored guest of our 5 families." As the words fell, the entire area plunged into silence. The various factions cast complex gazes at the 5 major families. They had chosen to protect him. The 5 major families, known for their unbridled actions, had unexpectedly upheld their promise, providing refuge for this Cosmos stage martial warrior. This was really surprising. Wang Teng was stunned, equally taken aback by the 5 families' choice to honor their commitment. He was wrong. He had almost underestimated the generosity of the 5 major families. Well, at least he entertained a fleeting hope which hadn't gone unfulfilled. Wang Teng smiled faintly. He moved his thoughts, and the other half of the 5 burial token flew out from his space ring, melding seamlessly with the half suspended in mid-air, completing the token. "Thank you. You treat me as a friend. Naturally, I reciprocate the sentiment." Then he cupped his fists at Hengzang Chuan and the others. "Ha ha ha ha. Young friend, you're too polite." Hengzang Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He held high hopes for Han Zhu. Hengzang Mo and the others had already informed him upon their return from the ancestral land that Han Zhu had held his ground against the young man of the Haitian royal clan, perhaps even besting him. The 5 major families couldn't afford to leave a prodigy like him. They must surely seek to cultivate a relationship. Now that they had laid a solid foundation and established a friendship, it was even less wise to sever ties completely due to the threats from the Haitian royal clan. As for the Haishan royal clan, Hengzang Chuan believed they had already made the greatest concession. He didn't trust they would dare to strike against them. Furthermore, they had invited all the factions in the Phantom Drift territorial domain to intimidate the other party with the power of the entire Phantom Drift territorial domain. If the Haishan royal clan really attacked their families, they wouldn't hesitate to expose their identity, making it difficult for the Black Skull Universe pirates to stay in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. The other 5 major powers wouldn't stand by while the 5 burial stars were destroyed. If the 5 burial stars fell, it would disrupt the balance of power in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, posing a threat to all factions. Yizang Xinnuo and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. Brother Han, from now on, we're on the same side. The 5 burial token was extremely special to the 5 families. So far they had only given out 1, and now this was the 2nd. Anyone who received the 5 burial token was unquestionably acknowledged by the 5 burial stars, almost indistinguishable from their own kin in the 5 major families. So, after Wang Teng received the 5 burial token, Yizang Xinnuo and the others showed even more warmth towards him, as if a sense of closeness had spontaneously emerged. Brother Han, look at that guy's face. It's practically turning black, Guizang Xu said, smiling as she approached, pointing towards the young man of the Haishan royal clan in the distance. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance over, a hint of mischief playing on his face. Upon hearing Hengzang Chuan's decision, the smile on the face of the young man of the Haishan royal clan froze, appearing somewhat ludicrous. This outcome undoubtedly caught him completely off guard. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe pirates frowned. He swept his stare over the 5 family heads and said, "Have you thought this through? Is it worth it to oppose our Black Skull Universe pirates for the sake of 1 person?" A hint of chilly mockery flickered across his face, as if he was mocking the foolishness of the 5 major families. How we conduct ourselves is none of your concern. Before Hengzang Chuan could speak, Guizang Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. Chapter 2348. The Attitude of the 5 Major Families. The Clones Crisis. 2. Very good. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's expression turned completely cold. Let's see who from the 5 major families can stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared on the spot. How dare you? Hengzang Chuan's expression changed abruptly, his voice ringing out coldly as he unleashed a sudden punch into the empty space before him. Boom! A terrifying earthy-colored fist imprint erupted directly, crashing onto the void. A disdainful snort echoed forth as flames swept in, instantaneously transforming the starry sky into a sea of fire, engulfing the fist imprint within. Within that sea of flames, a flash of a blade streaked through, colliding with the fist imprint. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated as both the blade and the fist imprint shattered simultaneously, the formidable shockwaves rippling outwards, causing many stars and meteorites to burst, turning into dust. The power displayed by an existence at the universe stage was truly terrifying. Merely the residual shockwaves had caused stars to explode. It was enough to obliterate a life-bearing planet like Earth. Fortunately, the 5 burial stars was protected by the star-concealing array. Otherwise, the attack just now would have inflicted severe damage upon it. While the 5 burial stars was sturdy, it still couldn't withstand the attacks of a universe stage entity. Far away, Duke Yaheng and the others immediately retreated with their juniors. With a wave of their hands, they erected force shields to deflect the invisible shockwaves. The young prodigies like Shelley, Qi Yi, and Zuo Gu were all visibly shaken. The power of a universe stage martial warrior was too terrifying. Even as prodigies capable of fighting beyond their level, they were simply no match. I didn't expect someone at the universe stage from the Black Skull Universe Pirates to attack a cosmos stage martial warrior. It's truly embarrassing. Duke Yeheng's voice was cold. These universe pirates don't care about face, Bichunru said with a hint of disdain. Hey, don't just say things randomly. I, Cher, have never done such a thing as bullying the weak. Cher from the White Knight Universe Pirates retorted indignantly. Bichunru simply chuckled, her laughter tinged with disdain. You asking for a beating, you filthy woman, Cher said, his tone menacing. Say it again and see what happens. Bichunru's gentle expression turned icy cold, her voice dripping with hostility. Sure was about to repeat himself, eager to meet the other's demand. Enough. Now's not the time for a fight. Duke Yaheng interjected, his head throbbing. Yaheng, you're always poking your nose everywhere. Let them fight if they want to. I was actually looking forward to the spectacle. Pearson from the Red Dragon Universe Pirates smirked. Shear and B. Chunro both shot him a glare, but ultimately refrained from further argument, turning their attention to the Fire Element Universe stage Martial Warrior and Hengzang Chuan's battle in the distance. The Universe stage Martial Warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates is quite formidable. Jin Hongcai squinted as he remarked, "But I've never seen him before. Do any of you know his identity?" As one of the 3 strongest universe pirates in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, they shouldn't be unfamiliar with universe stage warriors, yet they didn't recognize the Fire Element Universe stage Martial Warrior. "Never seen him before?" Duke Yaheng's expression slightly darkened as he shook his head. They were beginning to realize the peculiarity of the situation. They had never seen this universe stage Martial Warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates before, and there was no information about him whatsoever. "It's a bit strange, isn't it?" Pearson remarked. Boom! As the attacks from both sides dissipated, a figure was shaken out from the void. It was none other than the universe stage Martial Warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. His expression was slightly grim as he stared intently at Hengzang Chuan. He hadn't expected the other's strength to be so formidable. Although they had clashed before, it seemed that Hengzang Chuan hadn't exerted his full power at the time. Initially, he had intended to seize Han Zhu directly, knowing well that the 5 major families wouldn't dare to intervene. However, he had been thwarted. Losing the initiative with the opposition now on guard, it would not be so easy to attack again. This was, after all, the territory of the 5 major families, and there were undoubtedly more than just the 5 family heads at the universe stage. His gaze swept across, feeling a pang of headache. Regardless of the difficulty, he must execute the orders of his superior. Attack. The Fire Element Universe stage Martial Warrior shouted, boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars resounded as countless figures materialized from the void, densely packed and without any preamble, launching attacks directly at the members of the 5 major families. Among them were 5 universe stage entities, charging straight towards the 5 family heads who were still maintaining the dimensional rift of the ancestral land. Meanwhile, the Fire Element Universe stage Martial Warrior's gaze flashed as he personally charged to the side where Wang Teng's clone stood. Damn it. Hengzang Chuan and the others' expressions turned grim, their anger boiling inside. They couldn't believe that members of the Black Skull Universe Pirates would be so audacious as to directly attack them. In an instant, the 5 family heads were engaged in combat with several universe stage figures from the Black Skull Universe Pirates. It's Xena, Senile, and the others. Pearson narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the 5 universe stage figures launching attacks against the family heads. His expression became tense. These individuals were well-known universe stage figures within the Black Skull Universe Pirates. They were familiar with them. They had just been wondering why they hadn't seen any universe stage figures from the Black Skull Universe Pirates earlier, and now it seemed they had been hiding, waiting to strike. The actions of the Black Skull Universe Pirates also left those present from the major factions extremely astonished. Were they really initiating a war? The powerful factions found it unbelievable. For major factions like theirs, which involved so many interests, they wouldn't easily start a war. Usually, conflicts were limited to small-scale skirmishes, but now the Black Skull Universe Pirates seemed intent on launching a full-scale war directly against the 5 burial stars. And all for the sake of one Han Zhu, for the people from the major factions. It was unimaginable to initiate such a large-scale war just for one Cosmos stage Martial Warrior. Moreover, the fact that the Fire Element Universe stage Martial Warrior personally targeted Han Zhu was condemned by Cher, Duke Yaheng, B. Chunro, and others. They shook their heads, mentally sentencing him to death. What a pity for Han Zhu. B. Chunro shook her head. The Black Skull Universe Pirates have gone too far. A universe stage powerhouse personally taking action just to avenge a junior. Cher jostled his head. Don't you find it strange? Is it worth it for a universe stage powerhouse to act just to avenge a junior? Jin Hongtai's gaze flickered with doubt as he voiced his thoughts. Now that you mention it, it does seem strange. Duke Yaheng and the others fell into contemplation, but Han Zhu is probably doomed. It's stated that his strength can rival that of the youth from the Black Skull Universe pirates. Such a prodigy meeting his end today is truly regrettable, Jin Hongtai remarked. Golden Peak City loved to recruit talented martial warriors. Seeing such a prodigy about to fall was difficult for him to accept. Even the younger generation like Zhuo Gu and Qi Yi were conflicted by Han Zhu's imminent demise, their expressions deeply complex. This was a talent that made them all feel powerless now. To witness his downfall in such a manner was truly unexpected. At this moment, Cher, Duke Yeheng, Bichunro, and the others exchanged glances and withdrew from the battlefield. They wouldn't rashly intervene in the major combat between the 5 Burial Stars and the Black Skull Universe pirates. They represented their respective factions and wouldn't easily meddle in such matters. Observing from the sidelines was the right choice. The young man of the Haishan royal clan wore a hint of excitement on his face, which was filled with mockery and contempt. That bastard wouldn't escape once captured. He would be tortured severely before he personally ended his life. Hengzang Mo and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior charging towards Han Zhu. Wang Teng's clone frowned, yet his demeanor remained calm as the Constellation poison force within him began to surge. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.